Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. This is off to a weak start here. Okay, 9 a.m. This is the South Florida Water Management District's Governing Board monthly meeting. Today is July 14th, 2022. We are here at district headquarters, and we are calling the meeting to order. I'd like to take attendance. We have some governing board members here on Zoom. We're going to start with those in person. Mr. Bergeron?
Here.
Mr. Butler?
I'm here.
Colonel Roman?
Here.
Ms. Thurlow-Lipich?
I'm here.
Great. And on Zoom, I think we have our chairman, Chauncey Goss.
I'm here.
Great. And Jay Steinley.
I'm here.
Perfect. And Ms. Meads and Mr. Martinez will be out today. We are going to start, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask Colonel Roman to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning, everyone. As you can see, I'm not Chauncey Goss. He's handed me the gavel for today's meeting. For the board members who are here, I'm going to ask you, as I just did, to make sure your microphone is on and that you please speak into the mic so the online attendees can hear you clearly. If you turn your head while you're speaking, drag the mic with you so we can make sure your comments are captured, and please try to get as close to the microphone as possible. For the board members who are on Zoom, I can't see you raise your hand, so if you want to speak or ask questions, please just don't hesitate to call your name out and we will acknowledge you to speak. Members of the public on Zoom who wish to address the board may use what's known as the raise hand feature. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website at sfwmd.gov and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and our staff will assist you. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute or unmute yourself. And as a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on a particular topic. We will take public comment first for those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, followed by those with raised hands on Zoom. At this time, I'd like to call Drew Bartlett, our Executive Director, down to the floor to handle our employee recognitions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, we've got a few for you today. I'm very excited to present them to you. Let's do July Employee of the Month first. And our July Employee of the Month is Lenora Chile. She is an administrative assistant at the Miami Field Station. Now, I think all of you know sort of the critical operations of our field stations, whether it's flood control, repairing things, making sure all of our infrastructure is maintained and operational, and then doing those operations itself. And those things don't occur without people like Lenora Chile. And the reason she is July Employee of the Month is because how she stood up recently for the Miami Field Station, but not only that field station. So recently, the Miami Field Station had vacancies in the assistant supervisor and the business management analyst. And what do? Well, I know what Lenora does. She steps up and says, don't worry, I'll take care of those functions while I'm doing my own as it is, right? And to make sure that that field station goes forward. And she does things that basically takes care of all these employees to make sure that they're taken care of so that they can take care of us. Onboarding, safety training, any other training, leave, all those types of things. But not only that, it's also reporting mechanisms, whether it's situation reports, operational reports, all these kind of things that are necessary for field stations to operate and communicate with us. There's 46 people at that Miami Field Station that she takes care of. But that's not all. Also, there was a vacancy at the Homestead Field Station. And she was like, Don't worry, I got your back. Because that's Lenora Chile. She's got your back, and she stepped up for those 46 employees as well during that absence. Now, we do have some of those vacancies filled, so she's not doing 4 jobs anymore, but she is absolutely recognized, and we're very grateful for what she's done, and that's why we're giving her July Employee of the Month. Lenora, congratulations, and thank you for all your help.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right, time for our July 2022 Team of the Month, which is the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project Water Protection Rulemaking Team. That is for Jennifer Brown, Jeff Buck, Beth Kavinsky, Natalie Kraft, Savannah Middlebush, Nicole Miller, Alberto Naya, Sky Notestein, Janice Sleuth, Dina St. Andrew, Simon Sunderland, and Bob Verastro. Now, we all know how important SERP is to the Water Management District, and SERP does not happen without efforts of these people with the rulemaking. Before we can start any project, we have to reserve that water for the project itself. And that's where rulemaking comes in. And rulemaking's not easy. There are so many steps, so many pieces and parts. But this team has been getting better and better at it. You may remember the Kissimmee Reservation took about 10 years. We've been getting swifter. That was a difficult one. You know, we're getting swifter. This one you authorized in the fall to go forward with rulemaking, and they got it done in 122 days. When does government do that, right? And they did it well. You know why? There's no challenges. There was no request for public hearing. And that was because of their effort. There was public meetings, and then there was one-on-one public engagement throughout the process to make sure everyone understood what the rule did and what it didn't do. And at the end of the day, it went forward. You guys approved it. And as a result of that rulemaking, last week, I signed a project agreement with the Corps for the Loxahatchee Reservation, and just yesterday, Colonel Booth signed it too. So now, because of this rulemaking, we have an agreement signed for that SERP project. Congratulations, July Team of the Month. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. You again. Yes, sir. Hey, good morning. Hi, Drew. Hey, Bob. Thank you.
Team in the middle, flanked by board members on either side. All right. I need to stay next to you, I know so. Big smiles. In 3, 2, 1. One more, sorry. 3, 2, 1. Sorry, thank you.
All right, time for some service awards. So we have a 25-year service award for Michael Malares. He's a principal mechanical and structural engineer in our Engineering and Construction Bureau. Now, he came here 25 years ago to the district to do engineering for us after graduating from Georgia Tech, go Jackets, and for Atlantic University. We need more Georgia Tech engineers here, I think. Right, John? Okay, no. Anyway, he came to us actually from Florida Power and Light. Great decision to do engineering for us. And since then, he's been working on all kinds of engineering feats for us. You know that we have over 900 structures and pump stations that all have to be rebuilt and maintained. And then, of course, we're adding more structures and pump stations to our district. And so he has been there doing the engineering necessary to make all these happen. Gate structures, boat locks, exhaust systems, and pump stations. And he's done many, many of those for us. He was the lead designer for the S71 and G207 structure replacements. And in one of those, we actually added a boat lock system to it. It's not simple engineering. It's water. It has to meet storm standards and everything. And speaking of storm standards, he was part of our damage assessment unit. So that looks out and after storms and so forth, looking at damages. And then he was part of a team that really updated all of our design standards to make us more resistant and resilient to storm impacts as a water management district, because you all know how important it is for us to respond to those types of events. So he's been doing a bang-up job for 25 years for us, and look how we are now. We're in great shape. On a personal note, he recently celebrated his 40th wedding anniversary. Congratulations. He has 3 daughters. And he has 3 daughters and 5 grandchildren. I'm still waiting on those grandchildren. And he's going to be with us 3 more years, and then he's sailing off into retirement. But we're very glad for his 25 years of service. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your service. Now I'm very, very excited to present a 35-year service award. This goes to Joe Albers. He's a principal engineer in our Engineering and Construction Bureau. So he came to us in 1987 as a senior civil engineer for our field engineering division. And when he first got to us, he was part of our dairy liaison program for the dairy industry and helping improve water quality. And he was very instrumental in our water quality program because he really established for us our water quality assessments, or our monitoring and our assessment program for the water management district, which, as you know, is about as robust as they get. And it's not just monitoring, right? You got to set up the stations, you got to engineer where they go, then you got to get all the data management and communication put in place. And that continues to be used today, thanks to Joe's effort, by not only us, but our public, universities, everybody, because it is an incredible system. After that, he moved over to supervise our engineering, refurbishment, and environmental projects. And boy, we do a lot of those. And he's done a lot of them over his 35 years. He's done 120 projects totaling hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And so that's rebuild projects, that's new projects, that's so many different projects. And sort of towards the tail end, you might be familiar with the C-43 reservoir. He supervised the design of the C-43 reservoir project, which is an engineering feat. It is an incredible project that is getting constructed, as you know, right now, and can't wait to see that in operation, thanks to Joe's efforts, because it's only operating because he designed it that way, or helped design it that way. But most recently, so I got the honor of presenting to the Palm Beach County Civil Engineering Society, and he was recognized at that as Government Engineer of the Year at that engineering society. And I could tell when I was there, everybody respected the heck out of Joe. The conversations were great. You could just see everyone was so glad he got that recognition because he very much well deserved it. Now, after that recognition, he retired. But I'm very glad that he came back to be recognized by us for his 35 years of service because we are incredibly grateful. Joe, thank you.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
That's a wrap, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda revisions. Rosie, do we have any changes to the agenda?
None, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay. Agenda item 5 is abstentions by board members. I'm going to poll the board members, including those on Zoom, Chairman Goss and Mr. Steinle. Let's start with those on Zoom. Let's start with Chairman Goss. Any abstentions? Mr. Chairman, on Zoom, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep, perfectly. Any abstentions, sir?
Yeah, I'm going to be abstaining from consent item 16, which is a contract amendment for the Corkscrew Regional Ecosystem Watershed, which is the Crew Land and Water Trust, a uncompensated trustee of Crew Land and Water Trust. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Steinle, any abstentions? Mr. Steinle, can you hear me on Zoom? Let's move on. Ms. Thorough-Lipich, any abstentions?
No.
Colonel Roman,
I have none.
I have none. Mr. Butler
I don't have any, sir.
and Mr. Bergeron.
I have one. In abundance of caution, I, Ron Bergeron, wish to disclose that I may have a financial interest, direct or indirect, in various companies which own real estate encompassed by the proposed Western Everglades Restoration Project, which is subject to possibly taking if the project is approved as it presently exists. As such, I will abstain from voting on the currently configured proposal, but I wish to participate in the discussion on the project as I have strong opinions that I feel the need to express in order to fulfill my fiduciary duty to the district.
Okay, very good. So with respect to the Western Everglades Restoration Project, we'll have you give your comments in the public comments section in that window, if that's all right with you, Mr. Bergeron?
That's fine.
Okay.
Mr.
And then,
Vice Chairman, for
yes.
the record, Mr. Bergeron's Form 8B is in your additions revisions folder, so each board member has received one. And those who are participating by Zoom received it electronically.
Okay, great. Thank you for stating that in the record. Mr. Steinle, can you hear us on Zoom? Do you have any abstentions?
I can hear you and I have none.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We'll move to agenda item 6, which is the approval of the minutes of the June 9th monthly meeting and the June 28th special meeting. Are there any board member changes to the minutes for the June 9th monthly meeting or the June 28th special meeting? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes for the meeting.
I'll make a motion, please.
I'll second.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Very good. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to agenda item number 7, which is the Audit and Finance Committee report, which will be given by the Chairman of the Audit and Finance Committee, Jay Steinley.
Thanks, Mr. Wagner. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Terrific. So we had a Audit and Finance Committee meeting on the 9th of June. I'll share the Treasurer's investment update. This is as of, to keep in mind, this is as of end of April, although we'll discuss some elements that extend beyond that. So first, as everyone knows, to combat inflation, the Fed increased rates to 75 to 100 basis points in May. They've obviously continued that increase in June. Up to 150 to 175 basis points. So from a district perspective, as we've discussed before, that rate increase is beneficial as we see the 5-year Treasury at 3% versus just over 1.6% in March of 22, versus then again just under 1%, if you can believe it, in September of 21. So for us at the district, that equates to higher interest earnings. The district invests in low-risk interest-bearing instruments, so these rising rates benefit our investment account. We'll talk about this. Obviously, on the other hand, it will increase other costs associated with projects and operations. GDP growth expectations remain weak as investors expect expectations for a strong economy remain low. On the operating account, again, this is the cash account from which the district invests from. The cash amount decreased to 17% from just under 30%, which is on target. We have 94 million as of the end of April in the operating account. That's down from about 184 million in January. And so we had, if you'll remember, purposely reduced deployment last year and beginning of this year, and sat on the sidelines with more cash. But as rates increased, Treasury has invested more. We've acquired lands and we've spent on standard operating expenses. Mortgage-backed securities are now 40%, up from slightly lower in January. Our max policy there is 50%, so in line. Yield on cash investments is at has increased to 120 basis points versus 90 in January. And then the interest that we get from our investment account through April 30th is at 2.8 million and on track to earn our estimate for the year of 4 million, which is still a conservative estimate. We've asked Treasury to maintain benchmarks so we can sort of compare ourselves to peers. And keep in mind, we invest in mortgage-backed securities, which bring in additional interest that some of our peers do not. But on that basis, South Florida Water Management District has earned about 160 basis points, whereas peers have earned about 70 basis points or 80 basis points. We also pick up additional yield with duration extension, which adds benefits within the parameters of Florida statutes and are the district's investment policy. So South Florida has a duration of 4.6 relative to shorter duration of our peers. That drives additional yield. So the others, as you see in this report, have a duration of about 1.47 and 2.56 comparatively. On the other hand, this rate environment, where it benefits our investment earnings, it clearly increases our material and labor costs for projects. We all know this as we've been to the gas stations recently. So we discussed the significant impacts of increased materials and labor on district projects. What we're finding is that on existing contracts, the contractors are looking for ways to submit claims in non-compensable time, which causes project delays. For new projects, Obviously, bid prices have come in higher, and labor costs, of course, are increasing. So we need to continue to watch this. I think everybody's on the same page. We need to continue to watch this as it relates to our both short and medium term budgeting process, because we expect those prices to increase, or the expenses to increase. And then lastly, with regard to the treasurer's report, we talked about the interest rate we're receiving in the cash account, which is only now 10 basis points. This had gone down from about 100 basis points. I think it was beginning of 21, as rates obviously were low then. It has come down in accordance, sort of on a lag, from 100 basis points to 10 basis points. Similarly, with rates going up, we would expect the interest on the cash account to also go up. So we've asked staff to explore getting a better rate from the bank, or shopping around to other banks, and Ms. Weinberg is waiting for our current bank, Truist, to provide a proposal on that. So that completed the treasurer's report. Thank you for your patience on this lengthy report, and we'll move quickly on to Inspector General's audit report. Presented to the committee was monitoring review of construction change orders. The project reviewed those projects that were open in fiscal year 20 to present, where the purpose was to assess whether change orders negotiated during the review period were negotiated in accordance with contract terms and conditions. It verified cumulative change order amounts as a percentage of original contract amounts. And then it compared change orders to the average within the industry. And so the review found that change orders were accurately input into eBuilder, which is our system, authorized appropriately and accurately calculated. It found that the current change order average for that period was 13% with all contracts considered, but with the outliers removed, which I think were 6 contracts, that brought the change order down to 4%. So that percentage was well within industry standards. I would add that it seems to be well below industry standards. That's where we want to be. And clearly, the lower the change order percentage, the better from a fiscal perspective for the district and for taxpayers. And then secondly, we reviewed the audit contract. The committee had asked Mr. Behrens to explore options with other auditors, simply because we had not been to market in a while for audit services. There remains a 2-year option on the contract with our current auditor, RSM. We contacted 6 firms, 3 responded. We did an analysis and compared it to our current contract. Fees were very comparable. Our current rate is competitive. So we discussed what we wanted to do with that information, and ultimately decided to exercise the 2-year option to continue with RSM and be thoughtful and give us enough lead time to solicit new RFP information over the next or in 2 years for audit firms who wish to respond. And we would expect more responses to come in with a little bit more leeway. So that, Mr. Stand-in Chair, concluded the Audit and Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
Well done, Mr. Steinle. We appreciate your efforts as chairman on the Audit and Finance Committee. We know how hard that work is, and likewise, we have a fellow governing board member who serves as chair of the Big Cypress Basin Board. And Colonel Roman, if you could provide us with the Big Cypress Basin Board report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. The Big Cypress Basin Board met last week on Friday, July 8th. We began our meeting with Rhonda Watkins from the Collier County Pollution Control and Prevention, who gave an update on the regional water quality. In the past 2 years, the number of impaired water bodies has increased, as well as the number of parameters not meeting water quality standards. The county has expanded its source tracking and consequently has found that the areas which have sewer and reuse water also have the highest concentrations of sucralose. Next, we heard from Audubon's Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary Director of Conservation, Marshall Olson. He updated the board on the Regional Ecosystem Restoration Project. The sanctuary cleared an additional 200 acres of invasive willow as part of their restoration efforts, resulting in the reestablishment of marshes and improved hydrology and wildlife habitat. Rory Feeney then presented an update on the Bird Rookery Swamp trail maintenance and access improvements. Because of the work that's been completed, the full 12-mile hiking and recreation trail is now reopened to the public. Candy Heater then presented the basin's fiscal year 22-23 final millage and budget for approval. The board approved the rolled back millage rate of .0978 mils for fiscal year 22-23, requesting that the governing board to levy ad valorem taxes within the Big Cypress Basin. And as a note, the basin's proposed tentative fiscal year 22-23 budget of $14,475,308 is $2.9 million less than our current budget, for a 17% decrease. We closed our meeting with technical and staff reports, and I would like to highlight the additional hydrological benefits we are seeing in the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. Just 1 year ago, we turned on the Fack Union pump station with only a portion of the canal plugged. You see it in this photo, the 2021 photo. This year, we reached the maximum of our over 3 miles of the canal that were plugged and completed. And natural sheet flow restoration is now visible all the way to the horizon. Major progress continues on this key Everglades restoration project, which will restore over 55,000 acres of native Florida wetlands and uplands, including primary panther habitat, and restore ecosystem connectivity in Southwest Florida. And I'd like to thank the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for working concurrently, or at least attempting to work concurrently to get this going. And I'm really encouraged by what's going on there. Finally, I'd like to report that concerned citizens continue to be engaged with the board during public comment regarding the proposed operational plan for the emergency pumps in the city of Bonita Springs. Their main concerns are the potential nutrients in the floodwater being pumped to the south into Collier County and the potential impact to the natural slough. The next Basin Board meeting is August 25th at 1:30, and that concludes my report, Mr. Chair, subject to any questions.
Colonel Roman, thank you very much for your efforts and for your report. Those pictures were really, really great to see. Not to be left out of the report category, I'd like to bring Drew Bartlett, our Executive Director, to give his report to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a few updates from the last board meeting. First of all, the district staff has kicked off our 2023 to 2028 strategic planning process, which right now is an internal process of pulling information together, lining it up with our mission statement and our efforts and our priorities. So we should be seeing the first draft go to the public in August. And I really appreciate the board looking at that and making sure it lines up with your goals. I'm confident that it will. The next thing I wanted to update you on is the C-43 Reservoir Project. As you know, the contractor has been behind schedule, and the contractor remains behind schedule. The latest report is 229 days behind schedule, which puts it at late 2024 for completion. We're not seeing a lot of improvement in productivity since the last time we talked. So what we're doing is basically increasing our reporting and oversight to the company from periodically to monthly on their performance. The good news is they're doing good work. Their review of the work they're doing is very good. It's just that the productivity is not there. So I think some of the efforts we're doing is we just want to be very transparent on what's going on out there. We are going to take a look at your monthly report on the C-43 project to make sure it has more details on schedule, on where they are with the schedule, so that the public also stays informed on the progress or lack thereof on the project. But good news is it's still good work. So there is a good project at the end of the road. It's just not timely. So on the A2 reservoir,
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes,
Bartlett,
yes,
before you
ma'am.
go on.
Yep.
Did you get a chance to meet the new CEO?
I have not. Nope.
Okay.
The governor's office has been making calls to try to talk to the new CEO, and that has not proved successful yet. But everyone is briefed on the status of this project, and there are attempts to reach the new CEO.
Thanks.
Yep. All right, on the A2 reservoir, so nothing has splashed yet on them issuing that contract that was protested for the inflow-outflow canal. I had a conversation with Colonel Booth on whether that would be done by this board meeting. He said we're going to get that contract issued this summer. And he explained to me that they know that the long pole in the tent, the hardest thing to build and get done on this reservoir is the embankment itself. They have a contract for the foundation of the embankment out and advertised right now, and all of their staff efforts are in making sure that stays on track to get awarded in September, because you can build the inflow-outflow canal later, and it still is there when the project is done. So their efforts are focused on making sure the embankment contracts proceed, and as staff time frees up, get this inflow-outflow canal contract awarded. But he still thinks that will get it awarded this summer. I mentioned during employee recognitions about the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project, the PPCA, or the project agreement with the Corps is signed now. Colonel signed it last night. And we had I'll let Jay talk about the meeting we had with stakeholders. On the SEP seepage wall around the 8.5 square mile area, we are on track to finish the first phase up in July, August timeframe. And you've seen the reports on how well that's working after we had that tropical event earlier this year. We have advertised the next 5 miles of seepage wall around, and we've actually opened the bids on that. And so once you open the bids, there's a 120-day window for awarding the contract and awarding the contract. The reason we need that 120 days is because we don't have a permit yet from the Corps, and we don't have an agreement on that length, that 5-mile stretch from the Corps yet. But they know about the 120 days. They have a schedule to try to get everything signed, whether it's a validation report, it's a project agreement, and it's a 408 permit within that 120-day period, which ticks off right at the beginning of November. So we're working with the Corps. Everything is moving forward, but that's the window we're in, that 120-day window right now.
Drew, this 5 miles, what direction is that going from the 8.5 square mile area? Is that going
So
north?
basically, on the western side of the 8.5 square mile area, we did the sensitive 2.3 miles, which is in the southern part of that 8.5 square mile area. Mm-hmm. And this 5 miles goes north around it and ties into the canal on the north side. Because then you have all the detention basins and pumps going south for now. That doesn't mean we're not looking at going south at some point from that, but the critical area that doesn't have that flood control features of detention basins does not exist north of our current project.
Right. Now, the mining industry come off the trail with 5 miles.
Yep.
So how far will you be connecting to that wall at this point in time?
No, what we found in our modeling is if we connect to the canal, then the flood control works. So that we can keep the 8.5 square mile area from cutting off the S333 structures.
Right. Got you. Thank you.
The last thing I have to report, second to last, is the Indian River Lagoon South. The director's report was signed by the Corps, so that could be sent to Congress. So Indian River Lagoon South is the one that includes the C-44 reservoir and STA, the C-23-24 reservoirs and STA, and the C-25 reservoir. The importance of this getting signed and sent to Congress is so Congress can adjust the authorized amount of funding for the Indian River Lagoon South project. So it is now in WRDA for an increase, and that increase allows us to sign a project partnership agreement with the Corps to build the C-25 reservoir and STA and to pursue natural lands features in Indian River Lagoon South. So that's good news. The Lako watershed, I reported last time, that is off schedule. So the authorization of that, the Corps is looking at getting that chief's report signed somewhere in the October to February timeframe, which could place it past WRDA 2022, which is unfortunate. But that's the status of that one.
Drew,
Yes.
what is I don't know if you can speak for the Corps, but they're in that 45-day comment period. What's their next steps? What's their process to getting that chief's report done? What all has to be done?
Really, after the comment period, that's really to update the EIS, which is the environmental impact statement. And so then it just is an internal process to make sure they have a record of decision pulled together and a chief's report pulled together for signature for the assistant secretary. So they'll sign that chief's report first, and then in the next month and a half or so, put together the record of decision in neat, tidy format, and then it's ready for Congress to consider. The last thing I have to talk about, which it's kind of a brag about, is a brochure that we put out for the public to get. And I know I have a copy in here somewhere, but you have copies up there for you. Here it is. And, Sean Shop does a great job communicating what's going on at the South Florida Water Management District, but he communicates what everybody else does, right? And so this is a great way to put stuff, to let the public know what we've been getting done, what we have, in the near future to achieve, and what our long-term project accomplishments can be. But the best part is it has a rundown of all the projects we're working on, and there's a little icon that looks like you're cutting a ribbon right next to it. It's like spicy on the menu, right? But it tells you that we're looking at a ribbon cutting in that window right there. And so you can see all that we've gotten done, completed, but it also looks like what's on the horizon and what we're getting done. And in the back, in the coming soon section, it talks about, as we're sitting here, what we can expect, like environmentally what we can expect. 100,000 acres of wetlands restored between Kissimmee and Picayune, right? It's just an amazing feats and amazing advances that we're all making. But we are really making an effort to really help everybody understand how we're making a difference as a water management district, and with the partnership of DEP and the state to get things done. So it's a great brochure, and I encourage you to look at it, and we'll certainly put it out on the table for the public to get. That's my report for today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Like spicy on the menu. We're going to move now to agenda item 10, general public comment. This is our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we'd ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. This comment period is typically for general comments not related to agenda items, and I really appreciate everyone's help in running an efficient meeting. Public comment for consent agenda items is item 13 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion agenda items will be heard after each presentation. The public had an opportunity to provide written comments prior to this meeting. I think we did receive one e-comment, and it's posted in the meeting materials. Rosie, do we have any general public comment?
We do, Mr. Vice Chairman. We're going to start with Dan DeLisi, followed by Kyla Shea, and then James Meyer.
Very good. Mr. DeLisi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I do want to start out by saying I was very saddened a few weeks ago to hear of the passing of former governing board member, Lee County Commissioner, 12 County Coalition member Frank Mann. There was a lot said about him in Lee County when that happened, and GS10 named after him. But he was a very special guy. For those of you who got to know him and meet him, I'm sure you enjoyed speaking with him. But just wanted to highlight that. I would like to ask for your indulgence. I need to leave to get over to Lee County to be in some meetings, and so I do want to talk about an agenda item if that's okay with you.
No issue.
Okay. So I want to make a couple comments on the proposal to roll back your millage. As you know, I've talked about this before. This is now the 12th year in a row that this board is voting to do this. I represent local governments throughout the state of Florida, both Democrat, Republican, very conservative, liberal. No one has managed their local governments like this. The district at this point in time is not just lean, it's lean to the bone. You can't continue to use one-time revenues to pay for recurring expenses. Where this really hurts is the district used to have robust flood control programs throughout the entire 16-county region, not just in areas that were part of the Central and Southern Flood Control District. Those areas have gotten squeezed out of programs that once were important because of budget cuts and the inability to fulfill your obligations that are mandated. Every year now you take on more responsibilities. You're mandated to build projects, but with those revenues to build the projects, you're not receiving revenues to maintain those projects. This is not the way that government should run. I'm not asking you guys to grow government. I'm not asking you to become big government. I'm not asking you to do something that is not the right way to manage government. I'm asking you to be a fiscally responsible government and do what's right, advocate what you need to advocate for, and fix your millage. Thank you.
Next, we have Kyla Shea, followed by James Meyer.
Good morning. I'm Kyla Shea. I'm the president of Trailside Homeowners Association. I spoke about a month ago about the situation with Palmar. It was a lovely 4th of July. There were 17 ammonium nitrate bombs that were shot into and exploded within Palmar. During the 4th of July weekend, we worked with Bush Wildlife, with the Treasure Coast Wildlife Preserve, and with Creature Safe Place in getting the 25 wounded wading birds that had been shot while in flight to somewhere that could potentially help them. We've had the opportunity to sit in on 2 Palmar Water District Management Boards of their meetings. I would like to encourage you to work with Martin County government, Palm Beach County government, and delete the Palmar Water District. They're doing absolutely nothing that they're supposed to be doing. The people that are buying out there feel that they are buying a free-for-all. The underlying impression is they can do whatever they want. They can hunt, they can ride, they can shoot. During that 4th of July weekend, 24/7 ATVs tore it up. They're concentrating specifically on lands that are owned by South Florida Water Management District and Martin County. I'm not sure of what's going on within Palm Beach County. We as a neighborhood and our surrounding neighbors are working on a report for you all. Bob Higgins at the Palmar Water Management Board said he had submitted a report that said no damage was done to the Palmar water system or any of the ecological system within the region of Palmar. That is a lie, and we're challenging it directly. Something needs to be done. I need you all to step up with us and fix this. Those wetlands and uplands are destroyed. There's rules on this, and we need help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shea. James Moore?
Good morning, Governing Board and staff. My name is Jim Moyer. I am now the Indian River Keeper, and I look forward to collaborating with you all on restoring the Indian River Lagoon and the St. Lucie Estuary in particular. Thank you very much for your hard work and the progress that has been done. It is really wonderful to see seagrass recovering in the lagoon as we speak. But it's not the time to slow down. It's the time to sort of redouble the efforts and make this habitat perform the way it can to recover and to be resilient as we know it can be. If the biodiversity is restored to the lagoon, it has a chance. If it doesn't get that way, if the sediment loads continue, we have a real struggle ahead of ourselves. And I think that we need to sort of look at suspended solids as one of the problems that we're really not addressing as completely as we need to. I think that we have a long way to go to get the water quality right. But I think that we really need to look at habitat function as well. And I hope that that's part of the agenda for the South Florida Water Management District in the southern end of the lagoon. And clearly the St. John's Water Management District needs to do the same in the northern end. But I look forward to collaborating with you all, and thank you very much for doing what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Next, we have Mike Nepper, followed by Jake Fortick.
Hello, today I want to talk about the recent spray job that the district was responsible for on the southern part of Lake Kissimmee. I hope all you guys have the photos that I gave you guys. The first set of photos are the S65 structure at the bottom of Lake Kissimmee. Just look at how blue the water was in 2017. The bottom photo was taken in May, right after your spray job turned the lake into a muddy mess. This is what herbicides are doing to every lake in this state. The second set of images is looking away from the structure, just a few hundred yards out in the bay. The top picture was taken 5 years ago in 2017. The bottom photo was taken in May, again, right after your spray job. The plants are what makes the water blue. We should not be killing any of them. These images should make you sick. The South Florida Water Management District is supposed to manage water so that it's clean and safe to drink. These lakes supply drinking water to millions of people. A few years ago, Governor Ron DeSantis rid the district of the stranglehold that the sugar industry had on the board, but he has failed to rid the district of the stranglehold that the chemical cartel has on this organization. The district and the FWC relies on IFAS to supply the science regarding herbicides, but IFAS gets 1/3 of its funding from the chemical companies. This is a huge conflict of interest. Jason Farrell, the director of IFAS, sits on the board of the most powerful chemical lobby group in Florida, the Florida Aquatic Plant Management Society. The district also has employees that sit on that same chemical lobby group. These government employees should be forced to resign these positions immediately. A large amount of the chemicals sprayed on our lakes comes from ChemChina, who is owned by the Communist government of China. In August of 2020, the U.S. Department of Defense issued a list of companies that they felt posed a real threat, and ChemChina was on that list. Our government has said that China is our biggest threat. So why in the world are you guys buying chemicals from our worst enemy and dumping them in our lakes? This shouldn't be acceptable to any American. I want to end by showing you the last photo in my book. It is from East Lake Toho 2 years ago, just right after the drawdown. This is an area of the lake that the mud that is caused by all the spraying was scraped off of the bottom. You can see a square area that they had to leave because there were some special plants. But look how clear the water is everywhere else that the mud was removed. This is how our lakes are supposed to look like. And the bass fishermen are slaying the bass right now. And there is a record number of snail kites nesting on this lake. So I can't believe that I have to come to these meetings and beg you guys to
Mr.
quit
Nepper, if you could
spraying.
wrap up your comments?
I'm almost done. Spraying poisons in our lakes. It's killing all of our wildlife and our people. You guys know it's all wrong, so let's end it before it's too late.
Thank you, Mr. Nepper. Next, we have Jake Forchick.
Good morning. Jake Foytick with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Thank you guys for having me this morning. Appreciate the opportunity. I just want to say briefly that Farm Bureau and agriculture in general appreciates the inclusion of all stakeholders in all of y'all's processes. The district has been great at including everybody, having open public comment opportunities, opportunities to comment on drafts, environmental impact statements. So we appreciate all the work that's gone into including all stakeholders. Florida Farm Bureau Federation is a grassroots organization. We rely on our county farm bureaus and our 134,000 plus member families across the state, many of which are in South Florida. They guide us in our decision making and in our policies. Some of those policies, one of them in particular is to fully support SERP and all aspects of SERP and all included Everglades restoration programs, with the acknowledgement that any changes may be based in sound scientific science and a cost-benefit analysis. So just wanted to say thanks for the opportunities, and we're here to support SERP in all aspects as we go along. And if you ate today, thank a farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Foytick. Mr. Vice Chairman, switching now to the virtual participants. We're going to start with Kara Kapp, followed by a caller with the last four numbers of 5372, and then Richard Weiskopf.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me comment virtually. I'm Kara Kapp with National Parks Conservation Association. I hope you're doing well today. Since the last governing board meeting, I had the opportunity to visit Florida Bay at the invitation of our friends at Everglades National Park, who hosted a tour with Assistant Secretary of the Department of the Interior, Shannon Estenos. Drew Bartlett also attended, Colonel Booth, and leaders from FWC, USGS, and some of our other partners like Audubon and Captains for Clean Water. It was a really beneficial discussion. And I really wanted to, after that event, offer our thanks from NPCA to the district for your leadership and progress specifically on the seepage wall at the 8.5 square mile area. On the tour, Drew shared some amazing images with us showing that already the seepage wall is successful at keeping our water where we want it in Everglades National Park while protecting the adjacent community from undue flooding. And I wanted to highlight something that I think is really key that we talked about. We don't have to wait for projects to be fully complete before we start seeing benefits. We can and do achieve incremental ecosystem benefits even as construction is still ongoing. And we're seeing the benefits to Florida Bay already with the progress being made on that seepage wall. And that project was a huge point of discussion among the agency leaders. So I just wanted to make sure the governing board knew that all of the agency leads are appreciative and excited about that project and all the progress moving forward. Another significant discussion was the focus and investment in science. And I was very excited to learn that USGS got federal funding to advance a huge monitoring project throughout the Greater Everglades later this year. Nick Aumann called it their, quote, science snapshot. Basically, it takes tremendous insight about the progress of where we are in various areas throughout the Greater Everglades at the exact same moment, so we can get a really clear picture about our restoration needs and opportunities. And we know that we always want to be grounding our work in science, so that's so important. So overall, just an exciting time for the Everglades. We have a ton of positive momentum, and this agency is a huge part of that. MPCA is definitely interested in some of the discussion items later on today, so I'll hold my comments on WERP and the reservoir for later. I'm looking forward to watching the rest of the meeting, and I appreciate all of you for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kapp. Next, we have a caller with the last four numbers of 5372. You're recognized to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, Mr. Martin. How are you?
Good. Drew Martin with the Conservation Chair of the Lax Edge Group of the Sierra Club, and I want to talk about a proposed land swap which we oppose in the, the County Commission of Palm Beach County is talking about swapping 650 acres from the Ag Reserve to I think it's Indian Trails Improvement District, and we believe this would be a huge mistake. This land is currently in active agriculture, but we think more than that, that having land in the Ag Reserve of Palm Beach County, which, as you know, is not the same as the Everglades agricultural area, is important from a flooding issue, because we think having open space does have the potential to help reduce flooding in a hurricane event. Even though I know that you do drain agricultural fields, it gives you an option if you have flooding to allow agricultural fields to take up a portion of the water, thus reducing the risk to the neighborhoods. We think that there is enough development already in the Agricultural Reserve of Palm Beach County, and that there does not need to be another 1,200 homes that would come with this development. We also are concerned about this from a climate standpoint, because we believe that agricultural lands are better at sequestering carbon than development. So we are encouraging you, if you have any authority over this, or if you're part of the approval process, that you oppose this land swap, and it's in a swap for land held in conservation by GL Homes and transferring it to their development rights from land they have in the Indian Trail Improvement District. And I don't have a clock, so am I out of time?
You have about 50 seconds left.
Oh, okay. I wanted to just mention I did participate in your workshop on climate change, and I am impressed with the modeling and the work you're doing at the South Florida Water Management District, and I definitely want to compliment your team. I am, however, concerned that I think there needs to be a long-range plan to have water go west at some point, because I don't believe in the long run you will be able to rely on canals moving water to the ocean as sea level rises. So I hope you will have some alternative plans in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Richard Weiskopf, followed by Nyla Pipes, and then Mark Perry.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you.
Okay, hi. This is Rich Weiskopf. I'm a professor at the University of Miami. I had become a groupie of these monthly meetings, and the last half of a year, I haven't attended because I've had classes on Thursday that I made the unfortunate decision of scheduling for Thursday. So that won't happen again, and I want to be back in contact with all of you. I want to talk about something that I don't think is on your agenda at all. It's 800 acres in the Homestead area of Miami-Dade County. And right now, there's a logistics center that a group of owners want the land changed, rezoned from agriculture to industrial land. Unfortunately, it's right off the turnpike. It's a beautiful location for a trucking center. However, it's very close to Biscayne Bay. It will be a cork in a canal. That's the C-102, which drains south, goes from west to east. It connects the L-31 and the C-111 with the Biscayne Bay outlet. So it's the central part of South Dade. Now, if you put a cork there, there's definitely chances of flooding. And there was a report written by the district criticizing this entire project. In spite of all the good science and engineering that went into it, I, as the economist, looked at the economic benefits, and they were advertised as to create 10 to 15,000 jobs. And who could argue with that? Because all of science disappears as soon as you talk about a lot of jobs. So I bought the software. This is all working with Hold the Line. The software that they had used in order to estimate jobs and recalculate it. And the truth is, here are the numbers. There's about 4 landowners that would benefit, become millionaires on the basis of inexpensive ag land becoming industrial land. There are a total of 16 landowners in the entire area, many of which oppose this eventuality. The job estimate of 15,000 jobs is really in the hundreds of jobs because the industry is nothing more than these centers that we're familiar with. FedEx, Amazon, Walmart. It's basically all machines. There'll be very few jobs for people. The key loser in all this are the 1,500 families that live in the 4 or 5 sections around the area that was originally, it's a beautiful agricultural area, tree farms and corn. And when that becomes 10-foot rise of cement plaza for these factories and trucks, it'll be entirely different. So I want the district to buy the land and make it a natural park instead of an industrial park. And we'll share it with the Miami-Dade Parks Department. And it'll be an agricultural, recreation, and nature preserve. That's what I'd like to see.
Thank you, Mr. Wyckoff. Next, we have Nyla Pipes, followed by Mark Perry.
Hello, this is Nyla. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you, Ms. Pipes.
Thank you. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I am really thrilled to hear of all the work we're doing on IRL South as somebody who has worked really hard at bringing that to the top of the integrated delivery schedule over the last several years. However, there is one portion of IRL South that continues to cause concern for local residents living in both St. Lucie and Martin County. And I am here today to ask you to put it on your radar and to work with the Army Corps of Engineers to make it a more public process. That particular project is the interconnect canal between the C-23 and the C-44. There is currently on the Jacksonville website a public comment period for this pump station that's to be built. And in that public comment period, they're presenting a plan that requires approximately 18.41 acres of wetlands and 10.72 acres of surface waters to be affected. And it seems that there's a lot of uncertainty as far as how this is going to affect the wetland species, wood storks, other endangered species in that area. And I just feel that we have not had enough public comment or real public meetings about this particular project. And I understand, right? We have to have this interconnect so that basically the EAA reservoir and the rest of SEP meet the, requirements for Lake Okeechobee and water supply. I get that it's a big part of SEP. However, it's a small project that has a lot of local impact, and I feel that the local residents are being completely left out of the conversation. One of the concerns, and the reason I'm bringing it to you today, is that a lot of these district lands, or a lot of these wetlands are in district ownership. So I encourage you guys to look at this and to not just sort of brush it aside because all we're doing is digging one little canal. It's one little canal in an area that has historically been undeveloped. And I think that the impacts deserve a hard look. And I think that the local residents and people who know and love these lands deserve a little bit better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Next, we have Mark Perry, followed by Sean Batel.
Yes, good morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic Society. We're, just concluding in June World Ocean Month, and we're trying to bring attention, of course, to the oceans of the world. But basically, that's Florida, 1,200 miles of coastline surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, Gulf of Mexico, but we have over 8,000 miles of intertidal shorelines, and that includes all our bays and estuaries and really critical areas that are the nursery grounds for so many of our life that is around our ocean environment. So as we kind of concluded that, we understand that the world's oceans going under some really critical situations, but we also understand the estuaries are doing much better now, particularly the northern estuaries and the East Coast here and Indian River, St. Lucie Estuary. We haven't had major discharges in over years, and it's been recovering now with seagrass and other things. I know Jackie Thurlow-Lippisch might shed some light on that later on, as she's been out there personally observing some of the recovery of the seagrass and oyster reefs in our estuary environment. I do want to compliment too that the IDS schedule of 2021, we're making progress in that. And as your agenda shows, in the Western Everglades project and the EA Reservoir project, moving forward and getting those things going, we can, see that progress moving forward. Also IRL South. I mean, those of us who were a long time ago and watched it get authorized in WRDA 2007, that's 15 years ago, when we started to realize how long these kind of things take to actually get implemented. We've got a lot of momentum going. We've got a lot of good funding support, both federally and statewide, and we need to put those together and keep that progress moving forward so that we can really, really get the system right and get the water right here in Florida. Not only for the estuaries, but all of the Everglades, all the restoration that needs to happen to improve our water conditions throughout the district's area. So I think we're on the right road and the right track. Looking forward to kind of progressing with all the WRDA projects and IDS projects. So keep up the good work. Let's keep things moving forward, and thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next, we have Sean Batel. Sean, if you could unmute your mic.
*6.
Mr.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we hear you. Thank you.
All right. Well, my name is Sean Batel. I live in Miami, Florida. I'm a science teacher down here, and I'm also an outdoorsman who enjoys both the Everglades National Park System and Big Cypress. And I'm wondering if this is an appropriate time to offer or ask questions and ask about the work project number 29 on the agenda.
No, there should be at agenda item 29. There'll be an opportunity for public comment later. As we go into the specific comments on specific agenda items, that would be the appropriate time to raise your hand.
Okay. Do we have an approximate idea of when that would be, or an idea approximately when that item would come up?
It's hard to say, but it's certainly going to be after the lunch break.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Beitel. Mr. Vice Chairman, I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, great. So now we'll move on to board member comment. We will, of course, include our board members, Goss and Steinle, who are appearing by Zoom, but we will start with those here in person. And let me put you on the spot, Jackie Thurlow-Lippisch.
Thank you very much. I have about 8 things. I'll try to be fast and succinct. First of all, thank you to Ms. Kyla Shea for coming again to speak about Palmar. And I want to thank the district for beginning efforts on the situation in Palmar with 2 gates put up. And I can tell you that our lawyer, Julia LaMonaco, has been outstanding in her communications with Martin County. This is an incredibly complex situation, one that gets my blood boiling when I hear about any animals being hurt and our lands being destroyed. But I know in time this will legally come into a better place. And perhaps it is a good time to give an update to the board on this so that it makes more sense when these things come up, in person or however. Number 2, thank you to our new Indian River Lagoon keeper, Jim Moyer, for being here. Boy, did the Indian River Lagoon score getting him. Scientist, amazing family, And just so you know, in his spare time, he frees right whales from being caught up in plastic. Goes out on a boat, jumps on their back, and gets the plastic off the right whales, an endangered species who have babies in our area on the East Coast. Incredible. There's only like a few hundred left. And so if he's not afraid of that, I know he's not afraid of anything. Welcome, Jim. Also, Mike Knepper from Martin County. I want to thank Mike for being here and bringing to our attention with the very clear photographs about the situation. I think I called on this when this was going on. I talked to staff when this was going on. And of course, everybody always says that we're doing the best that we can. We're doing the best that we can. I challenge us to look and see if we are really doing the best that we can. And in this situation, from what I understand, it pretty much happens every year. You can plan for those plants to be coming through, and so maybe we could start taking them out when we know they're coming. It's just like a plant blooms, you know when it's coming, because it is horrible to see the deterioration of these waters. Something really positive, I'm wearing my purple for the second month in a row because Mr. Bergeron was kind enough to grace me with the purple jacket, which is water reuse. And so I'm trying once a month at least to do something for water reuse. And I'm learning so much cool stuff about water reuse, I can't believe it, I just want to make something quick. I went on a field trip with Stacy Adams and Kathy LaMartina to the Hutchison Island. They call it the Water Reclamation Plant. What this is, because I've lived here my whole life, is this is the Indian River Lagoon sewage treatment plant, okay, from the late 30s and 40s. And it was an amazing thing to see what they're doing at the Fort Pierce utility, Fort Pierce, what is that, Drew? FPU Authority. Utility Authority.
Yeah.
Fort Pierce Utility Authority. All those acronyms get to me. But there were about 10 people from there, and then there were, it was just incredible. And they were showing us how they were basically like toilet to tap. You know, how they're bringing the water from the sludge and all the stuff. When I was a kid, Ben, sometimes when you were water skiing, there was a log floating down the Indian River Lagoon. I'm not kidding, because it was straight, we have to know this. It was straight sewage back in the early days. I'm not kidding, that went into the Indian River Lagoon. Think of how far we have come. Now we're making water out of that one day we may be able to drink. And what they're doing with it, what their hope to do with it, is that they want to move this plant. They want to move it off of Hutchison Island, where it's so vulnerable. Dorian could have destroyed it under 9 feet of water. And they want to move it 5 miles west, and they want to use the water from the sewage plant. They like to call it a reclamation plant. It's a sewage plant. From the sewage plant to cool the utilities. Isn't that amazing? So you'd use the water from the plant to cool the utility. I mean, these are cool things. If I were back in the classroom with my kids, they would love this stuff. And it is something really positive with all of the difficulties. And so I'm having fun wearing the purple jacket. And I hope that we can support Fort Pierce Utility in their efforts to get that vulnerable plant. They've been trying to do this for about 20 years, to get it off of Hutchison Island and onto the mainland, because that's good stuff. Seagrass in the St. Lucie River. My husband got me out on the river last Saturday, and I was wondering why he was being so like, you've got to be on time. And so I got out there, and it was unbelievable. It was super low tide, so everything was exposed, and you could see seagrass. And yes, there was microalgae on it, and there were conchs and fighting conchs and all sorts of little critters, and it was fantastic. And I have pictures, I wrote a blog, terribly inspirational, and full credit goes to the South Florida Water Management District and the Army Corps of Engineers. I talked about it on the Periodic Scientist call. I've never done that in 12 years on that call, but I wanted to show those pictures. We achieved something. We achieved success. It's not like it was when I was a kid, but it's back. And now we try to save it and not destroy it. And I just want to thank the Army Corps, and I want to recognize that Mother Nature has cut us a break too. So, two really exciting things. Also on the Periodic Scientist call, I was really excited to hear that Bluefield and Scott water farms are already like holding all this water. You know, I mean, it's super cool, like right off the bat. And those are ribbon cuttings we just had last year. You know, good for them and good for us. The NEEP in our packet. Thank you for putting this together. I think Jennifer Reynolds does it mostly. Very exciting. The things that you were talking about. I was hoping though that you would. They're talking about a new STA next to Taylor in the Taylor Creek area, which will be a big help. I didn't know what BOMA Mescombe facility was in Caloosahatchee, so I hope someone will bring that up today. And again, Scott and Bluefield are mentioned on here, and they deserve a lot of credit for all they're doing. You also brought up the BMAPs, and you gave us a link to where we can go to read about it. Since I'm on the board of the South Florida Water Management District, I would like to ask that you provide a summary of what that BMAP update says, and that you talk about it here, because I've requested it for about 3 or 4 times, and it doesn't get done. And that's okay, but this goes right back to our very beginning days of asking about BMAPs and how we tie in within the triangle, and we cannot ignore our role in the BMAPs. EAA Reservoir, exciting, can't wait for that contract, and that is the main goal for Governor DeSantis, who has been the most incredible governor since I've been involved with this, helping our environment, and thank you to him. I had to mention that the Rivers Coalition, of which I've been a part of forever, now I'm just a member, they did what would be called like a Freddie exercise. You know how the district does the Freddie exercise, like the hurricane's coming, and it's incredible, and they go through the whole thing like the hurricane's coming and they plan. Well, it almost made me cry, but I was also really proud of the Rivers Coalition for their whole meeting last month was dedicated to what would we do if we'd had another algae bloom? What would we do? And I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, that's good, but that's kind of poignant. That's kind of sad. I want to live in a world where we don't have to. Maybe we plan for hurricanes, but not for algae blooms. And Indian River Lagoon South. Thank you, Drew, for that good news. Thank you, Army Corps, for that good news. And I can tell you now that Maggie Herchella, who is, God bless her soul, she also, all of those people fought for this years and years and years ago. And to see this coming into fruition is yet another wonderful inspiration when sometimes we have a tendency in our society to focus on the negative. We cannot just focus on the negative because it will bring us down. We have to think about all the great things we're doing. And the South Florida Water Management District has a great record of doing great things. Thank you.
Okay, Colonel Roman.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one thing. I'd like to compliment Sean Cooley and his team for this excellent brochure they put together. It's very timely. I know that I just received a request from media to make some quotes on how we know that we're getting more water south, and This certainly is a great handout to provide to media and also, update our projects as we we complete them or do ribbon cuttings and groundbreaking. So this will be really, really handy for us, and I just want to give you a shout out. Thanks so much for you and your team for doing such a great job. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Let's see, a couple comments here. To begin with, a couple thanks. I fielded several phone calls here over the last month as we transition from spring into summer. Low water levels up in KCH, Kissimmee, Cypress Hatch, Naha, and the chain of lakes up there. And I want to thank John and Lawrence as I got I really dug into how we manage water up there here in the last month. And Sue Lynn spent, I don't know, a couple hours on the phone with me. We just kind of go over everything, and I want to thank the three of y'all because it's a delicate situation. I know we've been, John, I'm sure you'll address it. We've been dry in that area. I know from my perspective, we had 43 inches of rain last year in my little rain gauge, and this time last year I was sitting at 24 inches. This year I'm sitting at 13 inches, and I know I'm just one spot. But, you'll have it in the conditions report of where we're at. But we just haven't had the rainfall that this year that we've had in years past. And it's caused those lakes to get low. It's caused some navigation issues for some folks. But digging into the data, right down to monitoring DO and in the Kissimmee River and keeping that going, I've got full confidence in that district is threading the needle when it comes to managing the system on the north end. And I just wanted to give y'all thanks there. It's a good reminder. I don't know if y'all have seen it. Social media, I come across some posts. West Texas is in a pretty bad drought right now. They showed a local livestock market up there with trailers loaded with cattle 4 miles long, backed up, waiting to take those cattle to the sale barn because they're so dry they don't have they can't afford, they can't get the hay or feed to be able to feed those cattle. So they're having to liquidate their cattle. You read the national news, look at the national news, you look at California, the southwestern states, and the drought that they're going through. I mean, you hear about this reservoir, it's 117 feet lower this year than it was last year. And you read about some of the major cutbacks that are happening there. Serious cutbacks. Municipalities, agriculture, and it's causing some folks, just not to have crops. But you look at West Texas, you look at, you've got the cattle, they've lost a cotton crop in West Texas already. It's just it's a good reminder to me and hopefully to everybody else of the reason we regionalize food production within a country. Food production, food security, and water security, water supply security. I'll tell you, we are blessed to live where we are. We've got our issues, but when it comes, we're a lot better off, and the way we manage things are a lot better off than maybe other parts of the country, and I'm proud of what we do here. Couple things. We had a public comment that came into us beforehand on Istapoga. John, will you be able to kind of address a little bit of that in your report? Okay, I appreciate that. I had a constituent call on Kogan grass in the L1 Canal. And I saw Roy here earlier, but I kind of put it on Rory Feeney. Kogan grass is another one of those invasives. But we've got some Kogan grass that's popped up there. It's a tough weed to kill, and but just a good reminder that the district is on it, and he contacted the field station, and that's just a tough one. It takes 3 years to be able to knock that weed back, but it is one that spreads real easy, and it's been on landowners, especially ranch lands, minds, and you see it growing on the side of the grass. DOT works on it on roadways, but I appreciate the district looking into that. Finally. When I pulled in the parking lot for our last real meeting, last big meeting a month ago, just as I pulled in, I got a call from Kyle Patterson, and him and his family, they own some land around the IRL South, around the STA. That's under construction right now. And construction traffic was kind of causing some issues on the roadway, and he was wondering if we'd look into it. So during the board meeting, I got with Ms. Reynolds, and I had Kyle send me some pictures. Just I didn't know what road he was talking about, I think Flume Road. But we began to work on it, and before the end of the meeting, my wife had sent me a text. Said, hey, she knows I like to take the scenic routes sometimes. She said, don't come home 70, it's shut down. About 20 minutes after I left the meeting, I got a call from a friend that 35-year-old FWC senior investigator officer, Kyle Patterson, was killed in the wrong way accident. I just want to take this opportunity to send my condolences to his wife, Alicia, 2 kids. I got to meet his dad unexpectedly at a Farm Bureau meeting here 2 weeks ago, and we shared some thoughts. I shared this recent story with him, but I want to thank Ms. Reynolds. I want to thank the Corps for looking into the issue, expediting that issue, and doing what we can to help that local landowner around the project we're working on. But my condolences to FWC officer, senior investigator Kyle Patterson, his family.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Mr. Bergeron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Doing such a great job today. I just want to say, and I'll be brief, but what a great honor it is to sit with this board. Great honor for all of us to make a difference for South Florida and 9 million people, and such a great honor to represent all our stakeholders, and such a great honor to have such a great staff of approximately 1,500 strong that is bringing forward the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world. It's quite an undertaking, but you know what we've all accomplished? It's all about we. There's no I's and me's. With all these projects that have started, approximately 50 of them that we've had ribbon cuttings on jobs completed and jobs starting. The momentum and the leadership of our governor is impeccable. And the future of South Florida is the journey of water. You know, the journey of water is the life of Florida. The quantity, quality, timing, and distribution, the most important resource on the planet. And I just want to say it's a great honor for me to be a part of that. And I want to congratulate all of us for the seepage wall. You don't really realize, a lot of people don't realize what does that mean. That means that water can flow year-round through the 333 structures, not shut off Shark River Slough. Billions of gallons of water in the first stage of modified water delivery. I am so excited. And due to the leadership of this board and our staff and the Corps, removing the old Tamiami Trail, we'll get into the details on understanding that there's an 80-mile face of the Tamiami Trail, one of the largest dams in the world, and we're going to continue, and we'll talk about it later on with Colonel Reynolds, about being able to get water beyond the Tamiami Trail west of the L-28 with additional culverts, 3 additional culverts, part of Western Everglades, where the water continues to flow southwest to the 10,000 Islands by gravity, naturally. So as we continue to go forward, one of the biggest steps that I see is the equalization of water levels with shared adversity and shared impact through a global system. And we've spent $1 billion, bridges, 3.6 miles of bridges. We've spent all this money. Now we have to remove these little missing links, these barriers. And actually, we're doing them one at a time. And I will get into more details on that, but the day that modified water delivery is implemented, phase 2, once the road is raised and should be completed maybe 2.5 years from now, all of this equalization and the billions of dollars that we spent, we will be getting the benefit. And I'm just so excited. Stop seagrass from dying, where we're feeding manatees for the first time I've ever heard of. But we're on a great path, and I'm sure honored to be a part of it. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Before we go to our board members on Zoom, I'm going to make just 2 brief comments. Number one is we have a wonderful cross-section here in this government agency of dealing with a variety of different governments, Seminoles, Miccosukee tribes, federal agencies, state agencies, local, regional, and whatnot. But one of the most important things to me is our engagement with the public. Many times people come to make public comment on issues that I'm, at least from my perspective, already aware of or well briefed on. It's really, I'm most happy when people come in and make comments on items that I'm not necessarily prepared for. And I think today, at least for me, there was chock full of comments that I was not necessarily, that were not necessarily on my radar. And so what I would just say to you guys is I would like to be contacted and briefed on the public comment. I will get with you guys on the ones that I think were important today, but there were a bunch. And I think they were all full of information on issues that I may not have been aware of. The Palmar saying, okay, you hear these things, but people come in, they make impactful statements. The comments on the chemical stuff, I mean, that's, that to me is an important issue. I'd like to know more about it. So I just want to say, I do hope we can take notes of these public comments. I would like to get more comfortable and educated on some of these issues so that at least I'm up to speed, at least mentally, and able to process this stuff. So that's number one. Number two is, this is very exciting. This piece that was put together, it is hard. I mean, I can't tell you how hard it is to fit what we do on one page. I mean, it's hard to do. Look, we're just, it's the projects that we do, the things we handle, the engagement that the district is involved in, the projects are complex. They take time. They go through all these massive chronological timelines. People got to make comments. They go through these things. It is hard to synthesize it and put it down into something that, and Jackie talks about it a lot, how do people who are not briefed by a staff who's so smart, how are people who show up, they're eager to learn, they're curious, they got a particular issue that's troubling them, or they're passionate about, how do they understand what we're doing? It is not easy to translate what we do. This is an awesome piece of paper. I mean, the packet's great. The one that you called with the spicy menu, the 50 items, you can really, I mean, you look at this and it is just positioned perfectly on this page. From groundbreaking, the whole thing, state-led Everglades projects, and then you go into the groundbreakings we've had, you go into the projects that were completed, you go to the ones that have reached a major milestone, you've got the stuff with estimated completion dates there. It's exciting. And this is a feel-good. I mean, when I look at this, I feel really good about this. So, Sean, that was a fantastic job. I know that this was because I remember talking to you earlier when it was not 48, it was 37, but you know, the train doesn't stop and things keep going. But it was like, wait a second, how many, because we'd have all these ribbon cuttings or these groundbreakings, and it was like, well, like how many of these have we done? And it was like a lot. And then once we started putting the list together, and then, you know, the thing about people at the district is that, like, they don't stop working, right? So we get the list together. It's like, how do we get this thing a little bit better? How do we get it a little bit better? This is awesome. And so thank you for this. I think it's a wonderful, and this is also awesome, by the way. You know, the map, and you can just see the scope of and the area of what we're encompassing. So very, very cool. But I would like to get briefed on the public comments components. I think they were very important. And I just want to say that your work's not unnoticed. It's not just what we're doing, but this is really, really good tool for a variety of reasons.
And Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, I got to recognize my staff and Jennifer Reynolds' staff who spent countless hours pulling together the information and just putting this in a document that the public can understand.
It is wonderful.
They did an amazing job.
Thank you to all of you. It's really, really, really good. And with that, we will move to our two members on Zoom. Mr. Steinle.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So really excited to hear, not that I was in the dark, but very excited to hear that what Drew mentioned, that we've moved ahead and signed the project agreement with the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project. That's a mouthful. And just great to hear we're continuing to move forward. So thanks to the team. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to congratulate you on the rulemaking. I also want to thank staff for organizing. Drew and I and others took a site visit with some Palm Beach County and Everglades Law Center folks to the C-18. That's the Mecca, what folks know as the Mecca Reservoir. And this is, you know, one of many important components that addresses the delivery of water that has been, you know, the traditional flow of water to the Loxahatchee obviously has been impacted by drainage projects that have affected the watershed. So this is one component that will restore the flow of water to the river, a very important one. Over the course of the planning, which has been years and years, there have been questions and honestly understandable concerns about what the reservoir actually is, its size, its depth, et cetera. So really appreciate, we had Palm Beach County's administrator, we had Palm Beach County we had, again, Everglades Law Center join us out at the site so that we could see, you know, where it was, the context of it, and we discussed a few things. We discussed distance from homes. We discussed, obviously, the safety requirements of reservoirs required by the Army Corps of Engineers, the seepage canal. Most importantly, we discussed the how the reservoir compares to other project reservoirs. And this really, we don't want to say it's an FEB, a flowway, but it is very unique to other reservoirs in our project list. The depth is 4 to 7 feet. It averages about 4.5 feet. So really a shallower holding component that we went through. And I think over time, there's been more understanding around what this reservoir is, its essential purpose, and the fact that it is not a massive, holding tank like many of our projects, but very important in its design to restoring consistent flow. So I think that really helped to build continued support for the process and for the project. We are, as we have been continuing throughout the planning, to talk with local stakeholders and regional stakeholders, and we'll continue to do that, specifically around how local projects could enhance the project, enhance the LOX project. And there are a number of exciting elements that we think could really drive efficiencies, costs, and performance. And so we'll continue that. Oh, I should also mention another component or factor that we hadn't really discussed before is that obviously the district with STAs and other elements has had a long history of keeping these natural areas open to the public. We would expect with this reservoir that there's public access, that there's usage via, canoes, kayaks, that it would be a productive fishing area open to the public. So I think that also is another benefit, extended benefit of the project. And then comments on two of the public comments. Thank you, Dan DeLisi, for talking through sort of budgeting. I want to say that we do recognize the fiscal situation. We do recognize incoming revenue from an ad valorem perspective, as well as state and federal funding. And we do recognize that our project base is growing, and therefore the O&M of operating will continue to increase. And so we have been, as we have rolled back where we have needed, we have been really fortunate to have state support through DEP and other budgets in cases where we need to close the gap. I expect that we don't want to rely on that forever. So this is on the table in terms of what we are focused on going forward. And I think those are helpful comments that Dan made. And then Paul Maher, Jackie, thank you for sort of digging into this. And I continue to be interested. And as I understand it, staff has made good progress towards moving in the right direction. I understand there's a bunch of legal items, but clearly this is an important issue that district, especially since its component is district land, needs to stay on top of. So I would support or strongly support continued work on that. I think that's it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Steinle. And last but certainly not least, our chairman, Chauncey Goss.
Hey, thanks very much, Vice Chair, and thank you for taking the gavel today. I'll be brief and save most of my remarks for our discussion items. I would like to continue the group gush a little bit about the document that John and his group put together. I just love the title, Everglades Restoration is Working. And I think that really boils it down to a nutshell of what we're doing each and every day. I'd like to thank Ms. Shea and Mr. I think it was Neffer for coming in and taking the time to come in and to let us know what's going on. The Palomar situation is something I don't really understand very well. I'm really glad to know that our legal team's looking at it. I think we need to get to the bottom of it and make sure we protect our lands while there. And then the aquatic vegetation removal is something that is an ongoing issue for us, and I think we need to be made aware when we're not doing as well as we can and try and, as Jackie said, do better. I'd like to sort of finish my brief comments on a somber note and follow up a little bit on what Mr. DeLisi said. I want to acknowledge the death of Frank Mann, who was really a true statesman. He died in late June. He was a sitting Lee County commissioner. He's a former state senator. He's a former state representative, and he served with distinction as a governing board member for the district. He really knew our issues well. I used to talk to him about them a lot. He set the bar so high for anyone in elected and appointed service, and he was always such a gentleman. He's a mentor to me and epitomized all that public service is meant to be. He's going to be missed, and my condolences go out to Mary Lee and Frank Jr. and his entire family. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. With board comment over, we're on to agenda item number 12, which is to ask board members if they wish to move any items on the consent agenda to the discussion, and we will, of course, include Chairman Goss and Mr. Steinle in those comments. So if anybody would like to move a consent agenda item to a discussion item, please speak now.
No.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move to public comment on consent agenda items. And Rosie, do we have any raised hands or cards submitted for public comment on items 15 to 26 of the consent agenda?
We do, Mr. Vice Chairman. We have one raised hand. MD Mustafa, you're recognized to speak.
If you press *6, you'll be able to unmute your.
Yeah. I'm MD Ghulam Mustafa from Bangladesh.
Okay, Mr. Mustafa?
Mr. Mustafa?
Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you. You're live now on the public meeting. If you want to make comment on the consent agenda item.
Yeah. Actually, I am very excited for water management development with your team. I see. I'm interested in Bangladesh water management system developing. If you any opportunity, please advise me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public comments on consent agenda items, Rosie?
No, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay, great. We're going to move to board vote on consent agenda.
Would you like a motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay. I'd like to make a note that item number 17 requires a 2/3 approval vote, and Chairman Goss will be abstaining from item number 16. But now we're going to vote on the consent agenda. Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Ms. Thurlow-Lipich.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, and we'll go now to Mr. Steinle on Zoom.
Yes.
Okay, and to Chairman Goss, noting your abstention from item number 16.
I'm a yes. Thank you.
We are now going to move to, with the consent agenda passed, we'll now move to the technical reports, and let us call Mr. Mitnick to the floor.
All right, morning, board members. As usual, I'm going to run through the water conditions report. So taking a look back at the last couple of months and rainfall, you'll see that overall for June, we wound up with a surplus of rainfall, about 1.5 inches surplus district-wide. That is very misleading, which you'll see here in the next slide. Looking over here on the left-hand side, that 1.5 inch surplus, while measured throughout the entire 16 counties, as you can see by looking at this graphic here on the left-hand side, that the majority of that rainfall was in either the lower East Coast or the lower West Coast, with Miami-Dade and Broward having about 167% above normal rainfall, and the Southwest Coast having about 134% above normal. I know each of the board members have heard me say numerous times it's not only how much it rains, but where it rains is what matters. So for the month of June, although it finished up, with that surplus district-wide, you can see up here in the upper Kissimmee, and Mr. Butler's comments were reflective of that a little bit earlier in the meeting, they only got just about 64% of normal rainfall. So they're running about a 3-inch deficit for the month of June up there in the upper Kissimmee. And you see that sort of translate on down to lake levels that Mr. Butler was talking about. That lack of rainfall in the upper chain of lakes haven't allowed East Lake Toho, or Lake Kissimmee to start to rise up towards their regulation schedule as you would normally see for this time of year. So here we are, arguably about 2 months into the wet season, and we haven't had a whole lot of rain in the northern portions of the system in the upper chain of lakes in the Kissimmee River Valley. And Lawrence will talk a little bit more about the ecological conditions along the river. But for right now, we have closed off S65, which is the outlet for Lake Kissimmee that feeds the restored reaches of the Kissimmee River. So we're no longer moving water out of Lake Kissimmee down the river. And we're trying to strike that balancing act between what Mother Nature has given us and, quite frankly, what Mother Nature needs in the river itself. So that'll be a continuing issue that we deal with as we move forward until it begins to rain again and we get substantial rains up there in the upper chain of lakes. So as I said, those lake levels are just relatively flat in each of the three lakes, East Toho, Toho, and Lake Kissimmee. Kissimmee had a little bit of rise here, but not very appreciably as you would expect for the first part of the rainy season. I included this graphic this month. It's not one that you've typically seen before in the past. This is Lake Istapoga. So where you're looking at is on the northwest side of Lake Okeechobee. Lake Istapoga sits up there in the Indian Prairie Basin. It too has a federal regulation schedule depicted here in the graphic, similar to all the chain of lakes that you see in the previous graphic for Toho, East Toho, and Lake Kissimmee. So there is a federal regulation schedule that we have to abide by for Lake Istapoga. It is, in some respects, similar to Lake Okeechobee, as it has a lot of competing interests and a lot of competing demands on it, whether it be for ecological purposes, navigation, and water supply. It's sort of a microcosm of the issues that get confronted when we talk about Lake Okeechobee. So as you see, for this time of year, it had gone through its sort of spring recession as the regulation schedule comes down to be able to get down to this summer pool, this red line here, in hopes of wet season rains that then allow it to start filling back up and getting back up here towards its winter pool. Right about August 1st is when that inflection point occurs, and we should see the lake start rising back up and lake levels start to increase. Of course, as I said, that's always dependent on the amount of rainfall that occurs. So for Lake Istapoga, currently, and Lawrence, correct me if I'm wrong in this, the FWC has a lot of the management responsibilities from vegetation, SAV mapping, submerged aquatic vegetation mapping, and obviously the fish populations within Lake Istapoga. So they're the lead on lake management from that perspective. Obviously the Water Management District is charged with the flood protection side of it, and we conform those operations to this federal regulation schedule that governs lake levels for Lake Istapoga. And this time of year, as you can see, they're typically reduced to bring it down towards that summer pool in preparation for the summer rains. So with that, jumping a little bit farther down in the system, talking about Lake Okeechobee, everybody should be used to be seeing this graphic by now. Just the projection of what we can reasonably expect for Lake Okeechobee levels as we move forward in time. And again, we focus in on this purple shaded area as being the 50% chance that lake levels will fall within that shaded region over the next several months. Since this projection was done at the beginning of the month, I can tell you that lake levels had sort of just been tracking that 50% line, this sort of reddish line, for the first 14 days of the month. So that's where it's been tracking lately. It's been relatively flat, came up a little bit over the last 7 days, maybe 1/10 of a foot. But as of this morning, it's just a hair below 13 feet at 12.99.
Hi, Mr. Mitnick. When you're, I think it was the periodic scientist call, and they were just looking at, what's going south, and like nothing's going south, and then somebody brought up that it's like been raining a lot on the EAA, so they don't need any water from the lake. So I just, and then sometimes the C-44 goes back into the lake, and that makes some people mad on the West Coast, but we're happy that we're not getting that water in the St. Lucie, thank God. But what are you, when you, I know it's LORS, but what is, to me it seems kind of funny that like, we still could get a hurricane, okay? It hasn't even started yet. And so like, now we're like holding the water in the lake, we're putting more water in the lake. I mean, is that just for water supply that you do that, or is that lures? It's supposed to be up to a certain level. It seems to me like you'd be trying to get water out of that lake in case a big storm comes.
So a couple different things. When you talk about the current lake level is right now more of a function of the lack of rainfall in the northern watershed. In the prior graphics, you saw how the upper chain of lakes haven't been filling up. There hasn't been a whole lot of rain. Mr. Butler talked about the lack of rainfall on his property in the Kissimmee River
Right.
Valley. So it really takes that rainfall north of the lake in order to fill the lake up and get those inflows. So the fact that it's been steady over the last pretty much month, the lake is flattened out, has been a reflection of the lack of rainfall in the northern watershed and directly on the lake. The amount of rain that we have had, as I said, have been all on the southern portions of the district down in Miami-Dade, Broward, and over on the southwest coast, Collier, Lee counties. Right now, the Army Corps of Engineers is releasing 750 cubic feet per second to the west coast. LORS calls for 650 if you're following the regulation schedule, but the district has been recommending the 750 for the health of the estuaries. When you look at the estuary, specifically the west coast and the Caloosahatchee, and Lawrence can talk a little bit more about this in the ecological report, they have had a significant amount of basin runoff from all of that rain over there on the west coast. So you want to have the estuary recover a little bit more from that deluge of an influx of basin runoff that they've been experiencing that have been well up over 1,000 plus CFS for an extended period of time now, going all the way back to the beginning of June. So that's the number of factors that go into consideration in looking at the northern estuaries and how water moves around Lake Okeechobee. For the C-44, you are correct that this time of year, with the lake being below 14 feet, the operations call for that basin water to move back towards the lake. I know you're grateful that that water is not going through the S-80 structure, but that's just the normal operating practice to allow that basin to flow backwards. With the implementation, I think it was either last month or the month before, we had talked about, in working with the Corps, being able to bring the C-44 reservoir online and semi-operational, not fully operational quite yet, but partially operational for this wet season. We're looking at opportunities to grab some of that basin runoff, put it into the C-44 reservoir, and then be allowed to treat it through the stormwater treatment areas. So it isn't just going directly back into the lake, but it's going through the reservoir and getting some treatment prior to potentially flowing back towards the lake.
Well, that's good. And
Looking at the southern portion of the system, if you'll indulge me, I can cover that in those next couple of slides a little bit later on.
sure. So just to summarize for the non-scientist, what's kind of basically happening now is that I hadn't thought about it, even though it was totally obvious, sorry. The water's not coming from the north.
Right.
There's no water coming from the north. So if I'm a farmer, I'm like going, oh my God, there's no water coming in. Am I right?
Northern part of the system, not as much relying upon superficial water.
What's that mean?
We draw our water from the well, from the ground, the northern part of the system. But yeah, as a farmer, yeah. I mean, it's just, but yes, the land, the rainfall, rain's important to us.
Okay, so no, very little, if any, water is coming into the lake from the Kissimmee River, which is a normal thing that happens. The Caloosahatchee is taking less water because they've got so much local basin coming in. Is that right?
Yes.
There's no way to send any water south because the EAA is all rained on and they don't need any more water. So the lake, this is why we're kind of like in this, and there's been no rain. So we're like in this kind of holding area. I mean, just in people terms, I mean,
Yeah.
Mr. Mitnick, this is like, I mean, people really try to understand this. And I think what I'm starting to realize after 3 years is that the answer is different every month, not because people are trying to confuse me, but because it is different every month.
Yeah.
It is different every month, and I have to start learning how to look at these different inputs and outputs and weather and whatever to be able to intelligently try to look at these things. And so that's why I'm forcing us to have a conversation that is less scientific. So there might be some people that can understand it better when we just talk about it. So thank you very much, and I won't interrupt you again.
Could I jump in real quick? John, correct me if I'm wrong, but watching the structures, Jackie, over the last month, we've probably had about 300 to 350 CFS a day water coming out of the Kissimmee River.
Mm-hmm.
We've been sending 750 to the Caloosahatchee. So, essentially there's been a net deficit in that aspect. What's the typical flow rate, June, July, average daily CFS coming out of the Kissimmee River?
I don't know off the top of my head,
I
but
don't know, I
it's
put you on the
significantly
spot there.
more than
I
what
put
it
you
is
on the
now.
spot. Okay, but and that's, that to me is just kind of the basic, boil it down.
I appreciate it, and I think it really helps to talk about it just in everyday terms as everyday people for the people who watch these videos and people who might be here to understand, because it is hard. Mr. Mitnick's like a genius. We can't all be like that.
I would definitely not go that far.
All right, we're not going that far.
All right, so yes, I will talk about Flow South a little bit more in a couple more slides, but just continuing on with the northern portions of the system. Everybody's used to seeing these sort of graphics of what the model says, the likelihood of potential regulatory releases both to the Caloosahatchee and then to the St. Lucie over the next couple months. But now looking at the southern portion of the system, as I said, it's a very different story in the south than it was in the north. There have been a lot of rains in the southern portion of the system. That's where the majority of those June rains and that surplus of rainfall have fallen over the central portion of the southern district, as well as the eastern portion and the southwest coast. So looking at the three conservation areas, Conservation Area 1 has been above schedule ever since this massive rainfall here at the beginning of June. Then the Corps of Engineers implemented operations to start moving water from Area 1 down into Area 2 to sort of get ahead of that influx of rain and level off water levels within the conservation areas. You can see that was very effective. I think it was earlier this week, if not the end of last week, the Corps have closed the S10 structures, and they're no longer moving water from Area 1 down into Area 2. The intent being, although Area 1 is still above schedule, as you can see right here, the intent being is that you want to sort of have those water levels start tracking this way towards the regulation schedule and sort of meet it as it rises back up to its winter pool up here just above 17 feet. Ideally, at the end of the wet season in the September, October timeframe, you want Area 1 to be up here at that 17.5 feet. So their management principle right now is to try to guide those water levels and adjust the S10 structures to be able to facilitate tracking towards, to the right, this red line, and then kind of paralleling it and letting water levels rise as we go through the rest of the wet season. Very similar story when we look at Area 2. It had a massive influx of rain there in the beginning of June, as you can see here. Stages rose up very rapidly. The Corps implemented operations on the S11s to start moving water from Area 2 down into Area 3. Very effective in getting ahead of that and bringing those stages back down. Actually, just yesterday, I think it was, that they closed the S11s and they're no longer moving water from Area 2 into Area 3. Again, same guiding principle. You want the water levels in Area 2 to start tracking and flatten out over and towards this regulation schedule and then begin to rise up with that regulation schedule as we exit the wet season. So all the way down to Area 3, you can see with that similar story, once again with that rainfall from the beginning of June here, Water levels rose up and is now above schedule as well. It had been well below its schedule. So I think it's about 0.3 of a foot above schedule at this point in time. Not only from that direct rainfall, but that water that has been transitioned down from 1 to 2 and 2 down into 3. So right now, operations for Area 3, of course, we have been moving water out of the 333 structures into the L29. The L29 has been up at the 8.5 limit for about 20 days now. It will continue to receive those inflows. S12C and D have been wide open. They went to their max gate openings some time ago with the conservation area going above schedule. S12A and B are closed today, but the closure period ends tomorrow. So the Corps of Engineers will be opening up S12A and B sometime tomorrow to their full openings, and we'll have all 4 of the S12 structures at their maximum openings, trying to move water out of Area 3 down into Everglades National Park, and then continue to manage levels in Area 3. On the next slide, I'll show you what the projection of what that may look like. But first, I think last time we were here, back in the beginning of June, was after that deluge of rainfall that South Dade had received and Miami-Dade County had received there at the beginning of June. At that point in time, S197 was wide open. I conveyed the story of the crew out there at 4 a.m. trying to get it open. Since then, it remained open for the majority of the month of June, but it closed down on June 24th as we had recovered within the South Dade conveyance system down here and got all those levels under control. So S197 is now closed, and we've gone back to more normal operations in the South Dade conveyance system after that rain event in the beginning of June. So for...
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
May I speak, Chair? I guess I can.
I'm not going to stop you.
Thank you. So I just think this is an opportunity to have an open conversation about something I asked you during the briefings. And we can talk about it as it goes. So we had talked about, because I'm always asking why we're not sending water south and why we're not sending it south every day, laser focused right now. And in our conversation, it kind of came up that there are 2 parts to the system, or there's a northern part and a southern part for the water, or that's how a scientist person sees it. Is that correct? Kind of?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's different operations in the system depending on where that rain falls. Yes.
That's too complicated. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. So if there is a northern part and a southern part, would the southern part be the part in yellow?
Yes. Everything south of Lake Okeechobee going all the way down to Florida Bay.
In yellow?
Yes. Those are the 3 conservation areas.
But not including the EAA?
No, inclusive of the EAA
Inclusive of the EAA?
Mm-hmm.
Then how come when I say, why aren't we sending water south, you say because I know I'm putting your words in your mouth, but there's like another part, there's a southern part of the system and there's a northern part of the system.
All right, so when it comes to sending water south, and I'll just jump ahead to this graphic here. Whoops, this one. So real quick, everybody's used to seeing this graphic before several times. You'll notice that there is no little hatch bar here for water year 2023 because that hatch bar represents the dry season. We haven't gotten to the dry season for water year 2023. That will be later this year in November timeframe, and then you'll start to see the flows. So when you talk about sending water south, there's 2 focuses. There's sending water south to get it to Florida Bay, and the district has been very laser focused on sending water south and moving that water towards Florida Bay. You've seen that in several of the prior presentations about how much additional flows have been going underneath Tamiami Trail. Mr. Bergeron has talked about that several times, and the increase in the volumes of water moving underneath Tamiami Trail by removing some of the restrictions of the trail, by getting the seepage wall now in around the 8.5 square mile area, and just promoting more flows through the district's Florida Bay project over into Taylor Slough and moving water towards Florida Bay. Then when you start talking about Lake Okeechobee and getting water out of Lake Okeechobee and moving it south towards Florida Bay, there's a number of other things that you've got to consider that we've talked about before. One is immediately south, and that is how much rain. You said a moment ago that it changes month to month. It changes week to week, day to day. How much rain may have fallen within the EAA, and are we dealing with that basin runoff and providing that level of flood protection for private properties within the EAA? You may have a rain event on a Monday and you're dealing with that until Friday, but then Saturday and Sunday you can move some water out of the lake. Another area that comes into the equation, and Lawrence talks about this every month in his ecological report, is the conditions of the stormwater treatment area. I think at the last month's meeting, Mr. Bartlett had talked about some of the conditions in the stormwater treatment area and their ability to accept additional flows and move that water and treat it and still stay in compliance with our regulatory programs that we're required to adhere to. Lastly, well, not quite lastly, but you were asking about the areas in yellow, the conservation areas. When you're looking at these three graphics on this slide, area 1, 2, and 3, all three of those conservation areas today are above schedule. So when the water managers look at how much water can we move out of Lake Okeechobee and send that south this week, this month, that's going to be limited by the conditions in the water conservation areas and their ability to accept that water because they're already over their regulation schedules. And Lawrence talks about the ecological conditions of those three conservation areas. Mr. Bergeron has always talked about Area 3 and wanting to avoid some of these higher water levels in Area 3 because of the ecological damage that it does to tree items and all of the other animals that live within and habitate the water conservation area. So this week, more than likely next week, no, you're not going to see any large volumes of water coming out of Lake Okeechobee and moving down towards the conservation areas because the conservation area is over schedule right now. We've gone to maximum releases down here at the bottom to try to bring those levels down. Once those levels come down and they have the ability to be able to accept some of those inflows, then water will start moving out of the lake and moving down to the south, contingent upon the stormwater treatment area's ability to accept and treat that water and still meet our regulatory requirements.
So let's just jump ahead 10 years
Okay.
in a perfect world. And there would be an EAA reservoir.
Yes, ma'am.
And the EAA reservoir would be where your A1 FEB STA 34 is, right?
Right here, yes.
Okay. And so when there is an EAA reservoir, could you, at a time like now, or I don't, could you, would the water go directly from Lake Okeechobee into the EAA reservoir and then go south to Florida Bay?
Yeah, once the EA reservoir is completed and in operation, it changes everything. All the stuff that we've been talking about, how Water Conservation Area 3 is above schedule, even when it is above schedule, then you can take that lake water and move it down into the reservoir and stage it, so to speak, prior to it moving south. Because the overall objective throughout the whole restoration programs is to provide that increase of flow specifically in the dry season and extend that period during the dry season that there is water moving down through the system towards Florida Bay. As you can see, the majority of the time, conservation areas don't need that water during the wet season. They're getting plenty from Mother Nature in the sky. It's when you get into the months of November, December, January, February, March, April, in that dry season, is that you want the water moving down through the system. And the EAA reservoir will provide that to be able to continue to move it down. You move it from the lake into the reservoir and then down through the Everglades. And actually, I'll do you one better, Ms. Thurlipish. Once we complete the A2 STA, it will help that movement of water for lake water moving down, because that's additional treatment area for restoration flows from Lake Okeechobee to be able to move down through. You don't have to wait 10 years.
You don't?
You got to complete the A2 STA and get that additional
Would
treatment.
you talk to the Army Corps about that?
Every day.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Can I want to say something here, also for Jackie's benefit. The EAA is extremely important. The reservoir to store water, for water supply, for agriculture, and for releasing water moving south, compatible with the environment, the ecology, and all the wildlife. The other major step is the Tamiami Trail, which is being raised as we sit here. Should be completed in 2.5 years. That allows us to raise the L29 that runs parallel to from the 8.5, which is the first phase of modified water delivery, to 9.5, 9.6. That increases more flow going south to Florida Bay. Stops seagrass from dying, salinity levels going up. At the same time, it equalizes water levels between the central Everglades and the southern Everglades with
That's
shared
important.
adversity and shared impacts.
Mhm.
So the raising of the road, the additional culverts that our staff is modeling as part of the Western Everglades to allow the quantity flowing southwest to get under the Tamiami Trail and under Loop Road. Now you have an 80-mile face, ridge and sloughs, not just the river of grass. You have the flow coming through the Big Cypress that continues where they don't have a backup, where water is flowing in the oozing river of grass, slow moving to the 10,000 islands. So we're on the threshold. What we've been able to accomplish is the first phase of modified water delivery at 8.5. But we've been shut off and on because of the 8.5 square mile area, which now we have the seepage wall, which is the mitigation
Right.
that allows us to keep the water in Shark River Slough and be able to have a constant flow. We're also working on the closures of the S12A and B. Drew and myself been on Zoom meetings for 2 years now. These gates have been shut since 1993 for the Cape Sable Sparrow. The Cape Sable Sparrow is extirpated. They don't even exist in the zone, so we're working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Corps to where these gates, natural flow by gravity. We're not going to alter the natural flow, alter the environment for a single species that don't even exist in that zone. So there's a lot of great things as we continue to go
Right.
forward. The thing I'm at least we've got to the first phase of modified water delivery, and I'm
Right.
more water south, less water east and west.
Right, so Mr. Bergeron, in your opinion, when the EAA reservoir is built, or whatever we can do before it's built, does that help connect that north and south situation that our scientists have to look at most of the time?
Well, what it does is it helps minimize the water that's going out, unnatural volumes greater than natural, going out
The
the St.
estuaries.
Lucie. And then that water is used for water supply and for agriculture and for compatible releases throughout the environment. That's a big step towards minimizing the impacts that you're getting coming
Right.
down the St. Lucie.
We got a pretty heavy back end of the schedule.
Yeah.
Let's let
Yeah.
John
Yeah.
move on the rest of the slides
Okay.
here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron.
You're welcome.
All right, so real quick, just to round off Area 3A, I showed you this last month just because Area 3A is above its regulation schedule. This is just a similar projection that you've seen for Lake Okeechobee on what we can reasonably anticipate for stages in Area 3A as we go forward in time. And now that it's above schedule and we still got a fair amount of the wet season left to go, there's at least a 50% probability that the Area 3A could remain above schedule all the way until the October timeframe up in here. So, like I said, we've gone to maximum releases out of the conservation area, and we'll continue to manage that issue and keep an eye on it. How water's moved around, at least the northern portions of the system, and Ms. Thurlipis, this kind of speaks to some of your question, how there's the northern areas north of Lake Okeechobee, and then the next slide is the southern areas from Lake Okeechobee. Inflows to the lake, 2 months in to the wet season, there's only been a total of about 140,000 acre feet have gone into Lake Okeechobee from the northern watershed. So if you figure 1 foot on Lake Okeechobee is roughly 450,000 acre feet, that's what, in the ballpark of a quarter foot somewhere, just 2 months into the wet season. Looking at the two estuaries, as I said, Caloosahatchee has had a significant amount of water move towards the estuary, close to 250,000 acre feet already this water year, and about 42,000 of it have originated in Lake Okeechobee. Over on the east coast, there has been some basin runoff, about 600 acre feet have been moved through the S80 structure from the C44 canal into the estuary, about shy of 32,000 acre feet coming from C23, 24 canals into the St. Lucie estuary, and then just a little less than 16,000 acre feet out of the C25 canal into the Indian River Lagoon. For the southern portion, water conservation area inflows, with the majority of those rains being south of the lake, you can see there's already been close to 420,000 acre feet of inflows coming into the water conservation areas. That's from all directions, from the north, from the west, as well as from the east here in Broward County. All of that, predominantly the majority of that water going into Water Conservation Area 3A, which is, again, why it rose up pretty fast and is now above its regulation schedule. For flows down into the park, it's a little bit of the delay of moving that water down through the conservation areas, but we're starting to see it now hit towards the southern end of the water conservation area, and that's why you'll start to see these flows into Everglades National Park down here start to increase. Right now, for this water year, there's just over 230,000 acre feet that have come into Everglades National Park from a combination of direct flows from Area 3, as well as some of those return flows in the seepage return represented right here. And of course, with the excess rains in the South Dade conveyance system, those 3 pump stations got a decent workout during the last month, moving that water over towards Taylor Slough and into Everglades National Park. Lastly, for this particular graphic, with the monumental rains that the lower East Coast experienced, it only goes to say that there have been a large volume of water come off the lower East Coast towards the intercoastal to provide flood protection for all the urbanized areas in Broward and Miami-Dade counties. So it's already up above 660,000 acre feet have been moved off the landscape towards the intercoastal, and we're only 2 months into the wet season. Yep. So that's overall, and again, I kind of talked about this graphic a little bit already, but hopefully to close the loop a little bit more about why it matters where it rains. Everybody loves to talk about 2015 and the amount of water that was moved from Lake Okeechobee down through the system. In that particular year, You can see there was a fair majority of that water moved in the dry season because there hadn't had those wet season rains that filled up the water conservation areas, and there was plenty of room for the conservation areas to accept that water as we moved it down through the system. Still wait and see how the rest of this wet season plays out and how the conservation areas exit the 23 wet season, but there still remains opportunity, and the district remains laser focused on moving water south from Lake Okeechobee towards Florida Bay, and we look for every opportunity, whether that be on a monthly or a weekly basis, to do so. Groundwater conditions, not a whole lot to talk about here. As you can imagine, lower East Coast is looking pretty decent from a groundwater perspective. There's still these couple wells in the mid-Hawthorne aquifer over here on the lower West Coast that show up as red, but the majority of groundwater conditions throughout the district are sitting in a decent place for this time of year. As far as an outlook goes, you can see the month of July is sort of leaning towards above average rains for the rest of this month, and then that sort of flips in the next 3-month window from July to September back to equal chances, and then as we progress into the dry season of 23, it's showing more likely leaning towards below average rainfall throughout the district.
John, can
Yes,
you
sir.
speak to that last winter graphic there and how that's affecting the way we manage the system?
Yeah, so right now, if you look at the tropics, there's about 4 different tropical waves that have been identified, sort of working their way across, whether it's from the Windward Islands going all the way back out farther to the east towards the tip of Africa. Right now, the forecast is for none of those 4 to really impact our weather, because there's another system that's coming down from the continental U.S. that is keeping them farther to the south. I'll just jump ahead real quick. The one exception to that is there's a small system just sitting right off of around Cuba, Bahama area that may bring us some of these rains here for this Saturday, with a lot of that emphasis being over here on the southwest coast. So if anybody has beach plans for Saturday, you're going to want to check the weather before you head out over there in Naples and Fort Myers. But for your question, Mr. Butler, it's something, because it's so far out, and I mean, you've seen every month when we present these graphics how much it changes from month to month. It's something to be cognizant of and be aware of. We are in the heart of the wet season. We've still got the peak of hurricane season to come. So that's more than what we're looking at in the near term, but it's just a thought that you sort of keep in the back of your head of where you may exit the wet season and trying to position water levels as we get closer into August and September, and making operational decisions on trying to position the system, be able to sustain those dry season flows down through towards the Everglades and Florida Bay. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions members may
I
have.
have one question, John. To increase more water going south, I know we have a restriction of 8.5 in the L29, but opening up the 333 A and B and the 344 that water doesn't affect the water levels in the L29. Wouldn't that help increase?
Yes, sir, it
water?
does. So come July 15th, the restriction for 343 A and B is also removed along with S12 A and B. Right now, what we've talked about is we're going to wait and see what happens this Saturday. So the 15th obviously is tomorrow. We're going to see what happens with these Saturday rains, and then look to potentially open up 343 A and B early next week, depending on what this rainfall brings.
Well, we're above schedule.
Correct.
Even now without the rain.
Correct.
So it's a way to get more water south and not impact the central, and I look forward to
Yes, sir.
us doing that.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on. Lawrence Glenn, Ecological Conditions Report.
Okay. I'm happy to provide you the ecological update for this month. You can see this picture is pretty phenomenal, the bird use in Lake Okeechobee this past May. You have roseate spoonbills down here in the bottom, so it's a great use of habitat. Looking at the Kissimmee River and the floodplain, as John mentioned, we have stopped water delivery from S65. We still have discharge from S65A, which is the next structure down, just from some minimal localized rainfall. So we have about 120 CFS coming through the system. It takes about 1,400 CFS before we start having water go out of the river channel and laterally onto the floodplain. So what we're seeing here is we still have some drying pools out there. You have, they collect any minimal amount of rain that is there. And the odd thing is, if you look at last year, we had 1,000 CFS coming down, and this year we have 100 CFS, an order of magnitude difference, and they look very similar. At this point in time, we were ramping discharge up, so we were just about to start filling the floodplain because, as John talked about those regulation schedules, where that red line was for Lake Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchinaha, we were just starting to go above that regulation line, so we were starting to have to make releases down to the lake, to the river in a grand scale. Whereas right now, we're 2 feet below that regulation schedule. So we're on the opposite side where we've had to actually cut off flow to the river. So we have a balancing act, as John said, both from a societal impact of navigation in both systems and ecological impacts in both systems. But it's been rainfall that has driven this. Not operations. It's just we haven't gotten the rainfall there to fill those lakes up, then to provide water down to the river. So once it starts raining and those lakes start filling, we get above a certain level in Kissimmee, we can start making releases to the river again.
And Lawrence, this graphic can be a little bit deceiving. I mean, you're talking the floodplain,
Mm-hmm.
and the local below ground type water levels, but there are parts of the river right now, Kissimmee River, that you can just walk across.
This is true. This is where when we talk about navigation in the river itself, when we start getting really low water levels like this, because in a river, in a bend of a river, you're going to have shoaling. It's a natural feature. It's where in the inside bend sand deposits, and on the outside bend it scours just from flow. So when we get water levels that get really low, those shoals become very apparent, and it's very tricky for navigation. Looking at Lake Okeechobee, you see currently flow starting on Sunday or ending on Sunday, only 200 CFS coming down to the lake itself. We have mostly rainfall is what is causing the little bit of uptick we've had in the past week in the lake, because you see ETs at about 2,400 and rainfall is about double of that. So we've had a very small uptick in lake stage over the past week, which when we get here, you can see it just right here. There's a small uptick. We're at 1299 today, actually. But one of the messages that I've come to you and said, lower lake levels are good for SAV growth, right? And so we have said, hey, if we have about 30 days or so below 13, starting July or June 1, we hope to see recovery of SAV. So we've had about 30 days since June 1. So these are for the established vegetation SAV beds that are already there. For the ones for regrowth, you really need to get to about 12.5 or below. So for the vegetation beds that are already there from an SAV standpoint, they should have a pretty good year, and we should see some good recovery from this lake level. Coming down and looking at the cyanobacterial bloom potential, had I shown you this last week, it was a lot hotter. There were these hot colors going all around the sides, and more of the lake was covered. But, looking at this date 2 years ago, it's about the same. There was a little bit more last year. The conditions are so variable, and blooms can happen so quickly that, these snapshots in time are harder to determine trends in what we're seeing. So let's look at the past month since the last governing board meeting. I came to you and showed you this and was like, hey, conditions are great. And if I came back right here today, I'd say, hey, conditions are great. But look what happened in the interim. You had some pretty pretty intense blooms along the edge of the lake itself. So what are the factors that lend to this and drive this? Temperature has increased, and it's at a great temperature for, if you're a blue-green algae, it's awesome. Day length is very long for photosynthesis. When we look at what is happening with turbidity, turbidity is decreasing in this past month. If we go ahead and let's look at the last month, turbidity both in the pelagic zone and the near shore has decreased, so photosynthesis can occur. And so in that, especially in that near shore, we have this really, remarkable decrease in turbidity, and you see that there's been a similar decrease in dissolved inorganic nitrogen and an increase in chlorophyll, which is the proxy for blue-green algae growth. So that perimeter that we've seen that kind of lit up, it's because it got really clear, wind stopped blowing, rains weren't happening as frequently over the lake, you had the nutrient source, so we had that bloom. At the same time, you are decreasing that nitrogen source, so that is a potential reason why we went from it used up the nitrogen that was there, and now we get back to a condition here. So that's what we've been seeing on the lake from a blue-green algae standpoint.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Chair. For the Caloosahatchee people, did they, the water that's going into, is it S79 or something? Can you see the algae?
We conduct sampling, or the Army Corps does actually. They take visual photographs daily and send them to us to look at what algae is. And at S79 over the past week, per our bloom index, it has been very, very low.
And when it was all lit up like that, do they go ahead and take the water?
We haven't released lake water from S77. I'll get to that when I get to the Caloosahatchee in the past couple of weeks.
I thought they were getting 750 CFS.
We recommend 750 CFS, and I'll go through that in the slide.
So you
I'll
recommend
show
it, but they're not getting it necessarily?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So looking at our last set of samples from Lake O, one of the things you do see is look at the chlorophyll levels. We say 40 down here is considered bloom condition, and we have very significant blooms occurring within the lake. But one of the good things is that we're seeing, look at the toxin levels. 0.2 is the 0.2 milligrams per liter is the detection limit of your analytical equipment to see this. And we're only seeing 0.3s, the highest being 0.9. So we're seeing bloom occur, but we're not seeing high toxin levels in those blooms. So that's kind of comforting. We do have blue-green algae response set in place here at the district. We've been running that this whole year. So on Monday, June 27th, we got this picture. We determined, okay, let's go and treat that. We took a sample. Microcystin levels were 180 micrograms per liter. That's high. That's above the 8 micrograms per liter, which is the EPA recommended recreation limit. You see at 352 serves primarily as water supply for agriculture in this area. We were not releasing at this point, but when we see something like this, we immediately contact operations. Are you releasing? If they are, they stop releasing. We treat. We don't release again until we see the toxin levels have decreased. So here on Monday is what it looked like. We treated on Tuesday. On Wednesday, it looked like this, and microcystin levels had dropped down to slightly over detection. So it's a process we've put in place that we're proud of. It's working, and we'll keep doing this throughout the bloom season. Looking at the St. Lucie, you would look for Lake O inflows, which would be blue, and you don't see any blue along this for the past year. So we have had no lake releases to the St. Lucie estuary. We do have a change in the model that we're using now for watershed runoff within the tidal basin. It's an improved model. It's called the WASH model. We used to use the LIN-RES model, which is a linear regression model. This is more of more similar to RSM, which is like a mesh model. It's just a better model to be able to calibrate what's coming into the basin. And you see that the basin is providing, all of the basin is providing the inflow for water into the system currently. What we have seen is with these large inputs from rainfall that it has changed from last month in that it's a fresher system currently. And where we look at right now is we're looking at the US 1 bridge right here from an oyster perspective, and we're starting to dip back down into the good range for adult oysters. But what we have seen over this past year is a tremendous positive response in oyster recruitment. I mean, look at these numbers. These are great. Just absolutely fantastic compared to what we've seen in the past too. It's telling you we're getting the water right there.
It's very exciting.
Yes, it is. Looking over at the Caloosahatchee side. Now here was your question, are we releasing lake water, which is the blue? So we had been recommending about 1,000 CFS release to the Caloosahatchee until last week. We dropped it to 750. But you see, we haven't been getting it because the basin itself, this basin is 800,000 acres. Take that in comparison to the surface area of Lake Okeechobee, 450,000 acres. So it's almost twice the size of Lake Okeechobee. That this basin, when it rains on, it all has to come into the Caloosahatchee. So you're seeing these remarkable inflows coming in that we can't get water out of the lake currently because it has to take care of its basin inflow first. So the reason that we requested a decline, if they can start getting lake water out from 1,000 to 750, is because here at Cape Coral, you see last month, this setup of the gradient of salinity within the basin, this is really good. We like this top part, first part to be fresh, and this to start going more saline as you hit San Carlos Bay. But with this amount of water that has come out of the basin, we have pushed fresh, or it has pushed fresh all the way down to Cape Coral. So that's why we requested the decline to 750, is so that we can have some recovery in the estuary to allow it to become more estuarine and not as fresh as it is.
Thank you for that explanation, Lawrence. I meant to ask why we made that change, and I just assumed it had something to do with long-term precipitation outlook. I didn't realize it was down. That's the reason I asked you earlier. Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. But we look at recruitment of what's going on at Cape Coral, and which is right up here, and we see pretty good recruitment happening. The Caloosahatchee compared to the St. Lucie, really the peak is going to be August, September, October of most years. And so we have a little jump ahead of schedule here on the west coast in Cape Coral. And even though we're low here in Shell Point, it's still higher than the 2 previous years. So it's like a wait and see what's going to happen in August for what's happening on the Caloosahatchee side. Moving over to the stormwater treatment areas, currently to date in this water year, we've treated 346,000 acre feet of water. Over the past 5 years, the average is about 313. So we're above average, but we got a lot of that water right at the beginning of the wet season. So we filled them up quickly, and we've had to try to let them recover and push that water out. So it's hard, as John talks about, where the rainfall is very important. And when the rain falls, if it's spread over time, the STAs like that inflow that's gradual, not we have to take all this water at one time. In relation to last year, this time last year, we had only put 184,000 acre feet through the STAs. So it varies year to year. All of the treatment cells are about at their preferred range, except for STA 3-4. When you're putting water in these top cells, the head cells, there's a lot of vegetation in there, so you put that water in there, but it takes time for it to actually move through before it gets to the B cell and out. So that's why this is a very large cell at the front end of SGA 3.4, and we've put a lot of water in there, and it's slowly moving through. As we go through each one, this western cell here, this is where we did the restoration strategies construction work. It's currently offline. It will be available next wet season after grow-in has occurred, and we can push water through there. So we've been using these two flowways currently. You see the inflows and the outflows, and for the past month, we've put about 21,000 acre-feet of water through STA 1 East. We go to 1 West. There's a lot of vegetation management going on. We will have, so John talked about last time, this dog leg has been taken out. That was one of the construction features that happened. We haven't updated this GIS later. It's being done currently, so hopefully next month when I come back, it'll resemble what the as-built looks like. But what we're seeing here is this cell is offline for construction. This cell is doing really well. We have a lot of vegetation management going on in these 3 cells. And with all of the inflows that we get during the rainy season, right now we're having difficulty keeping up with the amount of floating aquatic vegetation that's coming in. We are having, the field stations are helping tremendously. They're installing tough booms to try to keep that vegetation from floating in. We're trying to get to the point where we can stop it before it actually gets in, because once it gets in, then the treatment that occurs within the STA itself is a little more difficult. But you see, this is a weekly average of what's going through, but over the past month, we've put about 14,000 acre-feet through STA 1 West. Moving over to STA 2, this is the cell that has construction ongoing. It'll be available next wet season. We're putting about 30,000 acre-feet of water through this SGA currently, and there is vegetation rehab going on in many of the cells, just like all the SGAs. SGA 3.4, this is the cell that we had to dry down and restart. So we have all of the water that's coming through SGA 3.4 is going through the western and the central, and you see that over the past 7 days, the last week, we put about 11,000 acre-feet through and about 60,000 for the month. And then STA 5.6, it's been a little drier over on this side, and this is the side where STA 5.6 will really benefit from the C139 FEB and then a connection to the lake. Looking at Biscayne Bay, you can see that direct correlation of inflow to salinity. So we had a lot of inflow during the rain events that John has talked about, and that volume that has been sent to tide has driven what we were getting concerned about salinity levels being too high into a more estuarine condition. So it happened abruptly, but still, salinity is in a better place to move forward now than it was just a month ago. Looking at the Everglades and where we are compared to last month, you can see that this, in the northern part of 3A that we worry about, we want to keep hydrated. It's nicely hydrated now. All of these, the Water Conservation Area 1, 2, and 3 are all above schedule. John showed you that. From a bird perspective, we have completed all of the surveys that we do for the year, so we're no longer doing wading bird surveys, so I won't be bringing bird pictures every month, sorry about that. But we'll be summarizing those data to bring to you. But what is good about this inundation level is it's starting to build the prey base back up for next wading season. That's what we want to see here from a bird perspective. John showed you the recession rate that occurred in Water Conservation Area 2. It was very, very rapid. It got really full, and then we brought it down really quickly. We like to do it from an ecological standpoint a little more moderately, because vegetation grows and tries to stay above that water level. And sometimes if you drop it too quick, it's called lignified. It doesn't have the structural ability to hold itself up. And then you'll have periphyton that was growing up at the top that's now no longer hydrated, and it desiccates. So there's problems with a rapid decrease in stage. But if you remember, there were fires at this northern end, and we had started seeing recovery of vegetation, and then we quickly filled it up, but we've brought it back down, so hopefully we'll continue to see that. We had sampling done last month. We'll have sampling done coming up in this next couple months, where I'll be able to bring you a comparison to see what's happening there. But connectivity in Shark River Slough, in Taylor Slough, over in the Lossmans area, so hydrologically, the Everglades are looking really good right now.
Is there another fire?
There is. There was a fire that was reported yesterday. It was just above Alligator Alley. I didn't have time to put it in here, but I will bring it back to you next month. Or I can send that out to you. I sent a map. I just couldn't get it in time.
Lawrence?
Yes, sir.
I know we're going to get into it after lunch, but while you got this graphic here, you got the point down there where the two L28s come together. Phosphorus concentration levels. Where do the phosphorus concentration levels run at that point, that discharge point?
I would have to get back to you on that. I don't have
Okay.
that off the top of my head.
All right, and I would assume it's a little higher than expected, given the increased willow and that kind of thing in that area. But that ultimately works itself out through Water Conservation 3A. The phosphorus gets dissipated eventually. Okay.
I think, Mr. Butler, you're talking about where the L28 interceptor discharges into the water conservation area?
Yes.
Yeah, they are elevated phosphorus. I don't know the concentrations off the top of my head, but it's in the 50, 60 range. But it does. It gets taken up by all that willow that's right there, and by the time it gets outside of that, a natural area, it's back to background.
Okay.
I came to you last month and talked about a bloom that was occurring in Florida Bay. So we're seeing that happen now as temperatures have warmed. The rains and even Saharan dust actually deposits nutrients here to the bay. The creek flows that occur here bring nutrient into the bay. This isn't a phenomenon that is unnatural. It does happen periodically through time. It is the algae that is a non-toxin forming algae, so it's not harmful in that way. But if we look at this, we can see through time how it has changed. And looking at the Central Bay compared to the Eastern Bay and the Western Bay, our scientists note that this Central Bay is just a highly productive area, lots of bird use, lots of fish productivity here that also increase nutrient in this area, and it's also where you have a confluence of Gulf water coming in from Everglades water that just brings nutrients into this area, and there's once it gets in here, there's slow circulation. Lots of mud flats, lots of islands, not an open connection that water moves in and out of very quickly. So once those nutrients are there, they're there until they're used up. So we've seen this bloom increase through time. This area up here, there was a lot of mangrove loss during Irma. There was a lot of seagrass rack deposited up here after the die-off. And those nutrients, naturally, as we increase water flow coming through here, bring that into this part of the Everglades. And these systems, these types of blooms are pretty ephemeral. Meaning that they usually dissipate within a few months because the nutrient is used. They're non-toxic, they're not red tides, they're not harmful algal blooms, and they're not harmful to fish, humans, or desirable fauna. They will shade out sunlight from the seagrass, so it can slow down that recovery by the seagrass where it had died. But as I said, these usually dissipate after a few months.
I'm sorry. So if you're looking at that map, maybe this is a better map. So when water comes through Shark River Slough, where does it come out?
Shark River Slough's more up here.
It's way up there.
Mhm.
And so when the water comes out, it's far northwest, right?
You have Shark River Slough's here, Taylor Slough is over here. So then you have a ridge kind of in the middle.
Okay. So haven't we been getting a lot more water through Taylor Slough,
We have, and I'll show you that in the next slide.
but just not enough to break up this bloom?
This is where you have this area hydrologically from how water moves and moves. If you look at this, you
Right.
would
I
think,
can-
water flows really easily all
Right.
this way. But water flowing here doesn't, necessarily go to here very quickly.
Right, I think just if we're looking at it historically, which we're not there anymore, obviously, but when the lake was 22 feet or whatever, we hadn't changed everything, the water definitely came over this edge sometimes.
Came over, there's a rock ridge here
Yeah,
that
I
we
mean, it
believe
came over it, and it washed in, and everything was different. And so, we've talked about before that over time, it would be really nice, once we do all the great work we're doing on the west side, if there was more that could be coming into this, because natural or not, it's not desirable.
Correct.
You know?
But coming down to your point here, when we're looking at Taylor Slough, that comes down and feeds this whole section here, and there's coastal creeks that come down into this part of the bay. I mean, Taylor Slough water levels are nice and high. So the sponge here is very wet. As we talk about how water flows from here and across and into the bay, if this is dry, it has to hydrate that first before it gets to the bay. So the sponge is nice and wet and ready to have water go over it and into the bay. And as we see, salinity levels, this is the interquartile range, we are in a very good setup at this point of time for salinity levels within the bay itself.
I'm sorry, I can't help myself. So last time we said that algae bloom was by Flamingo Canal,
The algae bloom is about right here.
which is where Flamingo Canal is?
Flamingo Canal comes out about right here, because here's Flamingo.
So is it the national park that could put more water through there?
I'm not very familiar with operations of that canal. John, are you at all?
No, and specifically, no, I'm not. But if I have the general understanding, when we say, can the national park put more water through there, it would be just whatever water is within the park itself, from direct rainfall into the park, or the ability to stage up, which is what we've talked about before, is the ability to stage up Northeast Shark River Slough, get it to flow over top of that ridge that Lawrence described a moment ago, and then start moving down through the system. But
Right.
I can follow up with some of the park staff and find out more
It's
about
just,
how that canal's
I'm
operated.
sure, every now and then, I'm lucky enough to come into contact with people, and I was before I ever got on this board. And, that's their St. Lucie River. They don't like that. They want more water, and so it's just an opportunity. And if it is a national park, maybe they should think about things. I don't know. I've been down there. It's got that big
Jack,
dish thing that stops the water coming out of Flamingo. They've got everything. It looks like 1948.
Jackie, it's Jake. I just wanted to comment, and John, I'd be interested in the information you can pull, but my experience from being down there is that I don't know what you would call it. It's almost not a dam, but the canal through Flamingo is not a conveyance, and is mostly, if I understand it correctly, used to hold water in the park. So I don't think that has, although I'd be interested to know if it could be, I don't think that is a conveyance factor for getting water to the bay.
I think you're right. Thank you, Jay.
I got a question. As we continue to go forward west of the L-28 with our modeling of the Tamiami Trail and Loop Road, the additional culverts, where water's flowing southwest, which is part of what we're working on now, That's going to bring more water across the whole face of 80 miles. Ridge and sloughs and more water as we continue to not stop it at the Tamiami Trail. So what we're doing.
Mr. Bergeron, I'm sorry, when you say the 80 miles, what is that? Where is that, please?
That would be from Chrome Avenue on the eastern side all the way across, and even beyond 29, all the way around. Water flowed southwest as well as it flowed through the Shark River Slough, the whole face. And that's where we're headed.
And just to end, I mean, where we are right now with salinity levels is a combination of our operations this past dry season, where we were able to keep moving water down into Taylor Slough to the point when we couldn't move it anymore, and then rainfall occurred to keep it going forward. So it's been a really good combination of our operations this last year were phenomenal in keeping this area hydrated and salinity levels low. And then when it started getting drier and those operations can't push as much water, rainfall has come in and picked up that slack, and it's created just some great conditions in Florida Bay.
Okay, thank you, Lawrence. We are
pleasure.
going to, yeah, go ahead.
I got one quick, I promise. One thing I'd like to kind of maybe see, maybe it can get added to the conditions report. I wrote down FEB levels. Curious what A1 FEB levels have done, but sitting here thinking a little bit longer, it would be neat to see all the different opportunities we have for water storage in the system. Kind of a percent full type deal, just something basic. It would be neat to see that, especially here in the transition period, like with our dispersed water projects. How full are they? And what opportunity there is for storage, that kind of thing within those projects, but, kind of throughout the whole system. It would be kind of neat just to kind of see an update, the opportunities we have for storage, when they're full, when we don't have that storage ability anymore, that kind of thing. And maybe something, maybe you can add it to a graphic somewhere.
And last month we came to you at this point, we were talking about the A1 FEB, and it was very full. It was maximum full. So we had all of that rain. It had filled up. We were, trying to see what could we do. We've been able to, through operations, drop the A1 FEB 2 feet. So we have that 2 additional foot level of storage within the FEB, and that's why 3-4, you're seeing the levels are a little high, not only from runoff, but in trying to take care of the A1 FEB so it can receive more rainfall and runoff, that we've been trying to get that in a point where it's available to do that.
I would love to see that, for the southern system, but also for the northern system. Now to sit here and think about it. It'd be neat if you could model that or something like that. That was it.
You good?
I'm done.
We're going to take our lunch break now. It's going to be a relatively quick one. We'll come back at 12:40. Is that true?
There it goes.
That's amazing. Rosie, we ready?
We are ready,
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
We are calling the meeting back to order, and we are moving on to discussion agenda. Item 29, tentatively selected plan for the Western Everglades Restoration Project, and our presenter today is Jennifer Leeds.
Sorry. Got it? Okay. Good afternoon. Jennifer Leeds. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Ecosystem Restoration and Planning Group, and the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Program is one of the programs that's under me. So we're here today to talk about the Western Everglades Restoration Project. And so the Western Everglades, this is one of our CERP projects, right? But it's one of our planning projects. You've heard about the Lake O watershed, the BB Sear. Those are both planning projects, and this one is also a planning project, right? So it hasn't been authorized by Congress yet. It's not in design and construction. But these planning projects are how we feed the IDS, the Integrated Delivery Schedule, with design, engineering, and construction projects. So when you look on the IDS, this project is still in the white part. Once it gets authorized by Congress, then it gets moved up and gets a color and gets a schedule on the Integrated Delivery Schedule. So moving these planning projects through, they take some time, but again, they're important to keep these projects in the pipeline and keep things going. So I'm here to present the proposed, what we call the tentatively selected plan, and seek governing board support on moving this planning project to the next major milestone, which is the tentatively selected plan approval by the Army Corps of Engineers vertical team, which is currently scheduled for early August. So let's talk about why this is such an important project to the Everglades and to the Western Everglades. You know, we have a lot of projects that are looking to restore flows north of the lake to the Lake to Lake Okeechobee. We've got projects on the East Coast, in the St. Lucie. We have projects on the West Coast, C-43. We have the EAA in Central Everglades. This is the project that focuses on Western Everglades and undoing some of the damaging effects from some of the Central and South Florida project canals, specifically the L-28. Right, they've done a really good job at draining some of those areas on the western side, and this is the project that helps backfill some of those canal and undo some of that and restore the water flow and the water levels to the Big Cypress National Preserve and the Western Everglades ecosystem. So think of it as a giant redistribution project, right? It doesn't have storage features, but as we backfill some of these canals, we're redistributing the water to go into ecosystem areas where that water used to historically flow that is not currently because of some of these canals pushing water in other directions. So before I move on from this slide, I just want to take one more second. The graphic that we're showing, we show this a lot and we call it restored flows. But what it's really telling you is this is SERP's vision for restored flows in the Everglades system. And that's what all of these arrows that we see on this graphic show. The restored flows to the Kissimmee River, how we're getting more water through the central part of the system and flowing water south. And then as you get south, these three arrows down here, you've got, Taylor Slough and Shark River Slough, but it's this one here that goes to the southwest that's associated with the Western Everglades project. Okay, really quickly, we'll just cover the timeline that we've been on with this project. It did start back in 2016. Because it was on the western side of the system, we needed to take some time to gather some additional data, make sure our models extended over the area, that we were getting the data right, going to get the modeling right. It's also a very large and complex project. There's a lot of stakeholder interest in it. At one point, we needed to pause and make sure that all stakeholders were on board and agreeing with the project as we were moving forward. That happened, and then this is kind of where we are today. So here's our federal process planning timeline. And the reason why we show this is it's important, one, to know where we're at, but it's also important to have an understanding of when we can sign pre-partnership credit agreements and when PPAs come in. So the green boxes that you see in the main flow chart shows the major planning milestones in the federal planning process. These boxes look simple, but there's a lot of work that goes into each of these boxes. The ones on top of the flow chart, which we have these ovals, these blue ovals and these like pinkish kind of rectangles, this is where both the district and the state are integrated into the federal planning process. This is where we have input. This is where the board has input. So we are here at the proposed tentatively selected plan, again, to seek the board's approval to move this project forward to this milestone. Now, the important part of getting to this milestone is once we do, we then have the ability to sign a pre-partnership credit agreement. So if we decide that we want to advance a portion of this project, even ahead of it being authorized by Congress, we can preserve our cost share credit. Okay, so I think this is the hit graphic of the past few months, and it really shows the progress that has been made by these projects to move more water south and get water into Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough. So this particular graphic that we're looking at also is representing, I believe it's April in the dry season. Yeah, okay, just checking. And so, you know, this is the last 20 years, as you all have seen, and you've seen a lot of the reds and oranges down here in Everglades National Park. And then today, you can see, you know, that progress that's been made in Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough. And right here, you have US 41 or Tamiami Trail, and you have I-75 to the north. And a lot of the projects you're very familiar with, which has made this happen. We're looking at things like raising Tamiami Trail, the removal of old Tamiami Trail and allowing that water to flow south. Mod Waters, C111 South Dade, the combined operating plan. Everything is starting to come together to allow that water to flow in the southern part of the system. The district is also taking the lead on the Central Everglades Planning Project North features, which are up in this area, which we still see a lot of reds and we still see some oranges. And what SEP North does is it works to redistribute the flow coming from Lake O and then the future EAA reservoir out along the northern boundary to also turn these areas more green. The western side of the Everglades, and here you have the L28, in this area where the Western Everglades project is focusing on, currently, as you can see in April, it's still very full of reds and oranges. And so this is what this project is working to do, is to undo some of these damaging effects that have occurred due to the L28 canals that are here that have taken away flow, that have gone to areas that had flowed naturally and have stopped some of the sheet flow. And we'll take a look at that. So these are some pictures of what that altered hydrology has done. On the left, here's some photos of the L28. And you can see on the right that what that has done is by having a reduction in flows and a reduction in water levels and groundwater levels, it has allowed more wildfires to occur, but it has allowed the intensity of those wildfires to increase and the occurrence of them to increase, which has impacted the vegetation in the landscape. Also, the L28s, I'm going to move over to these pictures here on the right, and we'll go over these canals in the next map that I have, has been shunting water and draining the system. And then what that has done, to Mr. Butler, you pointed that out a little earlier this morning, this is the L28 interceptor and the extension. That water has come out into Water Conservation Area 3A and also in the Miccosukee Tribal Reservation. And you can see this green area is full of willows and exotics and doesn't look like the surrounding landscape. So this is what the Western Everglades is also going to focus on. The same thing here with the S140. You can see the impacts of what these canals have done. Okay, so now I just kind of want to orient everyone to where we're actually talking about and point out a couple of key features for the Western Everglades Restoration Project. So do you not see it?
It's a good map.
Oh. Okay, well, that's our fantastic GIS staff who's helped us with this. So the black outline is actually the planning boundary. This planning boundary is roughly 1,200 square miles, or about 770,000 acres, right? So it's a huge planning area. We have Lake Okeechobee up here to the north. You got the Everglades agricultural here in this kind of pink. A couple other key features that we have here is the C-139 basin. Here's the Feeder Canal Basin. You see STA 5-6. This purple area here is the Seminole Tribe of Florida Reservation. This tangerine area here is the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida Reservation. Here's Big Cypress National Preserve. And here we see Picayune Strand. Now, Picayune Strand, we know, is a very large restoration project, right? We're restoring 55,000 acres. So this whole planning area here is affecting over 700,000. A couple of other key things that I want to point out with this. Now, we talked about undoing some of the C and SF system. It's these canals that I want to show you. Here's the feeder canal basin. You have the west feeder here and the north feeder, and they travel through the S190 and they head south, and this is called the L28 interceptor. The L28 interceptor comes down to this little extension, and then it flows water out into Water Conservation Area 3. This is the L28, and then down here to the south, we call it the L28 South. Now, a few other things that I want to clear up because we've heard some public comments. One, this project is not connected to Lake Okeechobee, right? We're dealing with existing basin waters. We're not bringing any water in from Lake Okeechobee, so there's no connection to the lake. Also, we talked about the C-139 basin being within the planning area. The C-139 basin does not drain into the Western Everglades. The C-139 basin drains into STA 5-6 as a part of the long-term plan and the Restoration Strategies program. It cleans it up, and then it sends the water out. So no C-139 basin water will go into the Western Everglades Restoration Project. A few other things is we've heard from some stakeholders there's concern this project is going to cause flooding in these areas, and it's not. We're talking, as I move forward and talk about the benefits of this project and how we're improving water levels, we're talking inches and not feet. But those inches are spread out over a very large area. But it's very impactful because it's raising groundwaters and restoring flows. Okay, so I kind of already hit most of the objectives, so we'll go pretty quick on this. So again, this was to restore the freshwater flows, improve seasonal hydro periods, and what this is doing by removing some of these features, and we'll get to that in just a minute in these next few slides, it reestablishes some of these ecological connectivities to the western area. It also improves water quality conditions, and it helps to promote system-wide resiliency and raise the water level. So again, it helps to attenuate and reduce some of these wildfires that we've seen. Okay, so let's talk about the proposed tentatively selected plan. Now, I know this map is very hard to see, so we've broken it out into 4 areas that we want to focus in on the project components. This map really doesn't lend itself to a PowerPoint presentation. If we could print it out and have like a 5-foot tall map, it would probably be a little bit more impactful, but we can't. So we do the best we can, and we're going to kind of break it up and focus in on different areas and tell you why the importance of undoing some of these damaging effects and how that's going to improve Big Cypress. So from a high-level perspective, what the components include are 2 stormwater treatment areas, and we have one here on the western side in the western feeder called the Wingate Mill STA. We have another one that we're putting in on district-owned land within the C-139 Annex, and that's called the North Feeder STA. We'll be backfilling canals, which are in these multicolored areas up here, and then down below on the L28 South. We're degrading levees. There's going to be some wetland restoration in these green highlighted areas that have some of these exotics and these willows and things like that and cattail where they shouldn't be. And again, we just want to make the point that this is not bringing in lake water. Okay, so here on the left, you can see we have these areas marked 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is from the other map that we have. So here we have this main central map. We've broken it up into 4 areas. We're going to focus on this middle one first. And the reason for that is we feel that this central area and backfilling this portion of the L28 interceptor and the L28, what we call the triangle area, drives the whole project. And of course, we can't backfill this and not have the same volume of flow coming down the L28 interceptor. So after this slide, I'll show you 2 more slides on how we're redistributing that flow, and on the western side, how it is going into a historic slough like it used to. So what we're doing, again, here's the L28 canal. You have the S140, the L28 interceptor, and the L28I extension. All of this canal is going to be backfilled. We're going to put a plug in here, so as water moves from north to south, water will not flow over the plug. There's going to be a step-down weir here to help not have all that water just flush and hit the plug, right? So it's going to kind of step its way down. And our modeling has showed that water will not overflow this plug. And the reason for that is we're redirecting most of the flow upstream into other areas to be put through STAs and then redistributed. A part of this feature as well, down here in the L28 extension area where we've highlighted in green, there's a lot of cattail and willow. So to help accelerate restoration and vegetation restoration of this area, and also the S140, a lot of that vegetation will be removed. Okay, so now we're going to move further to the north in the system. So we were here at 3. Now we're moving up here to Area 2. This is where we call our eastern area. And again, just to kind of reorient where we are. So this area here is called the C-139 Annex. And then over here you see STA 56. So the C-139 Annex right now is roughly broken up into three projects. So all of this land is owned by the Water Management District. So the portion of the north is the C-139 flow equalization basin, which is also going to take in flows from the C-139 basin and then feed that into STA 56. This is all restoration strategies. Again, it is a separate program from Western Everglades. To the south, we're doing the Sam Jones Abiaki Prairie Wetland Restoration Project. This project is currently ongoing, and it is permitted, and it is also separate from the Western Everglades project. So we had this area in the middle, and it lent itself to the size and to the need to put what we call the proposed North Feeder Stormwater Treatment Area. And so this is what's called the North Feeder Canal. And so instead of water flowing down the L28 interceptor, we're going to put a plug in here and redirect all this water up into this STA, which then it will discharge out of that and then go down the L3 canal and into Northwest Water Conservation Area 3A, which right now is also overdrained, which will work in concert with SEP and the EAA to help restore those water levels and those flows to Northwestern Water Conservation Area 3A. Okay, so now we're going to move over to the other STA area. And this is called the Wingate Mill STA. And so again, back up on our map, we were down here at 3. We were up here talking about 2, which is a C-139 Annex. And now we're moving west into the feeder canal basin. And so here is what's called the West Feeder Canal. This West Feeder Canal flows from the west to the east, and currently it goes down the L28 interceptor. But again, to be able to remove that triangle and plug the L28 interceptor canal, we have to redistribute these flows. But we also have to clean them and run them through an STA. So there's going to be a plug right before this water flows over the west feeder weir, and all this water that's coming out of the western feeder canal basin is going to get run through this Wingate Mill STA area. It's then going to discharge into kind of like a natural flow area. And then as it heads south, it gets into Big Cypress National Preserve, which is about a mile south of here. And we have worked with the Big Cypress National Preserve hydrologist to look at where we needed to redirect these flows to where it has flowed historically, right? So we can help return those water levels and those hydro periods to the northern Big Cypress and return it to the ecosystem like it used to have it. A few other features that we want to look at, there's 2 operable water control structures that will allow water to go onto the Seminole Tribe of Florida Reservation. We are working with the tribe on the operations of these structures. And then there's a road right here, and there's 2 canals for water to flow underneath here. And so I know that yesterday, Executive Director Bartlett took a helicopter flight and flew over this area. There's been a lot of some concern by some local stakeholders, and I think he wants to talk about his flight.
Thank you, Ms. Leeds. So one of the concerns, last week the Corps of Engineers held a project delivery team meeting, and there's a lot of comments raised about the Kissimmee Billy, which is basically this area, all this area right here. and its ecologic function and its ecologic value to the area as a corridor for panthers and as just a lot of natural systems. And right now, the way the box is drawn for this STA, it does cover part of the Kissimmee Billy right here on this edge right here. This over here is ranch and row crop, so it is more disturbed areas. And one of the things as a district, per tradition, that we have always cited for our STAs is to really cite them on disturbed lands, whether it's sugarcane fields or citrus or anything. The North Feeder is on a citrus field, a former citrus field, the North Feeder STA that you saw in the previous slide. So we do absolutely support an STA, right? We need the STA, we need the dimensions as far as the size and the treatment capacity of an STA to take this water. But I would like, as we express our support, to really make clear that we support that, but we want it to be in disturbed lands. We don't really want the STA to be built within a natural area with wildlife characteristics and wildlife value. You can see there are disturbed lands around and other parts around this, so it can be relooked at. It's a planning level document, so this is, we have changed reservoirs and STA footprints after tentatively selected plans multiple times, particularly in the Indian River Lagoon South, almost every single one of those. So this is not where we want to be as far as building an STA on natural lands. And so we need to, I would like with your support as we express our support for continuing, is to really express our desire to not build STA footprints on these natural areas.
The idea being you do not want to disturb the undisturbed.
Right. We're into restoration, ecosystem restoration. And then, of course, as we build this STA and we think about operations, this being a natural area, we would have to operate in a way that protects it. Quality, quantity, timing, distribution of that water, it absolutely needs to be protective and compatible with this area and not disrupt that ecosystem area as a flowway itself. So, that is just it's an important area to the ecology and to wildlife corridors and so forth. So that's the part where I wanted to go see it myself and make sure that as we express our support, we're clear on how we build STAs as a district. So I just really wanted to share that with you as we continue the presentation.
Okay, one more area to focus on. This is the south part. So now we're down, here we go. Now we're down here. So this is called the L28 tieback and the L28. And currently, what this feature does is it tends to keep water on the eastern side of the L28, right? And it stacks water up in Area 3, and it prevents some of the sheet flow in this water from going south and southwest into the Big Cypress National Preserve. So what these project features are going to do here is to remove some of these impediments and help get that flow back over here. So there's right now proposed to backfill and remove the levees for the L28 tieback. This canal here will stay in place. These are 3 operable water control features, and we're going to backfill the canal here. And then there's going to be a plug here down at the south. Other considerations with the southern area is that we have to look at you can see these features on the map. There's 11 Mile Road, we've got US 41, and we have Loop Road. Now, while they have a lot of canals right now currently conveying water underneath them, we know with this project that additional conveyance is going to be needed, so that's also being taken into account. So if you remember what we talked about a little earlier, the importance of getting to a tentatively selected plan that's approved by the Corps is we can then sign a pre-partnership credit agreement. So what the Water Management District is doing is looking to expedite these L28 South culverts. We went out there and did a bunch of survey work, which needed to be feeded into some modeling. And so right now we are in design for these L28 South culverts. We are also undertaking a modeling effort to look at that additional conveyance that is needed to move that water underneath US 41 and Loop Road and 11 Mile Road. And what that modeling should help tell us is how much conveyance we need and where do we need to put it to help get that water underneath those roads, get it past those impediments, down into Western Everglades National Park, and then eventually down into the Lossman Slough area. So that helps that flow. So as we're uncorking the rest of the L28 system, we're now helping to move that flow to the southwest, underneath those features, down into Western Everglades National Park, and then ultimately down into Lossman Slough. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to cover some of the benefits. We've talked about why this is so important, why it's so important to the Western Everglades to restore these water levels. And so we want to talk about a few of the benefits that we're seeing from this. So this project is basically backfilling over 26 miles of canals. And what that's going to do is help restore groundwater and surface water hydrology to over 650,000 acres of wetlands. That's enormous. We're also reconnecting over 8,000 acres in that triangle area by removing the L28. So we're reconnecting, right, that ecosystem and that Western Everglades ecosystem and facilitating that sheet flow over to the west. So the next 3 slides that I want to show you are of modeling graphics. As with all modeling graphics, they're kind of complicated. They tend to kind of consolidate things. Just a few things that I want to relay to you as you look at some of these graphics and as we talk about them is they do show the benefits of this project of undoing the C&SF system, right? It shows where we can move water, how we have water on the landscape, and how we're able to restore and make that water available to the Western Everglades ecosystem. But again, it's a very large area, and so when you're looking at these graphics, you'll see those modeling cells. They roughly represent 600 acres per cell. So we've heard concerns that people are saying they're concerned that this project is going to, may flood their areas out. So what these modeling graphics are showing you is while there are changes in water levels, it's over a very large area, but it's very important that we have even those minor and smaller changes because they're not minor. They're significant changes, but they're not to the point where they're flooding, right? It's spread out. So each of these cells is 600 acres, and so they represent like an average over that 600 acres. So if you have, say, an additional 3 inches of water in one of those cells, it's spread out over that. But we're also raising the groundwaters with it. So, all right, so with that, there's only 3. I can tell you the project team, I think, has reviewed maybe over 2,000 or 3,000 modeling graphics. But we thought these kind of highlighted some of the benefits of it. But I want to point out a few things as we're looking at it. So the graphic on the left is the average water depth of the past 20 years. So here again, you have Shark River Slough, Taylor Slough, US 41 or Tamiami Trail, and you have the L28 interceptor. And you can see there's a lot of oranges and reds in here and yellows. And so what this project is doing is trying to get more green in this area. And so the graphic that you're looking at shows the benefit of this project. So what the team does is they look at what are water levels without the project and what are water levels with the project, and this is the difference between the two, which is highlighted in the colors. You may be looking at these darker blues and these yellows. These are these proposed STAs. And so what this shows is that when you undo some of the L28 interceptor and you remove the triangle, and you take the Western Feeder Canal Basin water and you redistribute it, you're redistributing it down into Kissimmee Billy Slough and then to this northern part and the western part of Big Cypress National Preserve as it has historically been. So what we're talking about is basically restoring water levels to the benefit of the Western Everglades ecosystem, and that's what this is showing. And what these colors are representing are changes in inches, 0 to 3 inches, or 3 to 6 inches. So that's what this is showing here. And again, this is the northern part of the system. And the reason why this is so important as well is it also helps to reduce the intensity and the duration of these wildfires by improving the groundwater and improving the surface water levels. This is the same thing, only showing the southern part of the system, right? So here's the L28 south piece. So this is what it looks like when you have those operable 3 culverts in there, and by getting rid of the L28 tieback, it's showing that you're raising water levels by inches and not feet, and we will look at improving conveyance under Tamiami Trail and Loop Road and move that water to the southwest down into Western Everglades National Park and Lossman Slough area.
Jen, for that previous slide and this slide, can you show where on the 20-year average those blue areas might be on the previous slide and this slide?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So on the previous slide, these blue areas are going to be up in here, right, where it's really red and orange. Because here's I-75, and you've got I-75 right down here. So we're talking about up in this area.
Where's the line for Big Cypress, the southern line? The reservation. The reservation on that previous slide.
The Seminole Tribe Reservation should be right in here, I think.
Where's it at on the modeling graphic?
Oh, I get you. It's right in here, this area. Okay, and for the south, here's the L28 south, and here you've got US 41. So we're down in this area here. Here's US 41, that same bend. You can see the L28 on this map, and you can see the oranges here and the yellows. And then also underneath US 41, right? So by improving that conveyance, we're going to get more greens into this area as well. And then it gets into Western Everglades National Park, which is down here. Okay, and the last one I have for you is this really shows the improvement in water levels and the flow into Big Cypress National Preserve. So this is looking at the entire system. Here you've got the L28 interceptor again and the L28 south. And this shows that by removing some of these impediments to moving water over into the Western Everglades ecosystem, we keep more water available to the Western ecosystem here by 30, 60 days, and the water that had been stacking up in Western Water Conservation Area 3A and down here in the south, we reduce those times. So this is the benefit of this project. So this also highlights the benefit of it as well and why it's so important to do. Okay, last slide. Here we are talking about what's coming up for WRP and what's the schedule. So as Drew had mentioned, we just had a project delivery team meeting on July 7th. We are here at the tentatively selected plan for July. This is our governing board meeting. This is your chance to have input and give us approval to move this forward. Right now, the vertical team meeting with the Corps has been scheduled in early August. The next major milestone after this is to get to the draft project implementation report. Once this draft is written, it then gets released for public review and state and agency review. And then we're looking to get a final project implementation report. And this final report is needed to get the chief's report. So this is in August of 2023. And again, I think you've heard us talk about the importance of having a chief's report. That is what is needed to be able to transmit this to Congress. And we're looking to have that complete right now. That milestone is December of 2023. So this project right now is targeting WRDA 2024. So we want it to be ready so when WRDA 2024 comes around, we can get it authorized and then get this in on the integrated delivery schedule and get these projects in the pipeline. So with that, take any questions?
Okay. Can we go to public comment first, or do you want to ask a question? Go ahead.
Ms. Leeds, do you mind, I feel like there were 5 different terminologies used for the L28.
Yeah.
And I don't think, maybe some are nicknames, or when certain slides come the second time, they don't use the same terminology it did the first time. So I would just like a clear delineation of what the L28s are, what their proper names are, and why they have these names, if that's important.
Okay. So there's 3 parts to the L28. You have the L28 North, which is here. This is called the L28 Interceptor Canal.
What's it intercepting?
Yeah, intercepting water.
So
So
it's- yeah.
basically, they dug this canal to drain and provide drainage to the feeder canal basin and to this area. So it was to intercept water and to drain it. And drain they did. These canals can drain in the dry season. They can pull water up to 2 miles away out of groundwater.
Wow, okay.
And so the other,
So the interconnect
this
on
is
the left.
this is the L28 Interceptor
Oh,
Canal.
interceptor.
This is a little extension. And then this is the L28 South. And this top piece, we call it the tieback. All made to intercept water.
Okay, why do they call it, just from my trying to understand the connections, why do they call it that if those aren't even connected? It doesn't appear to me that the top triangle is connected to the bottom.
It's not, there's a gap.
The original plan with the CNSF project connected it. And when it was built, the northern part and the southern part were built, but they were never connected because the amount of drainage that was happening was starting to be recognized as the project was being built, and it was realized that that middle portion wasn't necessary because the northern part and the southern part did an effective job of draining the areas that were
Okay.
required to be drained. And so as a cost-saving measure, they didn't extend the canal through that middle part.
Okay, and these were built after 1947?
Correct.
What years were they built?
I don't know off the top of my head if somebody else has that information, but it's in that 1950s and 60s timeframe. But we'll get that
That's
information
okay,
for you.
that's all. It's important to me. That's a confusing canal. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, great. At this time, I think we're going to go to public comment, unless you have a question? Yeah, please.
Before we do that. All right, slide 16. If you could. My question is we got two STAs.
Yes.
You realize that we're dealing with a rainfall-driven basin. I mean, this is only basin.
Yes.
There is no connection to Lake Hickapachee,
No.
anything like that.
No.
So it's only water in this basin coming into the system. But we have two STAs. The distribution coming out of these STAs, how does that compare to pre-CNSF in terms of the distribution amount? Is it similar?
So it's a good question, but I think if you look also further up in the system, right, the C-139 basin probably used to be connected.
Okay.
It's not anymore.
Okay.
Right? All that water is now being redirected to STA 5-6. That was a part of the long-term plan and the Everglades construction project.
Okay. So we're still talking about less water than
Much less
what
water.
was-
Now, there is some water coming over from the west, right? Like all that overland flow, like in the feeder canal basin, so.
Can you show the back to like a big map and show the divide between the C-139 and what we're talking about then?
Yes. So here's the divide of the C-139, and this is a canal called the Deer Fence Canal. And I want to say these are the L1? L1, okay, good, I passed. And so this basin up here currently, they're under a regulatory program, right? Just like the EAA, kind of similar, but the way it's structured is a little bit different. And so as water comes through here and it comes through some of their private canals or their agricultural ditches, it all is supposed to end up into STA 5-6. And then it comes down the L3.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's less than historical pre-CNSF.
Right.
The system that we're hydrating, and so the distribution, but I am curious how that distribution compares on a percentage basis to.
Right, to historic.
To
Right,
historic.
Right, because all this area in here used to be connected, right? You've got Dinner
Okay.
Island and OK Slough up in here, but there's now a lot of roads,
Okay.
infrastructure, canals, that are all now in this area that have taken pieces of that and broken it up and put it into different
Okay,
areas.
so the planning boundary listed here is not necessarily the drainage boundary.
No, sir.
Okay.
It follows some of the drainage boundaries, but this was an area that they felt that they could have the most impact because it did contain this L28 canal system.
Okay.
And again, we've also worked very closely with the Big Cypress National Preserve hydrologist, who's done a lot of work in this area and how water used to flow down into Big Cypress National Preserve, which is how redistributing it on this western side became such an important piece.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, so now we're going to go to public comment on this particular agenda item. I know that Mr. Bergeron was going to comment during this period. Do you want to go first, or do you want to go last? Okay, so let's go to the people in person who are here first, and then we'll go to the people on Zoom, and then we'll Alligator Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. First, we're going to start with Patrick Eiler, followed by Jake Foytik.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Eiler, Director of Strategy and Policy with Family Lands Remembered. I'm here today on behalf of Wild Landscapes International, a nonprofit 501c3 organization dedicated to landscape conservation in Florida, the broader United States, and other parts of the world. Wild Landscapes has active conservation projects in the South Florida area, one of which is Green Glades Ranches West, a property currently affected by the Western Everglades TSP. We're certainly supportive of the Western Everglades Restoration Project. That being said, we do have some concerns about the current conceptual design of the STA outflow from the Wingate Mills STA in the western area, which would drain onto Green Glades Ranches West. Green Glades is rich with the same biodiversity of the Big Cypress Basin. Part of the Kissimmee Billy Strand Slough, Green Glades is critical habitat for endangered Florida panthers and ghost orchids, and incredible habitat for other species. It is within the Panther Glades Florida Forever project and is an integral piece in the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Due to these qualities, Wild Landscapes is in active discussions with the landowner to establish a conservation easement on the property. We believe that with some collaborative effort, the impacts that increased flows may have on the property could be eliminated or at least reduced, perhaps by removing the culverts along Ranch Road or other design changes. We ask that your approval today make note of our request to redesign the western area flows, and we work together to make it a better project for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jake Foytik, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon. Jake Foytik with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. I spoke earlier about our support for SERP and appreciation for stakeholder inclusion. We also support the continuation of agricultural production in the EAA and the C-139 basin. Coming to work from an agriculture perspective, we need to make sure for any agricultural lands that are going to be affected, farmers and ranchers have ample notice and time to plan for how this is going to affect their businesses and their livelihoods. Additionally, assurances are needed to ensure balanced implementation is achieved in a manner that provides for water-related needs of the region, including enhancement of water supply and water quality while maintaining flood control. Lastly, we do not want to delay the project, but there is a need for more time and additional information for stakeholders to review and provide input on. Thank you.
Thank you,
you,
Mr.
sir.
Foytik. Gil Smart, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon, all. My name's Gil Smart. I'm Policy Director with Friends of the Everglades, founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. I think Ms. Leeds did a really great job of sort of articulating the needs and the benefits of this project. It seems to me those are kind of inarguable. But we did have concerns, and Director Bartlett did attempt to assuage them here, that the STAs will be built on disturbed lands. I think, Friends of the Everglades, my organization, supports work and the goals and concept. but not at the expense of ecologically valuable undisturbed land. So if there's any chance that the STAs would be built on such lands, we would have a problem with it. We also have a question, wondered how these additional flows and STAs might impact the district's QBEL numbers. Water quality is not something that's really been addressed in this presentation today. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Switching now to our virtual participants, Mr. Vice Chairman, we have about 10 or so, and we're going to start with Mr. Carlton Ward, followed by Brad Cornell, and then Kara Kapp.
Okay, Carlton, you're up.
Can you guys hear me okay by Zoom here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. My name's Carlton Ward Jr. I'm a National Geographic photographer and conservationist who founded the Florida Wildlife Corridor Project and the Path of the Panther Project. And through that work, I've had the privilege of spending a lot of time over the past decade on Mr. Bergeron's Green Glades West Ranch and a whole lot of time in the northern reaches of the Kissimmee Billy Strand. And that's kind of what I want to talk about today. I've been running camera traps in the Kissimmee Billy for many years, and most of the time I'm more than waist deep in water. There's an area where it goes dry maybe on average of 3 months a year, and it's an area ecologically that reminds me a lot of the Corkscrew Swamp. You have some 500-year-old old growth cypress trees. We have lots of pictures of panthers and pregnant panthers and kittens and black bears really utilizing this habitat. It's one of the most wildlife-rich places I've seen anywhere in the world, really, but certainly on private land in our state. And so my comments and concerns are how this plan in the Wingate Mill would affect what is a largely pristine slough ecosystem. I take everyone's word that the southern Kissimmee Billy Slough needs water, and I think this is a great plan to get it there, but the how should be considered quite carefully. I'll echo some of the other comments that I saw this project boundary goes pretty far north. So why not put this STA even further north and catch more water and expand the conservation footprint into existing farm fields rather than have it so close and touching already pristine habitat. But aside from the physical location of the STA, which I trust based on the comments from the helicopter flight, you guys will do that right. You'll change the boundary and you'll move that STA so it doesn't impact these habitats. But I worry about flooding an area with too much water that is already experiencing water at the high water mark, year after year. I mean, I know it. I've had cameras drown and things go very, very wet and stay quite wet there. And so I would request careful site visits and considerations of how that water can be conveyed from north to south without damaging what's one of the more pristine habitats I've ever experienced.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Next, we have Brad Cornell, followed by Kara Kapp, and then Mike Elfenbein.
Good afternoon, Governing Board and Mr. Vice Chair. This is Brad Cornell, and I'm here on behalf of Audubon, Florida, and Audubon Western Everglades. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Western Everglades Restoration Project, TSP. Audubon supports the planning and construction of the Western Everglades Restoration Project for all the benefits that Jennifer Leeds very effectively has outlined today. And it's also a complement to the wider hydrologic restoration work that's being planned and executed for the entire Big Cypress National Preserve by the National Park Service. We also recommend that the district urge the Army Corps to expand the modeling period of record beyond 2005 as it's currently being set to include the wetter climate cycle we've been in for recent years. Our concern about this is that there will be design problems due to inaccurate modeling for not having the wetter years included for the outcome. Also, we have a concern that there aren't enough data and science on the nutrient issues in the Western Everglades, so that the STAs and the designs of this project need to be much more conservative in the nutrient assumptions, because we really don't know what the science says about the tolerance of the Big Cypress system and the Western Everglades ecology to nutrient pollution. And that also means that there needs to be investments that are increased in monitoring and science work by the district and the Corps. The Corps had been doing baseline studies, and they had suspended them for a number of years, and then they suddenly realized, wait a minute, we need those data. So the Western system is a lot less studied than the Central Everglades. And finally, I want to note the vital benefit of the Western Everglades Restoration Project, hydrologic restoration, for reducing catastrophic wildfire risk. These are risks that are due both to widespread overdrainage, as Ms. Leeds has outlined, but also to the perennial challenges of trying to accomplish prescribed burning, between getting permits for burns and staffing and the equipment. It's a very expensive and taxing issue. So thank you very much for considering Audubon's comments on the Western Everglades Restoration Project and for your support of that project.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. Next, we have Kara Kapp, followed by Mike Elfenbein, and then Thomas Oates.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi again. This is Kara Kapp from the National Parks Conservation Association. MPCA is really excited that WERP is moving forward and is so far on track for congressional approval in the next WRDA bill in 2024. I really loved on the timeline that Jennifer shared that the Chief's report date is set for 2023. So that feels like a really decent buffer to make sure we aren't kind of wildly running up against a tight timeline trying to get the Chief's report to Congress. We have all played that game before, and it's stressful. As the National Park advocate, I want to highlight that Big Cypress is our nation's very first national preserve. It's a significant ecological and economic resource here in South Florida, but beyond, for those of us just here, it's really a national resource and treasure, and advancing this Western Everglades project is a big win to be felt nationwide, especially when you consider that up to 40% of the water coming into Everglades National Park flows from the Big Cypress area. You really understand the importance of this region and the health of the entire greater Everglades. So even for folks who track more closely, say Florida Bay or Biscayne Bay projects or St. Lucie flows, this project in Southwest Florida's corner of the Everglades will truly benefit everyone and everywhere in the ecosystem. We appreciate the discussion about the existing intact cypress habitat in the Wingate Mills area. And, as staff indicated, this is still a conceptual footprint. Like the district, MPCA supports a final configuration that meets the project goals while also avoiding negative impacts on native habitats like cypress. Like always, it seems land is a resource in limited supply. We need to ensure that we are protecting the remaining natural areas while also appropriately citing water quality features, and it's a balancing act. We will continue to track this project and look forward to reviewing and commenting on the final plan in the months ahead that hopefully strikes that perfect balance and does so in a way that doesn't impact that important timeline for approval, because we don't want to miss our shot at WRDA 24. If we do, it'll be another 2 years before we can even come up for congressional consideration again. So we want to thank Jennifer and her team for this helpful presentation, thank the district for your leadership on WERP, and just again, clearly state our support and excitement to see this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kapp. Next up, we have Mike Elfenbein, followed by Thomas Oates, and then Newton Cook.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. That was a big nothing burger, Kara. I spent a lot of time in the Big Cypress National Preserve, more than most, but not as much as some. Yeah, that's great. We want to push the project through and not miss the timelines, but we don't want to push the project through that's going to destroy what we're trying to protect. And while we are supportive as Gladesmen of projects that improve the Big Cypress National Preserve in the region, we are not supportive of projects that aim to disturb or destroy the things we're trying to protect, specifically the Kissimmee Billy Strand and the area around the Wingate Mill STA. And I hear what you're saying, Drew, about we can work through this later. But for those of us who've been in the Big Cypress long enough to know, we know better than to take the word of an agency to say they're going to do something, because we have 50 years of history that shows that there is nothing trustworthy about what the government tells us they're going to do. And while you might be giving us a verbal confirmation of that now, the reality is this project's going to take years to create. We don't know if you're going to be here. The colonel might not be here, likely won't be here. The other colonel probably won't be here. So while you're giving us your verbal acknowledgement that you're looking to fix something, there's nothing set in stone that says you are. And again, back to the Big Cypress National Preserve and Brad Cornell's comments is that we have 50 years of history in the Big Cypress that shows that the National Park Service, to no fault of their great staff, incredible superintendent, and their hardworking people, do not have the ability and the resources to manage the Big Cypress. Not now, not then, and probably not likely ever. So the idea that there's not enough funding to maintain the Big Cypress and give it the treatment that it needs and deserves, like prescribed fire, invasive plants, water quality, and all the other things we've discussed today, and suggest that spending $2 billion on a project is going to do that is absurd. So while I support a project that comes out good and looks good, I'm afraid that if we rush this, knowing that what we're looking at really isn't good, we might be sealing the fate of probably one of the most beautiful natural areas left in Southwest Florida that hasn't been destroyed. And that doesn't just include Bergeron's land, but includes the Howells land and all of those people who have taken care of their property for so long to make it look like what it is. You know, the Big Cypress is 730,000 acres of preserved land that's almost devoid of wildlife and overcome by invasive plants. And while we discuss how that contributes to wildfires, the neighbors to the north that manage their private lands don't have those wildfire problems, and it's the same exact habitat. So consider that this project's not going to stop wildfire, but maybe redistributing some of the funds proposed for this project to the National Park Service might actually do some greater good. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Next up, we have Thomas Oates, followed by Newton Cook, and then Alita Waldman.
Thank you. I appreciate you recognizing me. My name is Tom Oates. I'm a property owner in the northern WERP footprint. I appreciate all the comments and concerns by all the district commissioners. You guys are asking some of the right questions, but probably need to ask more. You guys are our check and balance. Let's recognize something. The northern part of the WERP footprint is an area of Big Cypress and sensitive lands that are highland hammock, pine, prairie, cypress dome, and slough. This is different from 3A entirely. It's not a sawgrass plain. It's not an area that's accustomed to the volume of water that's proposed by this tentatively selected plan. One of the unique features of the northern portion of this WERP footprint is that it borders the Seminole Reservation. It seeks to eliminate portions of the L28, which presently terminate on the Miccosukee Reservation. The TSP here proposes to move that terminus to the L28 interceptor from the Miccosukee Reservation and divert waters to both the Kissimmee Billy Slough from the Windmill Gate and the Big Cypress Preserve. The TSP appears, in my opinion, to make special accommodation or protection just for the reservation to the detriment of the preserve and the private inholders that are located near these features. The claim of no flow from the L28 interceptor is entirely inconsistent with the reservation's current drainage, their usage of the L28 interceptor. It appears inconsistent with the first model that was shown, which shows a ponding difference post-implementation. Mr. Butler, you asked about the location of the reservation on one of those models. It's the extreme red and dry areas that are located on that colored chart, and I would argue that it's that reason and designated that way because of their mechanical drainage. This plan entirely ignores the fact that that mechanical drainage exists and will continue to exist. It's going to end up dumping water in the plug of this L28. Ms. Lippisch, to answer one of your questions, it's my opinion that the function of the interceptor was to drain the reservation. This plan does nothing but ignores the consequences that will result, right? So why does the proposed treatment facility appear to ignore the reservation's existing drainage pumps and other infrastructure? The watershed from that reservation is going to end up being dumped without treatment in the preserve near the location of that plug. I would urge you to question intently how the location of that proposed plug is going to be affected by all of the exotics and invasives, the willows and otherwise, that you presently see in the areas that are designated for remediation right now at the bottom of that triangle where the interceptor and the L28 exist. As it relates to the Wingate Mill STA, and I want to know how much water is expected from the Lard-Can Canal. You can't expect that the quantity of water that's going to come out of that canal is going to be effectively dispersed through an area that is entirely unaccustomed to that much water. I've prepared a map and images, which I'm going to email to all the district commissioners, and I urge you to reach out to me to finish my
Oates,
comments and speak with you directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oates. Next, we have Newton Cook, followed by Alida Waldman, and then Nyla Pipes.
This is Newton Cook. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you very much. I'm on the phone. I'm at the Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting, but I've been listening in, and I like the comments that are being made. But my point was I wanted to thank the district and Drew for obviously listening carefully to the public comments that were made at the last meeting on this issue, and for looks like a reconsideration and hopefully a ending of the project to build an SDA on top of a beautiful cypress area. So people who make these comments, the district does listen to you, the Corps listens, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Alida Waldman, you're recognized to speak, followed by Nyla Pipes, and then Zachary Matai.
I am now married to Commissioner Bergeron, and I want to thank all of you for all of your hard work. These are very important conversations that you're having, and there's going to be a lot of important decisions that you have to make. I really want to thank Drew Bartlett for taking the time of flying over the area that is being impacted by the Wingate STA and seeing for himself how pristine and untouched and beautiful this area is. And I also want to say that I agree with the gentleman that spoke before that although Drew's position is correct that this they should site this STA somewhere where it does not impact a pristine wetland area, I believe that there is something that the policymakers, all of you that sit on this board, can do. And what you can do is you can craft a policy that prohibits forever for any STA, not just this one, to be built or sited anywhere near a pristine area so that no one can ever impact areas like this. This is not the only beautiful area. The Corkscrew Swamp, Fakahatchee Strand, all of those, you would never think of putting an STA right in the middle of them. This isn't exactly the same type of area. It's beautiful, it's pristine, it's untouched by man, and it harbors so many amazing plants, endangered animals that it really merits protection. So I'm asking the commissioners to really take a good look at your policies and see if you can craft something that would prohibit anyone from siting STAs on sensitive lands such as these. I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waldman. Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak, followed by Zachary Matai and then Robert Markham.
Good afternoon, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. Sound check?
We hear you.
Fantastic. So I'm going to echo the other remarks regarding the location of this STA on undisturbed lands. And I'm going to follow by reminding all of you that I started this meeting today talking about some other undisturbed lands that we are about to disturb in the interest of building a canal, and echo the speaker before me in saying we need to not do this. We like to call it restoration, but in truth, what we're trying to do is salvage what we've got left. And we don't do that by creating more man-made canals and STAs in areas they don't belong. Furthermore, I want to applaud all of you for continuing this very difficult conversation But I do agree with Mr. Mike Elfenbein about this. It's very difficult to support a tentatively selected plan that is based upon a large STA that we are all saying is not in the right place. How does that affect our plan from here on out? Where is this going to go? How are we going to make sure that the size of the STA is good with the size of the canals and the plugs and everything else we're going to build with this project? I think we're at a spot where we have to continue the conversation. And sometimes I fear that we get in such a mode of pushing forward on Everglades restoration because we're scared to death of what we're losing. We miss the forest for the trees. In this case, very well could be the trees we're destroying in the name of restoration. One more note. It alarmed me a lot to hear at the last work meeting that there were still people, landowners and inholders, who were unaware of this work project. We've spent several years now going back to the drawing board and making sure that we had people at the table, and I'm not sure they're still there or all at the table yet. So I just encourage us to not necessarily slow down, but just be very aware that this isn't as cut and dried as it seems, and I don't think we have the perfect plan to support, and I don't trust somebody else to come back later and fix what's wrong now as we push it through the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Zachary Matai, you're recognized to speak, followed by Robert Markham and then Joshua Maxwell.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
My name is Zach Matei. I'm a camp owner on the Miccosukee Reservation. I've spent many of my life in the Big Cypress, Area 3A also, and I am very concerned about this project in terms of water rising. I've seen the destruction of tree islands, of the pines in the Big Cypress, of oak heads, and the just decretion of population of mammals in these areas due to increased water in this habitat that has become adaptive to what it is. I don't think that you guys have modeled a modeling of what will be during a high water event. You know, we don't have enough structure to get that water south underneath 41, and it's going to keep on flowing towards the west and increase ponding in the Big Cypress National Park. It's very, very scary. You say that this is going to help wildfires, but yet the National Park Service has yet to complete a wildfire plan that they set for themselves. On top of all that, you know, I'm very scared that my camp, other camps are going to be flooded out during high water events with you guys putting more water in these areas. Unlike most of you guys who make these decisions, I spend most of my time in this area and I see the destruction that occurs every year during high water events. I see it firsthand. I don't see it from a computer. I see it personally. And I think that we need to go back to the drawing board and get this water south. It needs to be clean and just rethink this. It's going too quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matei. Next, we have Robert Markham, followed by Joshua Maxwell, and then Eric Kimmel.
Hi, my name is Robert Markham. I'm representing my family's land, the panthers, the bobcats, the bears, the turkeys, the birds, the orchids, the air plants, the oaks, the cypress, and all the wilds of Florida that don't have a voice in their destruction. We have all heard how important and diverse the Big Cypress Preserve is, but I ask you to go see it for yourself. I'm not sure how the destruction of habitat and the killing of wild animals is progress. I would like to yield any time that I have left to Mr. Jeff Dixon, who speaks for my family, the wildlife, and landowners affected by work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markham. Joshua Maxwell, you're recognized to speak, followed by Eric Kimmel, and then Daniel Watson. Mr. Maxwell, we can see that your mic is live, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Good afternoon. My name's Josh Maxwell. I spend most of my fall and spring in Big Cypress as a hunter, and I like to traverse the area in a swamp buggy. And I have concerns that you guys are going to be dumping a little too much water in an area I like to go to. And we also are stakeholders in the Fakahatchee, and I'm sure everybody here is familiar with the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. And the success that me and my family have seen with the Picayune is what I'd like to see you guys try and shoot for with work. Is we've noticed that firsthand, the Fakahatchee stays wetter longer, but it still dries out adequately, so we still have a dry season. But we haven't had, any real increase in water in the wet season except maybe an inch or two. Our camps are still dry during the wet season. We can still use the area as intended, as can the animals. And my biggest concern with the current plans for work were kind of mirror what Zach had laid out earlier, that I think we are going to have 41 stop in the water, and it's going to have unintended consequences and impacts. And the impacts to the existing tree islands and everything else to the north, a drastic change in the water table can, permanently impact these tree islands and all these other areas that have kind of adapted to the current water levels. And moderate changes can be good. I think we need to find ways to store the water to the north and slowly release it. So those are my comments. I hope you listen to them, and I hope you find a way to implement something that's maybe a little bit better plan. A longer permitting process to get the right plan is the best thing for the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Our next public commenter is Eric Kimmel, followed by Daniel Watson, and then Jeff Dixon.
Good afternoon. This is Eric Kimmel. I'm Cypress. I've maintained a lot of these camps and.
Mr. Kimmel, we can't hear you.
Oh. How do I?
Mr. Kimmel?
Yes, I'm trying to get.
We hear you
Somehow
now.
I got. Can you hear me now?
We hear you now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, I got lost. All right, my name's Eric Kimmel. I maintain some properties for friends in Big Cypress, and I grew up out there, so I got a little practice out there. I have some concerns that have been brought up to me. The construction of an STA that breaks up continuous habitat that is adjacent to a panther mitigation bank. Habitat fragmentation is a huge trouble with the Panther Project's goals. We also there's concern the project might cause damage to the upland habitats in Big Cypress, therefore harming wildlife as a whole, native wildlife and everything. The SERP project, which is part of the work, is not supposed to return water elevations the way it was before statehood. And the commission report said that it's only supposed to improve them to the extent possible, improve water elevations and time. And then I'm also been asked to raise some properties up near the Jetport, and there's unknown specific water levels and duration are some of the trouble, so I don't know where to start on these properties.
Mr. Kimmel.
Yes. All right, unknown specific water levels and duration are our trouble in much of the area's footprint.
Mr. Kimmel, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. Furthermore, water levels and duration can adversely impact upland habitat and wildlife. The single species management of the Cape Sable sparrow is one prime example of that. The consequences of poor water management on these lands, and including old growth and flooded uplands and hammocks. And that brings up, okay, can't find my note, okay. And then worry about okay, an easier way for me to describe everything is if I could send you an email. I have a booklet we put together with Tom Shirley and the Everglades Coordinating Council. We'll show you the exact results of the water management the last 50 years. And if you have an email, I can send it to you to enter in the record. And there's also been some pointing out that we're also going to need some more access off of 41, L28, and I-75. And, South Florida Water Management is supposed to provide recreational access, and that's one of the mandates in SERP law. But historically, since the conception of the Big Cypress, MPS has done a poor job for decades managing these lands, as well as inhibiting.
Mr. Kimmel, your time is up, and I'm happy to follow up with you after the meeting and get whatever information you need, and I'll distribute it to the appropriate people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Daniel Watson, followed by Jeff Dixon, and then Joshua Van Shake.
Good afternoon, everybody. Long day, I'm sure. My name is Daniel Watson, and going over this work meeting, I can't help but think that in 1974, Big Cypress National Preserve was established for the preservation, conservation, and protection of the natural, scenic, hydrologic, floral, faunal, and recreational values of the Big Cypress watershed. That's what it says when they established it. What's a watershed? I went to look it up just to make sure I knew what I was talking about. It's an area of land that collects rainfall and directs it to a creek or a river. It's an area of land. It's not an area of sheet flow. It's not an area inundated by water. The water levels that WERP is talking about putting in Big Cypress are pretty concerning, and I don't think a majority of the people had an idea of how high the water we were talking about is actually going to be when we got on board with the work plan. The Big Cypress General Management Plan on page 1 says wildlife programs would be expanded to protect species listed by the federal and state governments and to improve habitat for the white-tailed deer. Feral hogs would be eliminated unless they were determined to be suitable prey for Florida panther, and exotic plants and animals would be selectively controlled. That's the 7th, 8th, and 9th sentence in the Big Cypress General Management Plan. As far as improved habitat for white-tailed deer, so far we know that just a few inches of water can have a profound effect on both the deer and a lot of the plant species out there. Some of these plants rely on periodic burn-ins just for their survival, and the Park Service has done a horrible job with prescribed burns as it is. It's going to be a lot harder with a foot of water in there. All the deer surveys that we've ever done, even the 1990 and 1992 survey, the one after the 94 flood, and just recently the deer survey, all show that higher water and more increased high water events have a horrible effect on the fawn's rate to survive. Let's look at just stair steps real quick. In 2001, we counted 642 deer. In 2010, we counted 7 deer. And in 2013, there was no deer counted. That's because of high water events and predation due to the Texas cougar or Florida panther that you guys have out there. The high water pushes them to only certain areas. Keep in mind that every time we talk about raising structures around 41, you can't raise these tree islands, and 60 days of inundation is going to kill all these pine trees. Historically, there's never
Hi,
been
Mr. Watson, if you could wrap
sheet
up your
flow
comments.
inside of Big Cypress.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Our next public commenter is Joshua Van Shake, followed by William Little. Mr. Van Shake, if you could. He did. Mr. Van Shake, if you could unmute your mic. I see that you're live, we just can't hear you. Okay, I'm going to circle back to Mr. Van Shake and take William Little. Mr. Little, you're recognized to speak. William Little. If you could unmute your mic, Mr. Little. You can press *6 to unmute if you're using a phone. Mr. Little, if you could unmute your mic. Mr. Little, if you could unmute your mic. *6 will unmute you if you're using a phone. Okay, I'm going to go back to Joshua Van Schaik. Mr. Van Schaik, you're recognized to speak.
All right, well, let's just move forward. I think we got Mr. Bergeron waiting here, right? Obviously, those two have not.
Their hand raised. We can circle back to them after?
All right, well, we'll circle back to them. Let's let Mr. Bergeron speak. Huh? Again? Okay, hang on 1 second, Mr. Bergeron. You want to put Mr. Dixon on now? Okay.
Okay, Jeff Dixon, you're recognized to speak. Mr. Dixon, if you could unmute your mic. *6 if you're using. Oh, there you go.
Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me now?
We hear you. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this really only boils down to two things: too much water and polluted water. It's not politically correct to say, so we call it too many parts per million. These two problems each really only have two solutions. This makes this very simple to understand. Let's talk about too many parts per million. There are a lot of industries up north of us that are creating this problem. Let's not vilify them. They are responsible for a large part of Florida's economy, and they are part of Florida. These farmers and cattlemen already have property that you've told them they cannot farm or ranch on because it is wetlands. If you are willing to destroy our wetlands that is completely pristine, wouldn't it make more sense to take the property these people already own and make that into these STA areas? They wouldn't need to be as large. Allow them to use all of their property. Hang on 1 second. If the wetlands aren't in the right area, let them use that area to replace the area necessary to treat their water before it leaves their property. Don't put the financial burden on them. Don't confiscate their property like this is a communist country. Destroying thousands of acres of pristine, beautiful Everglades in order to preserve it is insane. What I want everyone to understand is what I'm talking about is immediately destroying thousands of acres of beautiful Everglades with large pieces of heavy equipment in order to build these STAs. What I am not talking about is tens of thousands of acres that this will destroy in the future because the water is higher than God and nature intended it to be. So let's talk about the second problem, too much water. You have a ridiculous chart that shows flow rates from 1940 up until 2005. In the 1940s, approximately 3 million people lived in Florida. In 2005, approximately 17 million people lived in Florida. Now we're at about 22 million, and who knows how many it will be by the time this project starts, because Florida and Texas are the two fastest growing states in the union. So let's talk about what's happening with water flow 100 years ago. We all know a majority of the flow was south to the Florida Bay. But what a lot of people don't realize is when we had a rain event in the already wet season, and I'm not talking about a major rain event like a hurricane, I'm talking about normal summer rainfall. The overflow that couldn't make it south moved through sloughs and natural rivers into the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico. This is how God and nature intended to control the high water in the Everglades. But with 22 million people living on the coast all the way around Florida, most of the sloughs have been filled in, and all of the rivers have locks and pumps put on them so these municipalities can pump water into the Everglades during the same rain events. At the same time, the land area of the Everglades has shrunk to about half. When water was recently released into the Everglades and the the Atlantic Ocean and Gulf of Mexico, you guys got in big trouble. That's because the water
Mr.
had too
Dixon,
many
if you could
parts.
wrap up your comments.
I just have a little bit of time. I think I was yielded some time from some of the other speakers, ma'am.
No, I'm sorry, we don't do that. But if you could
No.
wrap up your comment, that would be great.
Okay. I'll go real quick here. So in our opinion, the two problems can be solved by fixing the parts per million problem at the source and by conveying the excess water with canals only once it's reached the high water line. The Western Everglades is flourishing. We have more panthers,
Mr.
bears,
Dixon, we're
deers,
going to have
rabbits.
to stop right here. And if you have additional public comments, you're more than welcome to send them by written email. I'm happy to distribute them.
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I will do that, ma'am. Thank you
Okay.
so much for all of your time.
Thank you very much. Joshua Van Schaik, we're going to try to connect with you. I see that your mic is muted. And now
Yes, can you? No.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. We hear you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Josh Van Scoik. I'd first like to begin my presentation with what I personally believe to be the most important aspect of the Western Everglades Restoration Project, and that is water levels throughout the system. I've spent enough time in the Big Cypress over the years and have witnessed changes in vegetation and topographical features that have been altered due to excessively high water levels. Anyone like myself who understands how the system works, whether it be by doing enough research and reading books and historical accounts or by having secondhand knowledge passed down to them by people who have spent many years in the preserve even prior to sheet flow being altered, know that historically sheet flow is shallow in that region. Personally, I've done a great deal of both reading, research, and have been given secondhand knowledge by those who came before me over the years. So I've been able to develop an understanding of the factors that destroy and, to the contrary, propagate the habitat. And I've also come to understand that introducing high levels of water introduced into the Big Cypress is not a good thing. I've witnessed firsthand many areas which once held big, beautiful towering oak stands become altered. High water being introduced with no sufficient flow adjustment, resulting in high water levels that remain for extended periods of time north of Highway 41, thus drowning out native root systems and native tree species such as oak, gumbo, limbo, and tamarind, to name a couple, which need oxygen and ultimately leading to the root structures rotting out in time, helping the native tree stands and being replaced by undesirable vegetation, which does not serve much use for wildlife such as willow and cattail and recession and pushing of these hammocks. This is not a process that happens overnight. It takes a long time to transpire into this condition that we have seen take place here in the Big Cypress. As far as the idea to introduce more water into the eastern Big Cypress for the sake of preventing more wildfires is concerned, I can assure anyone listening in on this call it's not an idea and will only perpetuate an already altered environment. As a former firefighter for the state of Florida and before serving on the United States Forest Service hotshot crew, I've spent the last several years dealing with only wildfire suppression throughout the nation, but also implementing land management practices and mitigation efforts, which includes but is not limited to the reduction of fuel loads on various national forests throughout the country in order to reduce the likelihood and intensity of raging and destructive fires. So I know a little bit about that. In the cases of destructive wildfires throughout Big Cypress Preserve that have scarred the landscape and are not a result of having a sufficient amount of water on the ground to reduce the likelihood and intensity. Cases of these fires throughout Big Cypress that have scarred the environment are based on the lack of an aggressive and sensible management plan for the better part of 5 decades and the lack of care that has gone into maintaining the preserve. Big Cypress National Preserve is a flood and fire adapted ecosystem. When I say flood, I do not mean high water levels, I mean a wet season and a dry season. Take, for example, the many miles of prairies and meadows that have practically disappeared in the corn dance section of Big Cypress. Anyone who has spent any amount of time out there will see and realize that many areas that were once grassy meadows and prairies that span a great length are no longer in a normal state, but are now in an altered state due to a high vegetation content. These high vegetation contents are as a result of neglecting to introduce prescribed fire during the right time of year when the woods are drying up and the ground is
Mr.
damp.
Vanchek, if you could wrap up your comments.
Okay, I'll wrap it up there. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Next, we have William Little. Mr. Little, you're recognized to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Does everybody hear me?
We hear you. Thank you.
As everybody's mentioned, this area, it's not in question of the STAs. The problem with the STAs is that you have to essentially destruct the land that it lays on. As everybody mentioned, the area that we're speaking about is arguably one of the most pristine areas in all of the Everglades. The critically endangered panthers, as well as the Florida bears, call this majestic place home. On any given day, you can drive around this area that's in basically proposal for an STA, and you can see multiple black bears as well as panthers. This area is truly one of the most pristine places in all of Florida. I encourage all the board members, if you haven't already been to this area, to go visit this area. It should be against the law to put any type of bulldozer or any type of machinery out in that area and bulldoze all the oak trees, pine trees, as well as cypress trees. There are cypress trees in this area that we're talking about that are over hundreds of years old. That would be destroying thousands of acres of habitat for the endangered panther as well as the bears. And that's not even accounting for, as everybody's already mentioned, all the deer, the turkey. This place is truly majestic. So my challenge to all the board members is to go visit this place before the final vote. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Vice Chairman, I have no additional raised hands, but we have Mr. Bergeron.
Okay, great. Mr. Bergeron, you are recognized.
Well, thank you. What a great honor to be talking to this, to my board. But let me try to say this. I entered this area about 75 years ago, telling my age here, before it was compartmentalized, before there were levees and pump stations, and actually entered the Big Cypress Preserve, the Big Cypress Seminole Indian Reservation when they were living in Chiquis. I ended up buying property in this area due to the fact it's one of the most pristine areas in all of Florida. The Kissimmee Billy Strand rates up with the Corkscrew Swamp. This land in this area has been graded as the highest grade privately owned property in all of Florida, targeted for conservation easements. I want to get to a real point since I have limited time, but the Kissimmee Billy Strand that I've been in for about 4 decades, water levels on 500-year-old cypress trees, they were there before the Spaniards landed, before America was formed. You see that water level every year. So I'm trying to understand how this additional water can be compatible with the Big Cypress Preserve. Understand that the Big Cypress Preserve is isolated cypress hammocks, transitional prairies, pine islands, and oak heads. If you look at the Kissimmee Billy Strand, you look on both sides of it, you see transitional prairies, and then you see it surrounded by pine islands. These strands and these sloughs are not like the river of grass. Ridge and sloughs running for millions of years to Florida Bay. These are all isolated. The northern 2/3 of the Big Cypress Preserve is 50% uplands and 50% wetlands. The lower 1/3 from a satellite aerial, you can see ridge and sloughs that run southwest to the 10,000 Islands. How you're going to move water over pine islands and oak heads is you will destroy that. Nobody has figured out how much water are you talking about moving through here and the quality of that water. This land our family bought so it would be preserved to the benefit of South Florida. And I'm very concerned because I have seen, if you want to come in October, September, you can wade in there. You can see all the water levels on century-old trees. And every year for the last 50 years that I've been there, we've reached the high water mark. So I beg you to see how it's functioning today. Understand that it's not ridge and sloughs. It is actually isolated pockets. You have to respect the uplands. You can't flood pine islands. And I beg you to come in on and see this and understand that more water is not compatible with the environment. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm speaking not only for me personally, I'm speaking for the whole global Big Cypress Preserve and all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Can you stay there for 1 second? I'd like to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Is your comment, your comments now, are they more towards the entire work project in general, or is your concern with the location of the STA specifically?
My concern is the location. Part of that STA is inside areas where there's century-old cypress trees. It is the headwaters of the Kissimmee Billy, a very famous cypress strand. And my other concern is that you're diverting water from the Lard Can, from agricultural basin, and diverting it and then putting it in the most pristine part of the Big Cypress Preserve, and thinking that that water will flow all the way down to the 10,000 Islands, over Pine Islands and Oak Heads. All these sloughs are totally surrounded by uplands. They're not connected all the way down, and I'm very concerned about the quality of water and the quantity of water that would not be compatible with the panthers, the bears, the plant communities, God's landscaping. This is a very serious thing that you need to evaluate. Too much water, you'll kill that whole system, and especially if it's not clean. So
Thank you, sir.
I thank you for listening to me, and I hope we really dig in, because water levels in that area come up to the high water mark every year, and I ask you to come and take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think are we now concluded with the public comment portion, Rosie?
We have, thank you.
Okay, we are into board question and discussions. I'd like to recognize Ms. Thurlow Lipich.
Thank you very much. I have to say that when I had my briefing, I said, I support this 100%. This is a part of the system that is already so beautiful. Won't it be better to bring it even more back to life? I have my briefings on Monday, and then I get a lot of calls afterwards, as I did, of great concern with the location of the STA. I wanted to ask a couple of questions to Mr. Bartlett or to Jennifer Leeds, if that's okay. Just for our understanding, can you tell me, I think this was canceled once before?
It's actually been put on hold because of the complexities of the project.
Okay,
and
was it Colonel Kelly who put this on hold a couple of years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why did it go on hold then?
It went on hold until we could have all stakeholders supporting the project. So there was some competing interests and questions and concerns, and that was...
So it didn't have stakeholder support?
Enough? It wasn't that it didn't have stakeholder support. There were some, again, it's a complex project, and so we wanted to make sure that each tribe, the Seminole tribe, the Miccosukee tribe, were both in support of the project. Department of Interior, myself, the Water Management District, the Corps. So at that time, Colonel Kelly asked to put the project on hold until each agency and stakeholders who were supporting it could commit back to the project.
Okay, great. So I know you've probably done a great deal of work to get it back here. When you come up with these tentatively selected plans, it is, and I've been through this enough, but I just need to qualify, and also for the public, I think, is it the district and the Army Corps that come up, that you come up with the tentatively, you came up with this plan today?
So, so in the SERP project, the Corps is a federal sponsor and the district's the non-federal sponsor, right? So we're a partnership on it. But when we form planning projects, we have a project delivery team, which also includes other federal, state agencies, tribes. So collectively, the team works to form the proposed tentatively selected plan. So it's not just the district, it's not just the Corps.
Okay.
Like, we also consult with the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Commission. So there's a lot of, as you said, there's a lot of work that goes into it.
Okay, so when I had my briefing on Monday, and I said I would support this no matter what, it was because never in a billion years would I think that something would come before us that would be in such sensitive wildlife habitat. And I recognize that Mr. Bartlett has come forward and given his assurance and compared it to the Indian River Lagoon South situation. I must say that the lands in the Indian River Lagoon South are in no comparison to the Billy Swamp, so to speak. You know, I mean, you can't even, most of the lands in the Indian River Lagoon South, especially C23, C24, are absolutely decimated.
So my point in that is that at this stage in the process, we don't have to lock in a footprint, right? And I was suggesting that we are in a position now, whether we express our opinion on whether the Corps should continue with the planning process or not to move to tentatively selected plan. So I was suggesting in that communication with the Corps, maybe we make it abundantly clear in writing that we don't support an SDA being located within a natural area like this. So that's where I was looking for board support on, is to be able to communicate that in writing.
And just to be clear, do you mind? Just to be clear, just because I'm addicted to it and I use it all the time, my maps, to be able to kind of look at what's what. There don't, looks like there are many places that you could put that STA that wouldn't impact, you know, I mean, you've had Carlton Ward on the call today. God in heaven, you know, top photographer of wildlife in almost the world, and here in Florida, you know, unfortunately, I just can't support something like this. And the reality is that, you know, I mean, a panther was killed at C-43, I think, 3 years ago. You know, it's just being honest. You know, you got all these trucks going through and, you know, things. It would be so disruptive to the wildlife. I mean, just building something anywhere close to a place like that, they hardly have any place to go now. They're walking like in a, you know, they can hardly not get killed just walking the plank that they walk. And I know there is all goodwill here. And I have the utmost, you know, want for this to go through. But there has to almost be something in writing, and then a special meeting or something to make sure that this is done in a way, if this would move forward, because I cannot support anything that destroys the wildlife corridor, because that's the only hope that this state has. Thanks.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful maybe to lay a framework of what we're doing today and what, before we start getting into commentary, because I do sense, and I have it too, you know, reservations. Look, people have made comment, and there's a singular theme, as far as I could tell, throughout most of the public comment, which was generally supportive of WRP, completely not supportive of an STA located in this particular location. And I think unless we are comfortable, at least from my perspective, and trying to read and perhaps manage the time that would go into something like, because this is not a voting item today. This is a discussion item. I guess the question is, once this train leaves the station, like, what other opportunities does this board, if any, have to come back? Because I think what I've heard throughout is people generally objecting to this location of the STA. That's number one. Number two is most of our briefing actually said, yeah, it's on the map there, but that's kind of not where we think it should be either. Let's assume we write the letter. I mean, look, my attitude is once projects get sort of shelved, it's difficult to get them unshelved again, and I know that this has sort of been brought back off the shelf, but it also seems like it's lacking of a compelling situation to go. There doesn't seem to be as much momentum right now for this and certainly not in its form as presented, and I think it would be helpful to lay out the ground or the framework as to where we are and what happens next, because I do remember and recall hearing that we have multiple opportunities in the future to re-review this. This project will come back to us at some point, at least on one occasion and possibly two. So can you set out what this will look like? And I mean, okay, we got a slide, and I've seen the slide, but my concern is, what is the effect of us leaving here today doing, I guess we're not doing anything, we're just talking about it.
You're giving me input.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
But
And
input
what
for what, and then what happens next?
So what I'd like to do is get Jennifer Reynolds and Ava Velez to talk about that whole process and what happens next.
Yeah, so let me give some context. If you could go back one slide for me, Rosie, to slide 3. I just want to talk about what's happened over the last couple of years, because we were at this place once before, and it was in 2019, and that's when the project stopped. And the Corps of Engineers said, okay, the stakeholders can't all agree. And so we're going to put this on hold and see what happens, see what the stakeholders say. And in January of 2020, people showed up in Washington, D.C. in support of this project because they didn't want the Corps to stop the project. They wanted the Corps and the Water Management District to continue to move through with planning this project and get to a place where we could actually start designing the features. And they agreed at that time to overcome their differences. And some of the differences that they had were that people had to agree to negotiate their positions, because not all of their positions could be achieved 100%. You can't stop water in one place without moving it to someplace else. You can't clean water to 2 different standards in the same location, right? Like those kinds of issues were the things that were needing to be resolved. Those aren't really things that you resolve in the planning process. They're things that you resolve partly in the planning process and partly in the design process. When the Corps moved to doing these shorter term planning studies, the 3x3 planning studies, that was under the assumption that a lot of the detail that used to be involved in 10-year planning studies got moved into the engineering and design phase. And so now planning studies have more conceptual plans at the end of the planning phase, and some of those details are done in the design and engineering phase. That's something that makes people uncomfortable. But it's how we keep projects moving. And so I wanted to give all of that context. Rosie, now if you could go to slide 4. So where are we now in the planning process? We're at that conceptual phase. I think it's very important for us to make clear to the Corps some things like we don't want an STA in undisturbed areas. We're against that. And we need to work with the Corps and the project delivery team to include that language and maybe alter the graphic in the tentatively selected plan while maintaining the sizing and the costing that's included in the tentatively selected plan. Because we don't want to do what Mr. Wagner mentioned, which is totally upset the apple cart and throw the Corps into what they would call reformulation. That's like back the truck up 3 years and start over. That's not going to get us to much of a different place than where we are now. And I think the issues that we're hearing today are all things that the PDT has discussed in great detail. So to me, it's very encouraging to hear the public comment because they're actually engaged in all the same problems that the PDT has been wrestling with for 3 years. And that the PDT has a plan to include both in the plan and in the future design and engineering to accommodate these discussions and resolve these issues. And so it highlights to the PDT and to the stakeholders the discussions that we need to have over the duration of what's, the next 6 green boxes. And then, and so where we are today is providing input to the Corps on the tentatively selected plan. They'll then take that to their vertical chain, to their leadership, get buy-off from their vertical leadership that we can continue moving forward. Then that has to still get released for public review, public and agency review. And it's at that point that we get to, again, provide really specific, detailed comments. And if we don't like the language in the report because it's not clear enough, that's when we offer the comments to change that before it goes final. And then the governing board gets the opportunity to review those comments, provide input on that, as well as the letter of support that would go with then that final package. And at that, I'll turn it over to Ava to add any additional context and clarity.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk to all of you. Thanks, Jen. And a little shout out to my friend Jennifer Leeds, who has been working in this system, I know, since 2014 or 12 at least. And so I know that her heart's in the right place, ma'am, as you said earlier, and so ours is as well. So I'm trying to figure out how I can best help. This graphic I know is a bit overwhelming. And so I wanted to offer that we would be happy to share with you for your files and review the letters that we received from all the agencies and the Miccosukee and Seminole tribes in January and February of 2020 in support of WRP at the time that Colonel Kelly and the Corps were considering shelving the project.
But are they still there? Like, you got letters of support in January of 2020. Has anything changed? Are people dropping out, or is it the same kind of support?
So we have seen the same kind of support from the agencies and both tribes since that time. And that's why I wanted to reflect on what Jennifer said, because we went to the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force meeting in October of 2019 saying there's some controversy here and there are some concerns very much related to two things, which we're talking about today: real estate and water quality. Those are the two hard things about Western Everglades. And so I just wanted to offer you those letters so that you have them in your files, you can read them. The support expressed in those letters remains today. Especially I wanted to highlight the importance of this project to the Seminole Tribe of Florida and to the Miccosukee Tribe of Florida, so the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida. And so wanted to make sure that was fresh in your minds, how important it is to both tribes. In many ways, the tribal governments consider this SERP project their part of SERP. So it's very important. In terms of how do we take all this in, the Corps, like what about right now?
Do the tribes, can I ask this,
Yes.
do the tribes also share the concern of the location of the STA at this point?
So that is broken up between some of the members. So the tribe is not a monolith, right? Especially, let's go by the Seminole tribe first. The Seminole Tribe of Florida has a very special area in the area closest to the Wingate Mill STA. They call it the native area. It is culturally very important to the tribe, where they have religious practices and things of that nature. So for them, that area is important, and they want Western Everglades Restoration Project to work in conjunction with them. And so we're applying something that's rather new called implementing traditional ecological knowledge, the Native American knowledge into Western, which Jennifer highlighted, which was we're going to work with the Seminole Tribe in the operations of how water moves to make sure that the Seminole tribal staff and members and their policymakers participate in the operations of the flow of water in that area.
But there's a certain STA that's causing great concern for many people in terms of where it's currently located. My question is, does the Seminole Tribe of Florida also share in that concern?
So at the leadership and policy level, the Seminole Tribe supports this project. And the reason I say that is because Mr. Cuniff said this as much at the working group meeting about a week ago. I do not speak for individual tribal members who have the same concerns you heard here today. So I want to highlight both things. I want to be true to everything we've heard.
No, because I listen very carefully to words.
Yes.
And so I think, like, when you say they're generally supportive of the project, that to me is different, because different than they are supportive of the location of the STA. That is a component of the project. Most people I think we've heard from today are generally supportive of this project, but have voiced a specific concern over a component of the project, which is the location of the STA. And I understand you do not, I understand that there may be people inside Seminole Tribe of Florida who have personal feelings in one way or another, but you're interfacing with Seminole Tribe of Florida in terms of your interface with whomever the representative is on the PDT component. And my question is, have they voiced, whoever your interface, not their support of the project, but have they voiced a concern over the location of the STA? One way or another? I mean, maybe.
Yes, they have, I'm sorry, sir, please.
Go ahead, yeah, sorry, no, that's it,
Okay,
yeah.
so let me try to answer that question more clearly. The answer is specific to the Wingate Mill STA. The Seminole Tribal staff have worked with us and the Water Management District and your staff to specifically cite this STA to the west of the flowway. The reason the flowway is there is directly related to our coordination and consultation with the Seminole Tribe of Florida in order to provide an ecological buffer west of the native area, which is the southwest corner of the Big Cypress Reservation, so that they would still have the opportunity to receive the hydrologic benefit in conjunction with what I just mentioned, the operations specifically related to ITEK, that's the acronym, the Indigenous Traditional Ecological Knowledge, which means how do you actually operate those structures? So specific to that, the Seminole Tribe of Florida has said, this is one of the things you're doing right. You're working with us specifically to make sure that the operations of this area, this STA and the flowway, work with our reservation.
Okay, so they're happy with the current location of the STA?
The staff and the leadership, that's our understanding. I do not speak for the individual tribal members, so I have to nuance the answer.
Okay, no, that's no problem.
Yeah.
So to be clear from how I'm processing things, because some of the specificity about the 1/5 of the STA that's currently templated on top of the most natural area, I don't think we have specifically said, are you comfortable with this being on top of these specific cypress domes?
It wouldn't, if
Right.
I had to guess, I would have guessed they wouldn't have been happy with it on there based on my interactions, generally speaking with the
Right.
Seminole Tribe of Florida. I'd put money on the table and bet, would they be happy with the STA on top of that area? I would have guessed no. That's why I
I
was
think
asking.
most people would be unhappy with that. But I think the follow-on question for, again, most people that have a stake in this project is what's the alternative? And then is the alternative better or worse? If the alternative compromises their more, in their mind, more critically sensitive areas, then they would take the lesser impact, right? So I think we haven't maybe had that conversation to offer an alternative that might be more desirable to more people. I think that's a conversation that we're going to have, particularly based on the information that we've gained over the last 2 weeks from the additional stakeholder comments between the PDT meeting last week and this board meeting today.
Thanks. Mr. Butler.
All right. Ava, you're going to stay there, right? Okay. stay right there.
Absolutely, sure.
I'll get there. All right. I work is new to me. I started watching the Corps meetings. I've attended them, but I can't necessarily have paid attention to everything. I've had other work going on here over the last month. It hadn't been until the last week that I've tried to fully immerse myself into this project. So I will admit that up front. Drew took a flight. Drew took my flight. I asked for it first. Drew asked if he could ride with me. I gave him half a butt cheek. So my concern was the STA, that Western STA, is the reason I asked to go look at the project. And of course, I wanted to learn more about the project too. And yeah, being in that Cypress area, that's an issue for me. Hey, it may be a cow-calf operation on the other 4/5 of that project, but there are good natural bay heads within that, or I don't know what you call them, bay heads, cypress heads. Are they cypress heads or pine heads? cypress. So those cypress heads in there and the rest of that STA, you know, I'm concerned about that too. I mean, cow-calf operation, those things are preserved. Those cypress heads were there long before. So that, I mean, that entire footprint concerns me as a person. One of my questions is there an opportunity for a P3, a public-private partnership in this particular deal, in our partnership with the Corps? Is there an opportunity for that? Working with private landowners throughout the whole system, just for that part, for that STA part, rather than having one STA in that area, is there an opportunity for a P3 throughout the whole area?
I'm taking that question's from me. You're looking at me
Yes,
directly,
ma'am.
Mr.
I mean,
Butler.
is that an opportunity with the Corps, with the way SERP works and all that? I mean, I realize, to me, I think that sounds unconventional with any other SERP project that we've done. But I'm wondering if that's possible.
So the Corps does not have the amazing partnership with landowners that you do in your dispersed water management program. You know, we don't have something like that. I'm a big admirer of it for many years, and so we unfortunately don't have a framework like that. The Corps does have something that is a pilot program for others doing some of our work, but that's very new, and it's more like an entity being able to do a project that's already authorized. So what I would offer.
Aren't the STAs isn't that always our problem, so to speak? I mean, isn't that something we always are the ones that have to build? So we think.
It's more like, right, if I could offer, sir, it's more that so the Corps is building the STA at the C23, C24 complex. So sometimes we build the STAs when they're SERP STAs, but it is important to note that it is the state's responsibility in our partnership to meet water quality standards. And so to your point, sir, the reason the STA is there is because of the water quality in those canals and at the West Weir.
You know, I've got it here. I've just, you know, the flowway leaving the currently designed STA, it seems like we chalk everything down. It may be a mile wide, maybe a section wide, but it still seems like we're choked down into a specific area for discharge, you know, even though you may spread it across an entire 5,280 feet and let it flow out. That still concerns me, being choked down when I look at it. One of the points that I wanted to make as we talk about this project, and a reminder, and I think it was said maybe in some of our public comment, but with any of these projects at the conceptual phase, we have private landowners who during this entire discussion live with a cloud over their head. And, you know, and that's, you know, we got to recognize that. I mean, it's, you know, I don't know quite, you know, if we've got residences in this location, you know, residences not for, you know, for either land that we're talking about, you know, a project that would need to take in fee for an STA, or we would need to acquire flowage easements. You know, I mean, it affects whether or not somebody rebuilds a house, stuff like that. It affects whether or not they put a long-term crop in, an agricultural long-term crop. So, you know, I just want us to always keep that in mind. And when we're talking about these projects that, you know, at some point may require a taking, that we get creative and we stay creative in all these projects. And that's nothing different than what I haven't said before. You know, I'm not supportive of that STA as designed. I'm not supportive of any part of that STA, that western STA. Eastern STA, land we have, yes, I think that's a great deal. My other question is, down on Tamiami Trail, we've got the modeling maps. How does a 100-year storm event match up to Tamiami Trail? And can we put enough culverts in our Tamiami Trail to prevent localized short-term flooding in a 100-year storm event? Or are we talking
No.
eventually having to raise Tamiami Trail?
We don't design for the 100-year storm event. for this type of project. That would cause flooding across multiple parts of our system and in almost all of our restoration projects. A 100-year storm event would.
Right. Would a 100-year storm event go ahead and flow over Tamiami Trail? Or would Tamiami Trail block a 100-year storm event?
In that portion of Tamiami Trail, a 100-year storm event would flood portions of that road right now.
Okay. That was a question I had. That's, that's what I've got right now. I mean, I can understand. I understand the want to restore some groundwater levels. I mean, I understand what a canal through a system can do in terms of, within that however many miles, what it can do to subsurface water levels and draining of it. I am really wondering, do we have the kind of what the distribution of the water is? And I'm looking at a west STA and a north STA. And, I hear a lot of the concerns about adding water to the Big Cypress Preserve and having higher water levels there that are not necessarily natural. And especially when I hear the comments that even maybe further up in the system where we've got water lines on cypress trees that today we're still hitting those water lines. And if we are talking about maybe funneling more water in the system, are we talking about raising water levels that have never before been seen by these 200, 300, 400, 500-year cypress trees, and what that does to those trees and that natural environment and all the fur-bearing animals that go with it. But so that's the comments I have.
I'm going to interrupt the board comment discussion. We're going to take a quick public comment from Steve Walker, who I think is on the line.
That's correct, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay, great. For the Seminole Tribe of Florida.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Perfect.
We lost him.
Oh, no. All right, let me know when he does come back.
I will, Mr. Vice Chairman. Oh, he's back. He's back.
Oh, great.
There we go. There, is that okay?
Yes,
Can you hear me
sir.
now?
We can hear you perfectly.
Good afternoon. I wasn't planning on making any remarks this afternoon, but in light of some of the Vice Chairman's questions and other questions about where the tribe is on this project, I thought I'd at least give you some information. The tribe's main concern with the Western Everglades in general has been something to address the quality of water coming onto the reservation from our neighbors to the north and west, and a way to rehydrate the native area that Eva mentioned to you, which is south of the West Feeder Canal. When the West Feeder Canal was constructed some 50 years ago, that cut off all natural hydrology to the south and into the native area. And so that area has not, the good news is it hasn't received any agricultural runoff in over 50 years. The bad news is it hasn't seen any water in over 50 years. The tribe relies upon that area, as Eva mentioned, for a number of religious ceremonies and medicinal plants that are quickly disappearing as we see it switch from the wetland systems and the cypress systems that were there historically to systems that are much more upland in nature. It is susceptible to invasion by exotics, and it is very susceptible to fire. We often join the Park Service in fighting fires in that vicinity near our common border. So the two things that the tribe wanted to address with the STA, the Wingate Mill STA, one was to clean up the water sufficiently to be able to introduce it into that native area, that native area that's never received any agricultural runoff. And we wanted it placed because STAs primarily treat phosphorus and nitrogen. We wanted it placed a sufficient distance away from the boundary of the reservation to allow it to naturally flow through natural lands before it got to the reservation and was introduced into this native area. The tribe felt that was going to be the most feasible way to ensure that the quality of water entering the native area and restoring those vital areas for the tribe would be of the proper quality. I don't think have ever discussed with the Corps or the district the specific habitats within the footprint of the STA, at least not in any conversation I've been involved in. As I say, our main concern has been that it was located some distance away from the reservation so that there could be some natural flow overland before it got to the reservation. Since we're trying to restore our part of the Kissimmee-Billy Slough strand, I would seem logical to me that they wouldn't be interested in destroying other parts of the Kissimmee-Billy strand. So that would make sense to me. I have not spoken to them about that. I'm just giving you my thoughts on terms of how they would like to look at this. But by the same token, they're not going to be interested in having it located closer to the reservation or be sized in a way that doesn't treat the water sufficiently from a water quality point of view. As Eva said, this is the most important thing that we can get out of SERP, is to get this area restored and get the quality of the water addressed coming onto the reservation. All the other SERP projects, frankly, have been playing defense to make sure we don't get hurt. So, but this is the one we have some actual benefits that might accrue to the tribe.
Understood, Mr. Walker. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I sort of had to wake you out of your slumber to get on here, but
That's okay.
I certainly appreciate you calling in. I'm sure everybody else does here as well.
Not a problem.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Do you know if Chauncey or Jay have any comments or questions? We can go to them. Are they still on Zoom?
Yeah, this is Chauncey. I'm here, and I've got a couple questions. Maybe Jennifer Leeds can help me with some of these, because I was listening carefully to the comments, and I want to thank everyone for all their comments. They were excellent and very helpful. And I also want to thank Jennifer and her team, because I know you've been working on this for a long time, and it's a tightrope, and I know you've been walking on it, and I appreciate it. So one of the concerns I heard a lot was that we're going to be dumping water into the preserve and therefore flooding people. So how do you respond to that?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Goss. So it's so the modeling graphics that we kind of showed, what we've been trying to convey is that we're not talking about huge volumes of water. We're talking about inches of water spread out over a large area. And this was based on a lot of modeling that was done. I think it's close to a 41-year period of record. And so the graphics that we showed were average annual graphics, and that they show that the water is spread in inches over like a larger area. So from our perspective, from the modeling that we've looked at, it is not flooding areas out. And another way to look at that is the Corps undertook an extraordinarily detailed real estate analysis. They literally looked at, I think it was 8,000 modeling cells that took close to a year to do, which showed that the changes in groundwater and the changes in surface water were not going to impact people's either finished floors, their areas, or it wasn't going to have a flooding impact. And in fact, the Water Management District, while we were in the pause in 2019, 2020, went out and did some surveys, right? And we gained access to private property with permission. And actually, some of the local gladesmen helped us to reach out to some of these folks. And so we looked at some representative areas up in the Looneyville area and down around the Jetport and other areas where we knew there were homes. And those surveys took finished floor elevations. So then the Corps real estate group took those finished floor elevations with the modeling data, not only this RSM model, but they also looked at some HECRAS modeling, which means it's like routing modeling, and came up with most of the real estate could be done via flowage easements. And that the only area that we were looking at that was going to have a sufficient enough additional water on it were going to be where we would site the Wingate Mill STA, which some of those parcels would be in fee. So it's preliminary study, it's conceptual. As we move into, if the project is authorized and you move into that engineering and design effort, additional survey work would be done to ensure that you could look again at those finished floor elevations and that the differences in the water level changes are not coming up and impacting either finished floor elevations or septic tanks and things like that.
Thanks. That's very helpful.
Okay.
Second concern I heard frequently was that 41 acts as a plug, and you'd end up holding all the water to the north. The water wouldn't end up getting to the south. You'd end up flooding to the north. I heard Jennifer Reynolds say a second ago that 41 would probably be overwashed, and I think that's true. If I remember 2019, it looked like it was very close to being overwashed that year. But do we have any plans to put culverts or anything under 41 to convey more water south?
Yes. So part of the modeling that we're doing, and actually the modeling that the district team is doing right now to advance some of these features, is looking at, with the project in place, as the water flows to the southwest and gets to Tamiami Trail and Loop Road and 11 Mile Road, how much additional conveyance we're going to need. So how many more culverts are we going to need to be able to continue to allow that water to flow underneath, not stack up and not pond, and flow south and flow underneath the road. And we're also in discussions with the Florida Department of Transportation. They're also aware of this issue as well. And so as we move forward, we would partner with them to see what advantages we could have on different types of culverts and wildlife crossings to allow that water to continue to flow underneath and also to allow wildlife to go underneath.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And the third concern I heard was the location of the STA, and I think, Drew, you've addressed that very well, and I feel comfortable that that's going to be moved and sited properly. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Vice Chair, it's Jay Steinley.
Please.
So just briefly, obviously it sounds like the purpose of this item is to sort of share feedback on the proposed plan and as well as support or not support. I think in general, what I've heard is that we want to keep this process moving. We've heard that the principal stakeholders are in favor of that. But we've also heard that there are a couple items that, while we can't today guarantee certainty around, we recognize that there need to be refinements, that there are concerns, continued discussions. And what I've learned is that, while it would be nice to solve these things and have agreement before we choose to move forward, that's not the process in which we live. So with that, I support moving forward. I would ask, maybe as a related item, is that obviously, the STA component and the location is of concern. We are the districts in the business, and the course, I'll speak for the districts in the business of not damaging, but restoring natural areas. So clearly, it makes sense that the STA should go should go on impacted lands versus natural lands. And I would agree if there's a way to codify that going forward so that we don't run into this as sort of a time suck on projects where we're discussing, in this case, an STA impacting Cypress, that maybe we remove that issue in the sense of whether it can be included in sort of a policy or statement or something going forward. But otherwise, yes, just wanted to comment. I approve, or excuse me, I'm in favor of moving forward with work with the caveats that we still have a long process to go through where improvements can be made.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley. Colonel Roman, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank everyone for your comments. I've been sitting here listening, and there's been a considerable amount of information to think about. I in listening to the comments, I think that the majority of the concerns had to do with Section 1. And I think that's the area where we were talking about the Kissimmee Billy area with the STA. And my question for you, Ms. Leeds, is where does the water come from that flows into Area 2? I've got the two diagrams side by side here. There weren't any issues with Section 2. I didn't hear concerns with Section 3 or Section 4, so it seems like the concerns are primarily focused in Section 1. But where does the water come from that flows into Section 2?
Okay. So I've got Section 2 up here, but if you want, I can back out a little bit and
Whatever helps communicate.
Okay. So the feeder canal basin is broken up into two subbasins, and here's the feeder canal basin. Here's the north feeder basin, and this is what is supplying water to Area 2. So you have a canal here that's capturing water coming out of this north feeder. There's a little water control structure here called PC17A. And then it captures water like from this area. So as it flows today, it flows south over the S190 and out. Now I'm zooming back in on Area 2. So here we are again. Here's this PC17A, and here's that south boundary canal that I showed you, and here's the north feeder. So instead of water going south, a plug is going to be put in here, and this water is going to come up and be diverted up into the C-139 annex, which the district owns, and into the proposed north feeder STA.
Okay, that's helpful. Now, Section 1, what problem is Western Area 1 solving?
This one.
Yes, because that's the one with all of the issues. It seems like the 2, 3, and 4 portions of the project seem to be reasonable and supported to move forward with the tentatively selected plan. What about this Section 1?
Okay, so again, here's the feeder canal basin. So this is divided into two subbasins, right? So Area 2 is here, which we just talked about. This is called the Western Feeder Canal Basin, okay? And so this is the Wingate Mill Canal, and I forget the name of this canal, but it has like the Lard Can Canal and I think the Tony Strand Canal. So and both of these currently now come together over the West Weir, and then they flow down here, and then they come over into the L28 interceptor. So what this is proposing to do is instead of, and here's the Lard Can Canal, and here's the Wingate Mill Canal. So instead of this water taking the runoff from this agricultural area here, which is all private land and private canals, and having it go over the west feeder weir and then down the west canal, it is taking that runoff. It puts a plug in here, and it pushes the water back west into this STA to clean it up.
So that's what the tribe just commented on, as far as they have something to gain, which is a higher quality of water than what they've had before. So what this looks like to me, and certainly I don't have the background that you do as the professionals looking at this in the Corps, is what this does. This is a water quality component for the tribe's portion of this project. Well, this says Miccosukee lands here on the diagram.
Yes, so this is one of two proposed STAs, right? So it is the water quality component. It has also been done in conjunction with the Department of Environmental Protection. So we worked with them to look at the water quality in the area and where the water would go to be able to meet the state standards.
Okay. So to me, this is where we need the most work on this, in terms of all of the issues, both in the real estate and also in the water quality. And what I'm understanding from what I listened to, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that our guidance that we just discussed as a board was to take a look at this whole section and retool it or get it to the point where it meets with the common ground that the stakeholders can embrace? Did I understand that? Or is that jumping off too far?
So, yeah, this is where, how do you draw the line, Ava, between reformulation and retooling, or help us with that?
Yes. Just this one section.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I understand your question. What are we trying to solve, and then how do we find common ground? So we're in a great place in our, the word formulation to the core is about developing the plan in our feasibility study. So that's right. That's just want to make sure I clarify my words, because that's a fancy word for saying we've come up with a plan, and what we call that process is formulation. So for us to be able to keep that 2024 WRDA in our sites, reformulation would remove that. That means going back to the drawing board, and I'm speaking in big picture first, and I'll narrow in. And so what that means is changing the big objective of this area would mean reformulation. That is something that would remove our ability to achieve a WRDA 2024.
Even if you didn't touch anything in 2, 3, and 4?
Correct.
Like you have 75% of it you're not touching.
Yeah,
you're
that's
only
that was
touching-
my thought. That's 3/4 of this is already done and ready to move forward. The 1/4, let's talk about that fine line, Ava.
Will do.
The fine line with whether this section, this little square, is reformulation or tweaking.
So because this doesn't stand alone, this is related to the area in the triangle. In order to achieve the triangle, which is region 3, Jen? In order to achieve the triangle, we have to address the water that comes into the triangle. And so there's that fork, right? So
Mhm.
this is that western fork.
Mm-hmm.
So it isn't by itself. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, but the eastern's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
it's just the western.
And so on this one, where we would, and let me be really open here and try to clarify, we want this conversation at the core. We are not shutting away from it. We want this input because this is the moment where we're going to show you a draft, send it out, and hopefully receive all of this in writing. So when we can provide a refinement would be between draft and final. So what is a refinement? It can come in 2 ways. It can come.
Refinement different from a reformulation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the
We want
fine
to get
line.
maximum refinement
That's what I'm.
Yes.
without
that-
stepping on the reformulation
That's
line.
where
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Sounds like work for our agency director.
Right, and so I'm looking right at Mr. Olipish because she's always my target for making sure I'm speaking in ways that everyone can understand. Because she reminds me, she always reminds me, and I appreciate it. So, reformulation is something that would sort of divert us from where we're all
Don't we
saying
don't want
collectively
that.
we want to be. And so how do we then come to a common ground with what we have now? And also keep in mind all the other pieces of our stakeholder team, that have a important stake in this, right? So what is a refinement? What do we have available? We have a space between the draft, which is what we're deliberating on today. The TSP, the tentatively selected plan, is part of the draft. It's like the anchor of the draft. So we're about to publish a draft, which has this as an anchor, and we're going to hear all this information more formally in writing. Then did you notice the schedule had a year between draft and final? So this is the conversation we can have about this area of controversy, which is, would we really build infrastructure on top of natural lands? The Corps would want to avoid doing that. But how do we do that while meeting all the objectives? And so that's the pickle that we're in. Okay, so then what is a refinement? A refinement can come between draft and final. Now, I want to make sure I'm transparent with you that if there's too big of a refinement,
we end up where, you know what happened with Loeb, that we had to do another draft release that just happened? That's what happens in our process, because the National Environmental Policy Act requires that the public have an opportunity to understand the effects of a federal decision or a federal action. And so if we have an opportunity for refinement, but I want to be transparent with you that if too much changes between draft and final, we may find ourselves in a place where we release another draft to afford the people an opportunity to have input.
Who makes that decision? Who's the person that goes, up, you went too far, and do you have an opportunity to go, we don't want to go that far if we don't have to? I mean, is there a way to, a last clear chance before somebody says, I'm sorry, you stepped on the line 2 minutes ago, it's over?
So that's the conversation we can have as we receive all the input from the draft that we want to publish. That conversation happens between us, the Corps, the EPA, who's the one that actually runs NEPA, and the Water Management District. Right?
So
That's the conversation we have.
So NEPA could say to you, we've done a draft, now we're in this year period.
Yep.
We've come up with 2 possible next step plans, and EPA will take a look at that and go, if you come out with that one, you've gone too far. That's a reformulation, and you got to go back to square one. But if you come out with the other one, that's just close enough where we don't think that's a reformulation. We think that's sort of maximum refinement, and you can go that way and not have to go back to. But at least you'll get somebody will tell you before you've gone too far. I mean, that's my concern.
Let me clarify. The Corps, as the action agency, would make a recommendation of that, and then check with EPA. I don't want to say that the Corps is not a part of that.
I just want to be cautious in knowing that somebody will give you, there will be an opportunity to go, if you do this one, we believe that's too far.
Yes.
You know, because I do understand what you're saying, which is, how do we reduce the footprint of the STA and still gain maximum water quality coming out of it? Because I think there's not, or do you have to move the STA and you have to keep the same footprint because you can't reach the quality that you need, and then there's real estate issues as to where it goes. I mean, I think it's clear to everybody now what the box we're sort of, the hand we're dealt here and how we're trying to play it, but and the reformulation deal.
Yes, and I think that if we move forward as a board with the tentatively selected plan, with the comments that have been made in our comments to the executive director and to the staff, that we're looking for that refinement piece and that buy-in from the stakeholders to that resolution, that we're willing to go forward and see if we can make it work and get that refinement approved, I guess, is where we're at. Would that be correct?
I mean, is that the information, right? Because I mean, you've heard enough discussion today, Drew, I think, to understand the general sentiment that's coming from the board up here and the concern from the public in terms of our position. We would like to, it sounds to me, generally speaking, that the information we're providing is to try to find a solution that keeps us inside maximum refinement, outside of reformulation, taking into consideration we need water quality to be a component, but not in an area that we don't want it to disturb undisturbed lands. I mean, to me, that sounds like the parameters, and I think that for today's purposes, you just need that kind of information, right?
That's right. And that is very helpful. And my mind was there. And so you've given me words to use that really help make sure that we, just really key in on this area. Outside of that sort of communication, I mean, I do think, last time when it was stalled, it got stalled because of a lot of landowner concerns about flooding. And we said, well, why don't we go out and start surveying and get real information so everybody knows what really happens. in this situation here, I think there's opportunity for us to go out and start collecting data and information on the area, the natural resources around this area of Big Cypress, to understand quality needs, timing and distribution needs, that kind of stuff. Not necessarily for authorization, but for design and for use into the future as to how you operate a system like this, so that we don't, impact ecosystems with quality or quantity as we're operating the system.
And it's a huge area. I
It
mean,
is.
this is, I don't know how it compares with the magnitude of other projects that we've covered, but the sheer scale, I've been out to portions of this project area, but that was just a small portion. It's huge from north to south and east to west.
It really is.
Yeah, just for scale, for something you can wrap your brain around, Lake Okeechobee is 467,000 acres, and the area being impacted by this project is 650,000 acres. The planning study area is over 740,000 acres, so it's massive.
And, we've known for a while that on the southern end, and we've seen it stack up in 3A and not be able to get out of 3A. And so we've seen it, and we are in design for those southern features of WERP right now. So, I mean, we are clearly supportive of, and it's all in that uncorking Tamiami Trail. And when I was on Ben's helicopter ride, we flew over Tamiami Trail, and it's like, well, let's go down to Loop Road. And it's like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Oh my goodness, it was so far, So it's a huge area, but it's a beautiful area. It is incredible.
Definitely.
Ava, just because I absolutely feel like it's an honor to have the Native tribes as part of this, and I wish I knew more to be sensitive to the things that I should be sensitive to, and obviously this is really important to them. So I just want to make sure that I know where's what, because I'm looking at this map, and it says, so we're on page 12 here, and there's that proposed Wingate Mill STA, and off to the right it says Mississauga lands. But when I look at page 8, it has the key, and it says the pink is the Seminole, and the beige or some such is the Mississauga. Okay, so can you just explain how are there two parts to the Mississauga?
Yeah, you got to see in the top left portion of the purple square, you see that little area? That's what
great.
you looked at on slide 12.
Okay,
That was a
thank you.
microscope on.
And then Mr. Walker called us, and he was speaking for the Seminoles, and so it affects both of them
Yes, ma'am.
very clearly.
It does. And so if this is a really good image here, the Seminole Tribe of Florida Big Cypress Reservation is that purple shape. The particular area that they refer to as the native area is the southwest corner of that purple shape. Like all in that area, yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah, so below the blue canal line and inside of the purple, that's the native area. Does that make sense?
Yes. And
Okay, and
when
then-
Mr. Walker calls, he's just speaking for the Seminole? He's not
Yes.
speaking for the Mississauga?
Absolutely. Mr. Walker is outside counsel for the Seminole Tribe of Florida. He reports to the general counsel, the in-house counsel of the Seminole Tribe of Florida specifically.
Thank you.
The Miccosukee tribe have lands in the area close to the Wingate Mill, that
Yes,
little.
that little section.
But also their reservation over by the triangle. And, that is the most important piece to the Miccosukee tribe of Indians of Florida. They feel that the CNSF system in the triangle area has damaged their reservation lands. And so the removal of that triangle and the restoration of the Everglades in that area, in particular where there's that little
little extension that juts out, there's a halo there of the damage of water quality.
Yeah, Ben saw it.
Yes, ma'am. And so those two pieces are sort of, there's more, but the really important pieces to the Miccosukee and the Seminole tribe.
Okay. I know sometimes, and we have to be, very careful, because there are special, they're sovereign nations, and all the sensitive history that's hard to even think about. But if possible, I think it's wonderful. I want to know what they need. I want to know what they're thinking. I want to make this work for them. I want them to get what they want. I just don't want to destroy a beautiful cypress dome where panthers with their babies are walking through. It's just, we all are on the same page here.
Yeah, I got some. To that effect, what's happened there at the bottom end of the point, the interceptor and L28, I get we also don't want that same thing to happen further up the system. Ms. Leeds, I got a question. Back to that slide on the breakout section 1, Western STA. We've got the flowway there. Can you explain the white structures at the bottom of the flowway? You've got the two to the south and the two to the east. Can you explain what those are?
Yes. So these are two structures that they're operable, and they were put in at the request of the Seminole tribe. And again, like we were talking about earlier, the operations of these structures will be in conjunction with the Seminole tribe. So this will allow them to close the gates if they want, and when they want, be able to take water onto their reservation.
How is this modeled to only force water through the southern structures? Or what happens when those structures to the east are closed?
Water can then come down and through these culverts here.
Twice the amount of water, if you have to get rid of the water, right?
Yes, so as it discharges the STA and it comes into this natural area here, it's like a buffer, and it flows south, it can come through these culverts underneath this road, or you could open these gated structures and move it into the western portion of the Seminole Tribe's reservation.
I understand, I think, but
it's modeled so if these are closed, the water can continue to go south.
Okay. It can, but it would be maybe twice as amount of water as what we'd want to, or is it?
Mr. Butler, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I do think as we look at enhancements and so forth, we need to look at the ability to not discharge water out of the STA under certain conditions too. So, I mean, I think there's stuff to look at on this, just to make sure we get the water right in that area.
I want to be sure to get my concerns on that flowway on the record also. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We are going to move on to discussion agenda item number 30. A change order to add a graded filter to the C640 canal. Alan Shirkey, the floor is yours, my friend. And don't delay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll try to get through it quickly.
No problem.
Before I begin, hopefully to alleviate some potential concern with the title of this presentation, change order number 3. This is not a change order in the traditional sense that you typically think of one, where we've hit an unforeseen site condition or where there's a design discrepancy or anything of the kind. Really what it deals with is just purely an owner-directed add in scope that the contractor could not have known about back when he bid the project. And that came at the request of the Corps, and I'll get into some of the rationale for why we got that request. So the location of the C640 canal is adjacent to the east side of the A2 STA. As you know, the STA is currently under construction, and we moved out with that design and construction faster than the Corps was in their process of designing and constructing the reservoir. Obviously, it's a less complex design, and so we're able to move a little bit quicker with the STA than they could with the reservoir. That canal is already being constructed. It's already well underway as part of that contract. And so the Corps, during their design of the reservoir, found out that there's a need to install a filter drain along the eastern section of that canal and the bottom of the canal. And so right now it's just a question of timing. We know the feature needs to be constructed. It's a safety feature for the reservoir. It prevents the potential for backward erosion piping, whereby the reservoir could seep into that canal and transport material and potentially cause a breach. And so the request from the Corps was to go ahead and excavate deeper the side slope and bottom of the C640 such that we do the work now and not have to shut down the STA later once the original work, the original scope is completed. And so here you can see the original cross-section of the canal. This is looking south, so the reservoir is over here on the left. The STA is on the right side of this picture. And this is the request, to excavate another 3 feet deeper and install that filter drain along the side slope and bottom. So the change order scope includes clearing, grubbing, and demucking a stockpile area to put the new material for that filter. It's being imported from Georgia primarily, the gravel and sand that's needed. Refurbish existing haul roads to get that material to the site. Reblast the canal to that additional depth and excavate to that additional depth and install that filter material along the slopes here and bottom here of the C640. So again, this is looking south. This is the existing canal work that's already been done out there. You can see it's well underway. So some of this is rework, but at least it's not total rework, and it's not going to have to be done later when the STA is operational. So as far as schedule, what does this do to the schedule? The original substantial completion date is September of 2023, and that still remains. All of the STA cells, the collection canal, the outflow structures, and the inflow structures are still scheduled to be done by that time. Additionally, the extra work of deepening the canal adjacent to just cell 1 is expected to be done by September of 2023. What that would allow us to do is to go ahead, as previously scheduled, hydrate cell 1, and then by backflowing into cells 2 and 3, hydrate those as well and start the grow-in period. So we would start growing in vegetation into this STA the same time that we were originally scheduled to had this change not occurred. And then what that allows us to do is, as the work continues on southward to do the additional excavation adjacent to cells 2 and 3, it allows us to start the operational testing and monitoring period, which would be complete in 2025 as originally intended. So no change there. And so with that, I have a resolution for the board's consideration and be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Mr. Shirkey, thank you very much. Rosie, do we have any public comment?
We do, Mr. Vice Chairman. Caitlin Newcamp, followed by Jessica Pinsky, and then Bradley Watson.
Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, governing board members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. Caitlin Newcamp, Everglades Policy Associate with Audubon, Florida. I would like to thank you all, the Corps and the district staff, for the tremendous work to date on the EAA reservoir. We all know how vitally important this project is for moving more clean water south to the Everglades. On that note, we would like to voice our support for item number 31 on the agenda today, the change order for the C640 canal as part of the inflow to the EAA STA under the Central Everglades Planning Project. Approving this item will get us closer to completing the EAA STA and the overall EAA reservoir project, creating efficiencies in cost and construction while demonstrating the strong working relationship between the Water Management District and the Army Corps. Audubon, Florida supports the installation of the filter and the deepening and the widening of this canal, which will also serve as the reservoir seepage canal. This marks a big step forward towards the completion of the EAA STA, which will store and treat hundreds of thousands of acre-feet of water and significantly reduce the discharges from Lake O to the coastal estuaries. We are excited to see this moving forward and are grateful for your collaborative efforts in meeting and exceeding these SERP project goals and timelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Next up, we have Jessica Pinsky.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jessica Pinsky, Director of Policy and Public Affairs for Captains for Clean Water. We made the trip today to lend our support for item number 30. We support the district constructing this particular feature of the EAA Reservoir project. We're all about creating efficiencies in construction that save time and money. We've spent time with both the district and the Army Corps recently, and we're confident that both entities are working to expedite this project to the best of their abilities. So thank you for moving this item forward today. I just want to say that, prior to you guys, this governing board being here at Captains, we've been working since 2016 to untangle the corruption and let the clean water flow. We're doing it our way, not the old school, traditional, political pat on the back way. We're uniting the anglers, the guides, brands, businesses, civic groups, and the concerned public, and giving them a voice, that authentic voice. The people are behind you. All of you on this board and the staff are to be commended for participating in the untangling process and getting this so much needed reservoir built. So thank you. Onward and upward.
Thank you, Ms. Pinsky. Bradley Watson.
Good afternoon. I'm Bradley Watson with the Everglades Foundation. I want to start my remarks by thanking the governing board members for their service and their leadership, and also to the staff for their tireless work across South Florida. We've heard numerous examples of all of that today, so thank you. I want to share the Everglades Foundation support for this agenda item. As has been noted, we think this will create efficiencies for construction and cost savings to advance and expedite the construction of the EAA reservoir. I was glad to hear also that it will enable the STA to stay online during the remainder of construction. We've heard the benefits earlier today from Mr. Minnick that can provide the ending of construction for the reservoir. As has already been noted, this is a great example of the constructive working relationship between the Corps and the Water Management District, and these two, the STA and the EAA reservoir are inextricably linked, just as is that relationship to build them both. We understand there are a multitude of benefits. Many have been mentioned here, but want to focus on the ability to reduce harmful discharges at both coasts of Florida, also certainly to store, treat, and send much-needed freshwater south to the Everglades and Florida Bay. In doing so, that will also help recharge the aquifer that provides drinking water for millions in South Florida. And it also will help this water-driven economy, which Florida already has and is world-class to begin with. So thank you very much for the time today, and we want to again share our support for this and measures to expedite and complete this critical project, the EAA Reservoir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Moving on to our virtual commenters, we're going to start with Kara Kapp, followed by Nyla Pipes, and then Elizabeth Veda Carpenter.
Thanks so much. Hi again, it's Kara Kapp with the National Parks Conservation Association. We all know the significance of storage and treatment south of the lake. It is the missing piece of the Everglades Restoration Program. And I'm speaking today to express MPCA's strong support for this item moving forward. I think it really speaks to the nature of the partnership between the district and the Corps, and the fact that the agencies are working together to advance a shared goal, that the district has the opportunity to step in and construct a feature of the EAA reservoir, knowing that the shift in management of this project piece will save money and save time, two resources that are so valuable. That's a real partnership, to recognize where one party has the strength and then kind of nimbly figure out the best path forward together. The sooner we can get water storage and treatment online, the better. When we get this done, we'll have more operational flexibility, and that's key. It's the water infrastructure we need for the Everglades and for all of us living here in South Florida. So MPCA wants to extend our appreciation to the district and the Corps for recognizing the opportunity to shift this piece to the district's plate, and for your leadership and willingness to take this on. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kapp. Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak.
The theme today has been difficult conversations, and I want to start by assuring everybody that I too am in support of everything we can do to move the EAA reservoir forward. I worked very hard on Senate Bill 10 and stood beside then Governor, now Senator Scott, as he signed that bill, and I recognize that it is a very important piece of the greater Everglades restoration project that we're all working on. That being said, I also want to jump on what Ms. Jackie Thurlow-Lipich said about being sensitive and responsive to the needs of the tribes. I was very concerned to hear the very strong words that came from Mr. Kniff from the Seminole Tribe, representing the Seminole Tribe at the Ecosystem Restoration Task Force meeting last week. We have got to work hard to solve the problem and to figure out a way to be respectful of the fact that we have indigenous burial grounds in the footprint of the EAA reservoir. And I wanted to take this moment to go on record as saying so as we continue to put more money and more time into moving the EAA reservoir project forward. Again, I know we can solve the problem. I do think that we have to continue to recognize that our government-to-government relations with the tribes are key to moving any of these Everglades restoration projects in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Our next public commenter is Elizabeth Feta Carpenter. Ms. Carpenter, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Fatah Carpenter, and I'm the managing attorney at the Everglades Law Center. The Everglades Law Center would like to express its support for this agenda item, number 30, which would have the district construct a feature of the EAA reservoir. I'd also like to echo the comments that were made by others in the environmental community. It is very important to get this STA up and running as soon as possible to reduce harmful discharges to the estuaries and increase beneficial flows to the Everglades. Having the ability to keep the STA running during reservoir construction will allow those benefits to continue and not be diminished going forward. It's great to see restoration projects moving forward and being expedited because, as you all know, our estuaries and Everglades cannot afford to wait. Thank you for your willingness to move forward in support of this effort, and we also would like to express our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. Mr. Vice Chairman, I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, great. We'll go to board questions and discussions. If anybody has any comments, please let me know.
Mr. Chairman, I just had one, just noting, I mean, it was, I called Rosie last week before the agenda came out, said, hey, what are we looking at this week? She said, oh, we got a change order, it's pretty sizable. When I saw that number, I flipped. But after talking to Mr. Allen and Mitnick, I realized that half of that is materials. And that we're looking at about 2,310 car trains of rock. And so that's about half of that change order. So I began to understand and that, you know, and understand what a filter fabric is. So I got more comfortable with the price tag on that. And so I lend my support.
Rodman?
Yes, I was just going to make a motion to approve this resolution.
I'll second it.
Okay. Charlie, Chauncey, you okay with us going to vote here? You want to have any comments or? Sorry, Charlie. I'm going to do this one more time.
I think it's Jay and Chauncey.
Jay and Chauncey. You guys have any comments? Are you okay with us going to vote here?
No comments.
Now I'm looking forward to the vote.
Okay, great. We shall call the question on resolution number 2022-0712. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Thurlow-Lipich?
Yes.
Jay Steinley?
Yes.
Chauncey Goss?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. The resolution passes unanimously. Let's move to agenda item 31. Candy Heater, who will give our fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed tentative budget and submission of proposed millage rates.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, board members. Lovely seeing you today. So today's presentation, as was mentioned, is going to be on the 23 proposed tentative budget. This budget is the budget that will be presented August 1 per statute to the governor and the legislature. I'd like to note that this is a brief presentation, but there is additional information on the district's budget and finance reports section, and there will be a line item report loaded up that matches to this budget being presented today. There are preliminary line item reports as well. The July proposed tentative budget status, I'll quickly go over the comparison of the revenue sources, the comparison of the uses, millages, next steps, and then ending with board action. Budget in brief, the budget is $1,221.7 million. So that is a $71.4 million increase over the fiscal year 22 adopted budget of $1,150.3 million. So to direct your attention to what sources of revenues are supporting the increase of the $71.4 million, state sources at $80.8 million, that is a net change in state sources comparing the 2 years. The taxes, ad valorem taxes, an increase of $4.2 million projected revenue, which we'll get further into later on in the presentation. $2.8 million of federal sources related to Corps of Engineers revenue for OMR R&R projects, meaning projects turned over for operations. $1.3 million in local sources related to potential revenue coming in from Palm Beach County for resiliency projects, and a decrease of $17.6 million usage of fund balance. That's because this year we loaded up the rest of our funding that we had set aside for restoration strategies, and in the 23 year budget that's before you, we have a smaller amount just in support of the science plan projects. So the main takeaway from the presentation is the increase is attributed to our increase in state revenues related to Everglades Restoration. Everglades Restoration has over $500 million of new appropriations. So new appropriations, meaning resulting from the 22 session that the governor signed into law, available for 23 usage, fiscal year 23 usage. It's actually $572 million. So I stood before you, and well, we all stood before you in 22 and discussed that there was $469 million in the 22 budget, and that was a historical amount. It was over a $100 million increase from 21. This is a $103 million increase over 22. Revenue sources, this is a pie chart comparison. The takeaway is that state sources is 58% of the $1,221.7 million budget. Uses, the uses correlate. Restoration, 58% of your budget is $708.1 million. It's a $71 million increase. So moving on to taxes and millage overview, as you know, we have two basins, the Big Cypress Basin and then the Okeechobee Basin, and your millages are broken up as such. This slide is a comparison of the 22 millage rates that was adopted in September, and then the 23 proposed rolled back millage rates, the change between those rates, and then the percentage change over rollback. 0% change over rollback, meaning that these are rolled back rates, and a reduction in comparison to the current year rates. A note that if you combine these rates for the Okeechobee Basin, which are 3 rates, the district-wide, the Okeechobee Basin, and the Everglades construction project. So these three rates equal $23.01 per $100,000 of taxable value. And then the two rates for the Big Cypress Basin, the district-wide, and the Big Cypress Basin is $19.26 per $100,000 of taxable value. That is a reduction, if you combine the reduction, is a reduction for the Okeechobee Basin of $2.71, and then the Big Cypress Basin, $2.51. So then if you look in column B, the revenues that would result from these millage rates will be $295.6 million compared to $291.5. It's a $4.2 million increase in revenues at the rollback rate. This is a historical view of the revenues of ad valorem over the past 5 years, illustrating that the benefit of the 4.2 is coming from your new construction. New construction results was at about $6.1 million of revenue. You had adjustments to your prior year values, which resulted in a reduction of about $1.9 million of revenue. The comparison between the three data points is $4.2 million. So from over the 5 years, we've gone from 277 to 295.7. It's about 18 million. So the next steps, as mentioned earlier, August 1, we do have a statutory requirement to submit this tentative budget to the governor and the legislature. The 25th, we return back to the basin for the final millage and approval of the budget. September 8th, we have our first public hearing at 5:15 for the tentative rates and budget and the agricultural privilege tax. September 13th is the statutory date of 5 business days prior to our final hearing that we are to receive comments, if any, from the governor and the Legislative Budget Commission. And then September 20th at 5:15 will be the final public hearing to adopt the budget and millage rates. So before you use a resolution requesting your consideration of the tentative budget, as well as the proposed rolled back rates, so that staff may meet the statutory requirement of August 4th to submit these rates to the property appraiser.
Thank you, as always, Candy. Do we have any public comment on this, Rosie?
We do, Mr. Vice Chairman. We do, Mr. Vice Chairman. Caitlin Newcamp.
Okay.
Hello again. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Caitlin Newcamp with Audubon, Florida. I'd like to comment briefly on the proposed rollback millage rates for the upcoming fiscal year. Ad valorem funds are essential for water management districts to carry out their core functions of water supply, flood control, water quality restoration, as well as conservation land management. Ad valorem funds used towards projects that benefit these ecosystem functions are often leveraged against funding provided by other state and federal sources, increasing the total investment in critical water resource projects. Audubon is supportive of the district continuing the current millage rate. As more people move into the area, the district is expected to provide the same level of service as water management becomes more complicated. This requires adequate funding. The district undertakes significant projects, and with even more on the way, it is simply good fiscal policy to continue the millage rate in order to support these meaningful efforts, especially in light of escalating project costs. Appropriations often fund capital projects and construction rather than operations and maintenance activities. Continuing the millage rate would ensure adequate funding for these activities and others, including ecological monitoring, to evaluate project success. While the district is doing great work, there's still more that could be done with additional resources. Decreases in the millage rate that freeze funding at historic levels reduce your ability to meet these important challenges. And while you have the ability to freeze much of the funding you receive, you do not have the ability to freeze the cost you pay. Maintaining the millage rate would allow you to better handle inflationary pressures that will be driving up the cost of doing business. You've proven to be good caretakers of the public's funds, and they can feel confident this money is well spent. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment and for your continued leadership. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Do we have any other public comment?
No, we don't, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay, we'll move to board comment. Anybody want to make a comment or have any discussion that they wish to raise? Ms. Thurlow-Lipich, you're recognized.
I want to thank the people who came and spoke today during the public comment here, and it is especially Dan DeLisi, who used to serve here himself, and was very helpful to me as I learned things 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and I hope that this is the last year that we do this, just because I think 12 years is a long time. And just with a straight face, I have to say that. I support this. I'm a team player. I will vote for this today. But I think when it gets to unlucky number 13, we need to change what we're doing.
Okay, any other comments or discussions? Jay?
Yeah, I'll just make it, it's Jay Steinley. I'd just make a quick comment. I mean, I generally agree with Jackie and what the public comments we've received. We've been in a very fortunate position to receive historic funding from a number of sources, the state, the federal government, and ad valorem is a big part of that, right? But it's a quarter of that. So to the extent that that is very important, but that other funding sources over the course of these rollbacks can make up the deficiency. We have been lucky to have that resource, to have somebody bridging when there has been a gap between ad valorem and other collections and our expenses. We've met that when needed through other sources, again, state, DEP, other sources. But I would agree, excuse me, I'd agree that, as projects increase, as the cost of operating those projects increases, and clearly as we sort of live through this inflationary environment, we cannot be stuck in our way, and we have to be open to changes. But certainly support this rollback and willing to make a motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second that, and I'd like to make a comment.
Very good.
I want to thank Jay. I agree with what he said a minute ago, and I agreed with what he said earlier in the meeting. I'd like to thank Dan and the other speakers who've had a chance to comment on this. 12 years of freeze and ad valorem taxes is difficult, but I really want to take my hat off to our staff who has been able to manage around this, and they've done just a fantastic job. And I also want to thank the DEP and the DEP Secretary Hamilton, who I've been working with closely on this, as our staff and maybe some other governing board is certainly aware of the issues we have with 9.1% inflation. We buy an awful lot of fuel, and fuel's inflation is higher than 9.1. And the reason we buy fuel is because it protects the residents of South Florida from flooding, because we have pumps that run on fuel. So, we have operational costs that are running away from us, and we're not going to be able to continue, freezing forever. We've been able to get away with it because of the largesse of our friends in Tallahassee, and I absolutely appreciate that. And this year we'll continue to do it again, and I want to thank staff for working so hard to be able to make that happen.
Okay, so we have, we're going to call the question on resolution number 2022-0713, on which there's been a motion and a second. We'll call the vote now. We'll start with Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Ms. Thurlow-Lipich.
Yes.
Jay Steinle,
Yes.
Chauncey Goss.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. The resolution passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Candy, don't go too far. We're moving on to your monthly financial report, item 32 on the agenda.
All right, thank you, thank you. So the monthly financial report is through May 31st. So as of May 31st, we collected $70 million during the month of May. Last month, we collected over $100 million, so over $170 million in the past 2 months. It's $64 million of that 70 is through state appropriations for Everglades restoration reimbursements, and about $2.8 million was collected for ad valorem. We've collected 97.1% of our ad valorem. Our ad valorem budget's $302 million. That includes the agricultural privilege tax, and we've collected $293 million. We've got about $9 million left to collect. As far as expenditures, we expended $83 million in the month of May. 54 million of that was in restoration, and 22 million was in O&M. And thus far, we're $573 million under contract and obligated, meaning encumbered funds towards projects and encumbrances or contracts has been brought to the board. So 67% of the budget has been expended or obligated. And with that, I conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both reports and presentations. Moving to item 33, General Counsel's report, Julia LaMonaco.
I don't have anything for you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent news. Okay, we're on to general public comment, number 34. Do we have any?
No, we don't, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Oh, my goodness, 2 for 2. Okay, let's move to 35, board comment. Anybody have anything else to add to this wonderful conversation? Start with Mr. Bergeron.
Well, it's been a great meeting and a lot of progress, and I want to thank my board members and staff and all the stakeholders, and look forward to us continuing to make a difference for South Florida.
Long live the Everglades.
And long live the Everglades.
All right.
And the American dream is still alive. And God bless America.
Mr. Butler.
One of the things I meant to finish up my morning comments, and I just didn't get it done. I want to get it done now. All the stakeholders that spoke up today, we're all passionate, vested in the works and what happens with Everglades restoration and what we do here at the district. And I appreciate each and every one of them. And, hug your loved ones before you leave home. You never know when it's your day.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Colonel Roman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to add that you did an excellent job chairing the meeting today. I really appreciate everything that you did to hear everybody's comments and to move everything along. Thank you.
Mr. Olipich.
And I also agree, you did a wonderful job today chairing the meeting, and so I have a present for you.
Oh, my goodness.
I have no comment.
Oh, my God. This is a record. Jay Steinle.
I was really wondering what that present would be, but that's one of the best, Jack. Thanks. No, thank you guys for giving me the ability to participate virtually. Appreciate it, but no other comment.
Great. Chairman Chauncey Goss, come back quickly.
No, I'm not. I think you did such a great job, and you figured out Jackie, that was a wonderful comment. So I've never had one of those presents, but I look forward to seeing you all next month, and thanks so much for taking over, Scott.
Well, I'll just close with I certainly had appreciative of being able to be up here. Had a great time. I'll tell you what, it's interesting because we think we do all this stuff and we have all these public comments and whatnot, but you know what? Army Corps is doing the same thing. They're having their meetings and their telephone calls and their public commentary. And everybody's, hopefully getting on or getting comfortable with these things as they move forward. And to me, it's not easy. People have serious concerns, and they've got their own interests, and you can't knock them for trying to protect their own interests. And then, they understand that there's other people out there, and they got their concerns, and people are trying to make this thing go right. I mean, one of the things that's comforting is that, we're moving these massive, complex projects forward, but it's good to know that, people are doing these things in good faith, that this is good government. This is the way it's supposed to work. You've got two sovereign nations in the Miccosukee and the Seminole Tribe of Florida. You've got the federal government, you've got federal agencies, you've got state government, state agencies, local municipalities, human beings and property owners and people all across. We're dealing with a tremendous cross-section of government, and it's all about water. And that's a massive deal to begin with as well. And it's just very heartening to come to these meetings and to hear people really talk about it and try to get it right. You are trying to solve this complex problem, and it's nice. These projects come online. We got almost 50 of them, at least, maybe more. There's all these kinds of things that are coming online, and they're working. The things are working. You turn these switches on these things, and the water is getting cleaner, and it's going where it's supposed to go, where it historically went. It's being taken there by gravity, right, Ron? It goes there by natural, and we're getting to a spot where things are really exciting. So, thank you everybody for coming out, and let's do this again soon. Oh yeah. Meeting is adjourned.